4. They passed through the same rooms which the prince had traversed on his arrival. In the largest there were pictures on the walls, portraits and landscapes of little interest. Over the door, however, there was one of strange and rather striking shape. It was 6 or 7 feet in length, and not more than a foot in height. It represented the Savior just taken from the cross. The prince glanced at it, but took no further notice. He moved on hastily, as though anxious to get out of the house. But Rogojin suddenly stopped underneath the picture. My father picked up all these pictures very cheap at auctions, and so on, he said. They are all rubbish except the one over the door, and that is valuable. A man offered 500 rubles for it last week. Yes, that's a copy of a Holbein, said the prince, looking at it again, and a good copy, too, so far as I am able to judge. I saw the picture abroad and could not forget it. What's the matter? Rogojin had dropped the subject of the picture and walked on. Of course, his strange frame of mind was sufficient to account for his conduct. But still, it seemed queer to the prince that he should so abruptly drop a conversation commenced by himself. Rogojin did not take any notice of his question. Lev Nikolaevich, said Rogojin, after a pause, during which the two walked along a little further, I have long wished to ask you, do you believe in God? How strangely you speak, and how odd you look, said the other, involuntarily. I like looking at that picture, muttered Rogojin, not noticing, apparently, that the prince had not answered his question. That picture, cried Myushkin, struck by a sudden idea. Why, a man's faith might be ruined by looking at that picture. So it is, said Rogojin unexpectedly. They had now reached the front door. The prince stopped. How? He said. What do you mean? I was half joking, and you took me up quite seriously. Why do you ask me whether I believe in God? Oh, no particular reason. I meant to ask you before. Many people are unbelievers nowadays, especially Russians, I have been told. You ought to know. You've lived abroad. Rogojin laughed bitterly as he said these words, and opening the door, held it for the prince to pass out. Myushkin looked surprised, but went out. The other followed him as far as the landing of the outer stairs, and shut the door behind him. They both now stood facing one another, as though oblivious of where they were, or what they had to do next. Well, goodbye, said the prince, holding out his hand. Goodbye, said Rogojin, pressing it hard, but quite mechanically. The prince made one step forward, and then turned round. As to faith, he said, smiling and evidently unwilling to leave Rogojin in this state. As to faith, I had 4 curious conversations in 2 days, a week or so ago. One morning I met a man in the train and made acquaintance with him at once. I had often heard of him as a very learned man, but an atheist, and I was very glad of the opportunity of conversing with so eminent and clever a person. He doesn't believe in God, and he talked a good deal about it, but all the while it appeared to me that he was speaking outside the subject. And it has always struck me, both in speaking to such men and in reading their books, that they do not seem really to be touching on that at all, though on the surface they may appear to do so. I told him this, but I dare say I did not clearly express what I meant, for he could not understand me. That same evening I stopped at a small provincial hotel, and it so happened that a dreadful murder had been committed there the night before, and everybody was talking about it. 2 peasants, elderly men and old friends, had had tea together there the night before, and were to occupy the same bedroom. They were not drunk, but one of them had noticed for the first time that his friend possessed a silver watch which he was wearing on a chain. He was by no means a thief and was, as peasants go, a rich man. But this watch so fascinated him that he could not restrain himself. He took a knife, and when his friend turned his back, he came up softly behind, raised his eyes to heaven, crossed himself, and saying earnestly, "God forgive me for Christ's sake." He cut his friend's throat like a sheep and took the watch. Rogojin roared with laughter. He laughed as though he were in a sort of fit. It was strange to see him laughing so after the somber mood he had been in just before. "Oh, I like that. That beats anything," he cried convulsively, panting for breath. "One is an absolute unbeliever. The other is such a thoroughgoing believer that he murders his friend to the tune of a prayer. Oh, Prince, that's too good for anything. You can't have invented it. It's the best thing I've heard." "Next morning I went out for a stroll through the town," continued the prince, so soon as Rogojin was a little quieter, though his laughter still burst out at intervals, and soon observed a drunken-looking soldier staggering about the pavement. He came up to me and said, "Buy my silver cross, sir. You shall have it for 4 pence, it's real silver." I looked, and there he held a cross, just taken off his own neck, evidently a large tin one, made after the Byzantine pattern. I fished out 4 pence, and put his cross on my own neck, and I could see by his face that he was as pleased as he could be at the thought that he had succeeded in cheating a foolish gentleman, and away he went to drink the value of his cross. At that time everything that I saw made a tremendous impression upon me. I had understood nothing about Russia before, and had only vague and fantastic memories of it. So I thought, I will wait a while before I condemn this Judas. Only God knows what may be hidden in the hearts of drunkards. Well, I went homewards, and near the hotel I came across a poor woman carrying a child, a baby of some 6 weeks old. The mother was quite a girl herself. The baby was smiling up at her for the first time in its life just at that moment, and while I watched the woman she suddenly crossed herself, oh, so devoutly. "What is it, my good woman?" I asked her. I was never but asking questions then. Exactly as is a mother's joy when her baby smiles for the first time into her eyes, so is God's joy when one of his children turns and prays to him for the first time with all his heart. This is what that poor woman said to me, almost word for word, and such a deep, refined, truly religious thought it was. A thought in which the whole essence of Christianity was expressed in one flash. That is, the recognition of God as our Father, and of God's joy in men as his own children, which is the chief idea of Christ. She was a simple country woman, a mother, it's true, and perhaps, who knows, she may have been the wife of the drunken soldier. Listen, Parfen, you put a question to me just now. This is my reply. The essence of religious feeling has nothing to do with reason, or atheism, or crime, or acts of any kind. It has nothing to do with these things, and never had. There is something besides all this, something which the arguments of the atheists can never touch. But the principal thing, and the conclusion of my argument, is that this is most clearly seen in the heart of a Russian. This is a conviction which I have gained while I have been in this Russia of ours. Yes, Parfen. There is work to be done. There is work to be done in this Russian world. Remember what talks we used to have in Moscow, and I never wished to come here at all, and I never thought to meet you like this, Parfen. Well, goodbye, God be with you. He turned and went downstairs. Lev Nikolaevich, cried Parfen before he had reached the next landing. Have you got that cross you bought from the soldier with you? Yes, I have, and the prince stopped again. Show it me, will you? A new fancy, the prince reflected, and then mounted the stairs once more. He pulled out the cross without taking it off his neck. Give it to me, said Parfen. Why, do you? The prince would rather have kept this particular cross. I'll wear it, and you shall have mine. I'll take it off at once. You wish to exchange crosses? Very well, Parfen, if that's the case, I'm glad enough. That makes us brothers, you know. The prince took off his tin cross, Parfen his gold one, and the exchange was made. Parfen was silent. With sad surprise, the prince observed that the look of distrust, the bitter, ironical smile, had still not altogether left his newly adopted brother's face. At moments, at all events, it showed itself but too plainly. At last Rogojin took the prince's hand, and stood so for some moments, as though he could not make up his mind. Then he drew him along, murmuring almost inaudibly, "Come." They stopped on the landing, and rang the bell at a door opposite to Parfen's own lodging. An old woman opened to them and bowed low to Parfen, who asked her some questions hurriedly, but did not wait to hear her answer. He led the prince on through several dark, cold-looking rooms, spotlessly clean, with white covers over all the furniture. Without the ceremony of knocking, Parfen entered a small apartment, furnished like a drawing room, but with a polished mahogany partition dividing one half of it from what was probably a bedroom. In one corner of this room sat an old woman in an armchair, close to the stove. She did not look very old, and her face was a pleasant, round one, but she was white-haired, and as one could detect at the first glance, quite in her second childhood. She wore a black woolen dress, with a black handkerchief round her neck and shoulders, and a white cap with black ribbons. Her feet were raised on a footstool. Beside her sat another old woman, also dressed in mourning, and silently knitting a stocking. This was evidently a companion. They both looked as though they never broke the silence. The first old woman, so soon as she saw Rogojin and the prince, smiled and bowed courteously several times, in token of her gratification at their visit. "Mother," said Rogojin, kissing her hand, "here is my great friend, Prince Myushkin. We have exchanged crosses. He was like a real brother to me at Moscow at one time and did a great deal for me. Bless him, mother, as you would bless your own son. Wait a moment, let me arrange your hands for you." But the old lady, before Parfen had time to touch her, raised her right hand, and with 3 fingers held up, devoutly made the sign of the cross 3 times over the prince. She then nodded her head kindly at him once more. "There, come along, Lev Nikolaevich. That's all I brought you here for," said Rogojin. When they reached the stairs again, he added, "She understood nothing of what I said to her, and did not know what I wanted her to do, and yet she blessed you. That shows she wished to do so herself. Well, goodbye, it's time you went, and I must go too." He opened his own door. "Well, let me at least embrace you and say goodbye, you strange fellow," cried the prince, looking with gentle reproach at Rogojin and advancing towards him. But the latter had hardly raised his arms when he dropped them again. He could not make up his mind to it. He turned away from the prince in order to avoid looking at him. He could not embrace him. "Don't be afraid," he muttered indistinctly. "Though I have taken your cross, I shall not murder you for your watch." So saying, he laughed suddenly and strangely. Then in a moment his face became transfigured. He grew deadly white, his lips trembled, his eyes burned like fire. He stretched out his arms and held the prince tightly to him, and said in a strangled voice, "Well, take her, it's fate. She's yours. I surrender her. Remember Rogojin." And pushing the prince from him, without looking back at him, he hurriedly entered his own flat and banged the door. "Get elevator 5. It was late now, nearly 2:30, and the prince did not find General Epension at home. He left a card and determined to look up Kolya, who had a room at a small hotel near. Kolya was not in, but he was informed that he might be back shortly, and had left word that if he were not in by 3:30, it was to be understood that he had gone to Pavlovsk to General Epanchin's and would dine there. The prince decided to wait till 3:30 and ordered some dinner. At 3:30 there was no sign of Kolya. The prince waited until 4 o'clock and then strolled off mechanically wherever his feet should carry him. In early summer there are often magnificent days in St. Petersburg, bright, hot, and still. This happened to be such a day. For some time the prince wandered about without aim or object. He did not know the town well. He stopped to look about him on bridges, at street corners. He entered a confectioner's shop to rest once. He was in a state of nervous excitement and perturbation. He noticed nothing and no one, and he felt a craving for solitude, to be alone with his thoughts and his emotions, and to give himself up to them passively. He loathed the idea of trying to answer the questions that would rise up in his heart and mind. "I am not to blame for all this," he thought to himself, half unconsciously. Towards 6 o'clock, he found himself at the station of the Tsarsko-Selsky Railway. He was tired of solitude now. A new rush of feeling took hold of him, and a flood of light chased away the gloom for a moment from his soul. He took a ticket to Pavlovsk and determined to get there as fast as he could, but something stopped him. A reality and not a fantasy, as he was inclined to think it. He was about to take his place in a carriage, when he suddenly threw away his ticket and came out again, disturbed and thoughtful. A few moments later in the street, he recalled something that had bothered him all the afternoon. He caught himself engaged in a strange occupation which he now recollected he had taken up at odd moments for the last few hours. It was looking about all around him for something. He did not know what. He had forgotten it for a while, half an hour or so, and now, suddenly, the uneasy search had recommenced. But he had hardly become conscious of this curious phenomenon when another recollection suddenly swam through his brain, interesting him for the moment exceedingly. He remembered that the last time he had been engaged in looking around him for the unknown something, he was standing before a cutler's shop, in the window of which were exposed certain goods for sale. He was extremely anxious now to discover whether this shop and these goods really existed, or whether the whole thing had been a hallucination. He felt in a very curious condition today, a condition similar to that which had preceded his fits in bygone years. He remembered that at such times he had been particularly absent-minded, and could not discriminate between objects and persons unless he concentrated special attention upon them. He remembered seeing something in the window marked at 60 kopecks. Therefore, if the shop existed, and if this object were really in the window, it would prove that he had been able to concentrate his attention on this article at a moment when, as a general rule, his absence of mind would have been too great to admit of any such concentration. In fact, very shortly after he had left the railway station in such a state of agitation. So he walked back looking about him for the shop, and his heart beat with intolerable impatience. Ah, here was the very shop, and there was the article marked 60 kop. Of course, it's 60 kopecks, he thought, and certainly worth no more. This idea amused him, and he laughed. But it was a hysterical laugh. He was feeling terribly oppressed. He remembered clearly that just here, standing before this window, he had suddenly turned round, just as earlier in the day he had turned and found the dreadful eyes of Rogojin fixed upon him. Convinced, therefore, that in this respect at all events he had been under no delusion, he left the shop and went on. This must be thought out. It was clear that there had been no hallucination at the station then, either. Something had actually happened to him on both occasions. There was no doubt of it. But again, a loathing for all mental exertion overmastered him. He would not think it out now. He would put it off and think of something else. He remembered that during his epileptic fits, or rather immediately preceding them, he had always experienced a moment or two when his whole heart and mind and body seemed to wake up to vigor and light, when he became filled with joy and hope, and all his anxieties seemed to be swept away forever. These moments were but presentiments, as it were, of the one final second. It was never more than a second, in which the fit came upon him. That second, of course, was inexpressible. When his attack was over, and the prince reflected on his symptoms, he used to say to himself, "These moments, short as they are, when I feel such extreme consciousness of myself, and consequently more of life than at other times, are due only to the disease, to the sudden rupture of normal conditions. Therefore they are not really a higher kind of life, but a lower." This reasoning, however, seemed to end in a paradox, and lead to the further consideration. What matter though it be only disease, an abnormal tension of the brain, if when I recall and analyze the moment, it seems to have been one of harmony and beauty in the highest degree, an instant of deepest sensation, overflowing with unbounded joy and rapture, ecstatic devotion and completest life. Vague though this sounds, it was perfectly comprehensible to Muishkin, though he knew that it was but a feeble expression of his sensations. That there was, indeed, beauty and harmony in those abnormal moments, that they really contained the highest synthesis of life, he could not doubt, nor even admit the possibility of doubt. He felt that they were not analogous to the fantastic and unreal dreams due to intoxication by hashish, opium, or wine. Of that he could judge when the attack was over. These instants were characterized, to define it in a word, by an intense quickening of the sense of personality. Since in the last conscious moment preceding the attack, he could say to himself, with full understanding of his words, "I would give my whole life for this one instant," then doubtless to him it really was worth a lifetime. For the rest, he thought the dialectical part of his argument of little worth. He saw only too clearly that the result of these ecstatic moments was stupefaction, mental darkness, idiocy. No argument was possible on that point. His conclusion, his estimate of the moment, doubtless contained some error, yet the reality of the sensation troubled him. What's more unanswerable than a fact? And this fact had occurred. The prince had confessed unreservedly to himself that the feeling of intense beatitude in that crowded moment made the moment worth a lifetime. "I feel then," he said one day to Rogojin in Moscow, "I feel then as if I understood those amazing words, 'There shall be no more time.'" And he added with a smile, no doubt the epileptic Mahomet refers to that same moment when he says that he visited all the dwellings of Allah in less time than was needed to empty his pitcher of water. Yes, he had often met Rogojin in Moscow, and many were the subjects they discussed. "He told me I had been a brother to him," thought the prince. He said so today for the first time. He was sitting in the summer garden on a seat under a tree, and his mind dwelt on the matter. It was about 7 o'clock, and the place was empty. The stifling atmosphere foretold a storm, and the prince felt a certain charm in the contemplative mood which possessed him. He found pleasure, too, in gazing at the exterior objects around him. All the time he was trying to forget something, to escape from some idea that haunted him, but melancholy thoughts came back, though he would so willingly have escaped from them. He remembered suddenly how he had been talking to the waiter, while he dined, about a recently committed murder which the whole town was discussing, and as he thought of it, something strange came over him. He was seized all at once by a violent desire, almost a temptation, against which he strove in vain. He jumped up and walked off as fast as he could towards the Petersburg side. One of the quarters of St. Petersburg. He had asked someone, a little while before, to show him which was the Petersburg side, on the banks of the Neva. He had not gone there, however, and he knew very well that it was of no use to go now, for he would certainly not find Lebedev's relation at home. He had the address, but she must certainly have gone to Pavlovsk, or Kolya would have let him know. If he were to go now, it would merely be out of curiosity. But a sudden, new idea had come into his head. However, it was something to move on and know where he was going. A minute later he was still moving on, but without knowing anything. He could no longer think out his new idea. He tried to take an interest in all he saw, in the sky, in the Neva. He spoke to some children he met. He felt his epileptic condition becoming more and more developed. The evening was very close. Thunder was heard some way off. The prince was haunted all that day by the face of Lebedev's nephew, whom he had seen for the first time that morning, just as one is haunted at times by some persistent musical refrain. By a curious association of ideas, the young man always appeared as the murderer of whom Lebedev had spoken when introducing him to Muishkin. Yes, he had read something about the murder, and that quite recently. Since he came to Russia, he had heard many stories of this kind, and was interested in them. His conversation with the waiter, an hour ago, chanced to be on the subject of this murder of the Zemerins, and the latter had agreed with him about it. He thought of the waiter again, and decided that he was no fool, but a steady, intelligent man. Though, said he to himself, God knows what he may really be. In a country with which one is unfamiliar, it is difficult to understand the people one meets. He was beginning to have a passionate faith in the Russian soul, however, and what discoveries he had made in the last 6 months. What unexpected discoveries. But every soul is a mystery, and depths of mystery lie in the soul of a Russian. He had been intimate with Rogojin, for example, and a brotherly friendship had sprung up between them. Yet did he really know him? What chaos and ugliness fills the world at times? What a self-satisfied rascal is that nephew of Lebedev's? But what am I thinking? Continued the prince to himself. Can he really have committed that crime? Did he kill those 6 persons? I seem to be confusing things. How strange it all is. My head goes round. And Lebedev's daughter, how sympathetic and charming her face was as she held the child in her arms. What an innocent look and childlike laugh she had. It is curious that I had forgotten her until now. I expect Lebedev adores her, and I really believe, when I think of it, that as sure as 2 and 2 make 4, he is fond of that nephew, too. Well, why should he judge them so hastily? Could he really say what they were after one short visit? Even Lebedev seemed an enigma today. Did he expect to find him so? He had never seen him like that before. Lebedev and the Comtesse du Barry. Good heavens! If Rogojin should really kill someone, it would not, at any rate, be such a senseless, chaotic affair. A knife made to a special pattern, and 6 people killed in a kind of delirium. But Rogojin also had a knife made to a special pattern. Can it be that Rogojin wishes to murder anyone? The prince began to tremble violently. It is a crime on my part to imagine anything so base, with such cynical frankness. His face reddened with shame at the thought, and then there came across him as in a flash the memory of the incidents at the Pavlovsk station, and at the other station in the morning, and the question asked him by Rogojin about the eyes and Rogojin's cross, that he was even now wearing, and the benediction of Rogojin's mother, and his embrace on the darkened staircase, that last supreme renunciation. And now, to find himself full of this new idea, staring into shop windows and looking round for things. How base he was. Despair overmastered his soul. He would not go on. He would go back to his hotel. He even turned and went the other way. But a moment after he changed his mind again and went on in the old direction. Why, here he was on the Petersburg side already, quite close to the house. Where was his idea? He was marching along without it now. Yes, his malady was coming back. It was clear enough. All this gloom and heaviness, all these ideas, were nothing more nor less than a fit coming on. Perhaps he would have a fit this very day. But just now all the gloom and darkness had fled. His heart felt full of joy and hope. There was no such thing as doubt. And yes, he hadn't seen her for so long. He really must see her. He wished he could meet Rogojin. He would take his hand, and they would go to her together. His heart was pure. He was no rival of Parfin's. Tomorrow he would go and tell him that he had seen her. Why, he had only come for the sole purpose of seeing her, all the way from Moscow. Perhaps she might be here still. Who knows? She might not have gone away to Pavlovsk yet. Yes, all this must be put straight and above board. There must be no more passionate renouncements such as Rogojin's. It must all be clear as day. Cannot Rogojin's soul bear the light? He said he did not love her with sympathy and pity. True, he added that your pity is greater than my love, but he was not quite fair on himself there. Kin, Rogojin reading a book, wasn't that sympathy beginning? Did it not show that he comprehended his relations with her and his story of waiting day and night for her forgiveness? That didn't look quite like passion alone. And as to her face, could it inspire nothing but passion? Could her face inspire passion at all now? Oh, it inspired suffering, grief, overwhelming grief of the soul. A poignant, agonizing memory swept over the prince's heart. Yes, agonizing. He remembered how he had suffered that first day when he thought he observed in her the symptoms of madness. He had almost fallen into despair. How could he have lost his hold upon her when she ran away from him to Rogojin? He ought to have run after her himself, rather than wait for news as he had done. Can Rogojin have failed to observe up to now that she is mad? Rogojin attributes her strangeness to other causes, to passion. What insane jealousy! What was it he had hinted at in that suggestion of his? The prince suddenly blushed and shuddered to his very heart. But why recall all this? There was insanity on both sides. For him, the prince, to love this woman with passion was unthinkable. It would be cruel and inhuman. Yes, Rogojin is not fair to himself. He has a large heart. He has aptitude for sympathy. When he learns the truth and finds what a pitiable being is this injured, broken, half-insane creature, he will forgive her all the torment she has caused him. He will become her slave, her brother, her friend. Compassion will teach even Rogojin. It will show him how to reason. Compassion is the chief law of human existence. Oh, how guilty he felt towards Rogojin. And for a few warm, hasty words spoken in Moscow, Parfin had called him brother, while but no, this was delirium. It would all come right. That gloomy Parfin had implied that his faith was waning. He must suffer dreadfully. He said he liked to look at that picture. It was not that he liked it, but he felt the need of looking at it. Rogojin was not merely a passionate soul. He was a fighter. He was fighting for the restoration of his dying faith. He must have something to hold on to and believe, and someone to believe in. What a strange picture that of Holbein's is. Why, this is the street, and here's the house. No. 16. The prince rang the bell and asked for Nastasia Filipovna. The lady of the house came out and stated that Nastasia had gone to stay with Darya Alexeyevna at Pavlovsk and might be there some days. Madame Philosophe was a little woman of 40, with a cunning face and crafty, piercing eyes. When, with an air of mystery, she asked her visitor's name, he refused at first to answer. but in a moment he changed his mind and left strict instructions that it should be given to Nastasia Philippovna. The urgency of his request seemed to impress Madame Philosophe, and she put on a knowing expression, as if to say, "You need not be afraid, I quite understand." The prince's name, evidently, was a great surprise to her. He stood and looked absently at her for a moment, then turned and took the road back to his hotel. But he went away not as he came. A great change had suddenly come over him. He went blindly forward, his knees shook under him, he was tormented by ideas. His lips were blue and trembled with a feeble, meaningless smile. His demon was upon him once more. What had happened to him? Why was his brow clammy with drops of moisture, his knees shaking beneath him, and his soul oppressed with a cold gloom? Was it because he had just seen these dreadful eyes again? Why, he had left the summer garden on purpose to see them. That had been his idea. He had wished to assure himself that he would see them once more at that house. Then why was he so overwhelmed now, having seen them as he expected, just as though he had not expected to see them? Yes, they were the very same eyes, and no doubt about it. The same that he had seen in the crowd that morning at the station. The same that he had surprised in Rogojin's rooms some hours later, when the latter had replied to his inquiry with a sneering laugh. Well, whose eyes were they? Then, for the third time, they had appeared just as he was getting into the train on his way to see Aglaya. He had had a strong impulse to rush up to Rogojin and repeat his words of the morning. Whose eyes are they? Instead, he had fled from the station and knew nothing more, until he found himself gazing into the window of a cutler's shop and wondering if a knife with a staghorn handle would cost more than 60 kopecks. And as the prince sat dreaming in the summer garden under a lime tree, a wicked demon had come and whispered in his car, "Rogojin has been spying upon you and watching you all the morning in a frenzy of desperation. When he finds you have not gone to Pavlovsk, a terrible discovery for him, he will surely go at once to that house in Petersburg Side and watch for you there, although only this morning you gave your word of honor not to see her and swore that you had not come to Petersburg for that purpose." And thereupon the prince had hastened off to that house, and what was there in the fact that he had met Rogojin there? He had only seen a wretched, suffering creature, whose state of mind was gloomy and miserable, but most comprehensible. In the morning, Rogojin had seemed to be trying to keep out of the way, but at the station this afternoon he had stood out. He had concealed himself, indeed, less than the prince himself. At the house, now, he had stood 50 yards off on the other side of the road with folded hands, watching, plainly in view and apparently desirous of being seen. He had stood there like an accuser, like a judge, not like a what? And why had not the prince approached him and spoken to him, instead of turning away and pretending he had seen nothing, although their eyes met? Yes, their eyes had met, and they had looked at each other. Why, he had himself wished to take Rogojin by the hand and go in together. He had himself determined to go to him on the morrow and tell him that he had seen her. He had repudiated the demon as he walked to the house, and his heart had been full of joy. Was there something in the whole aspect of the man, today, sufficient to justify the prince's terror and the awful suspicions of his demon? Something seen but indescribable which filled him with dreadful presentiments. Yes, he was convinced of it. Convinced of what? Oh, how mean and hideous of him to feel this conviction, this presentiment. How he blamed himself for it. "Speak if you dare and tell me what is the presentiment," he repeated to himself over and over again. "Put it into words. Speak out clearly and distinctly." Oh, miserable coward that I am. The prince flushed with shame for his own baseness. How shall I ever look this man in the face again? My God, what a day! And what a nightmare, what a nightmare! There was a moment, during this long, wretched walk back from the Petersburg side, when the prince felt an irresistible desire to go straight to Rogozin's, wait for him, embrace him with tears of shame and contrition, and tell him of his distrust and finish with it, once for all. But here, he was back at his hotel. How often during the day he had thought of this hotel with loathing, its corridor, its rooms, its stairs. How he had dreaded coming back to it, for some reason. What a regular old woman I am today, he had said to himself each time, with annoyance. I believe in every foolish presentiment that comes into my head. He stopped for a moment at the door. A great flush of shame came over him. I am a coward, a wretched coward, he said, and moved forward again, but once more he paused. Among all the incidents of the day, one recurred to his mind to the exclusion of the rest. Although now that his self-control was regained, and he was no longer under the influence of a nightmare, he was able to think of it calmly. It concerned the knife on Rogozin's table. Why should not Rogozin have as many knives on his table as he chooses? Thought the prince, wondering at his suspicions, as he had done when he found himself looking into the cutler's window. What could it have to do with me? He said to himself again, and stopped as if rooted to the ground by a kind of paralysis of limb, such as attacks people under the stress of some humiliating recollection. The doorway was dark and gloomy at any time, but just at this moment it was rendered doubly so by the fact that the thunderstorm had just broken, and the rain was coming down in torrents. And in the semi-darkness, the prince distinguished a man standing close to the stairs, apparently waiting. There was nothing particularly significant in the fact that a man was standing back in the doorway, waiting to come out or go upstairs, but the prince felt an irresistible conviction that he knew this man, and that it was Rogozin. The man moved on up the stairs. A moment later the prince passed up them too. His heart froze within him. In a minute or two I shall know all, he thought. The staircase led to the first and second corridors of the hotel, along which lay the guests' bedrooms, as is often the case in Petersburg houses. It was narrow and very dark, and turned around a massive stone column. On the first landing, which was as small as the necessary turn of the stairs allowed, there was a niche in the column, about half a yard wide, and in this niche the prince felt convinced that a man stood concealed. He thought he could distinguish a figure standing there. He would pass by quickly and not look. He took a step forward, but could bear the uncertainty no longer and turned his head. The eyes, the same two eyes, met his. The man concealed in the niche had also taken a step forward. For 1 second they stood face to face. Suddenly the prince caught the man by the shoulder and twisted him round towards the light, so that he might see his face more clearly. Rogozin's eyes flashed, and a smile of insanity distorted his countenance. His right hand was raised, and something glittered in it. The prince did not think of trying to stop it. All he could remember afterwards was that he seemed to have called out, "Parfin, I won't believe it." Next moment something appeared to burst open before him. A wonderful inner light illuminated his soul. This lasted perhaps half a second, yet he distinctly remembered hearing the beginning of the wail, the strange, dreadful wail, which burst from his lips of its own accord, and which no effort of will on his part could suppress. Next moment, he was absolutely unconscious. Black darkness blotted out everything. He had fallen in an epileptic fit. As is well known, these fits occur instantaneously. The face, especially the eyes, become terribly disfigured. Convulsions seize the limbs. A terrible cry breaks from the sufferer, a whale from which everything human seems to be blotted out, so that it is impossible to believe that the man who has just fallen is the same who emitted the dreadful cry. It seems more as though some other being, inside the stricken one, had cried. Many people have borne witness to this impression, and many cannot behold an epileptic fit without a feeling of mysterious terror and dread. Such a feeling, we must suppose, overtook Rogojin at this moment and saved the prince's life. Not knowing that it was a fit, and seeing his victim disappear head foremost into the darkness, hearing his head strike the stone steps below with a crash, Rogojin rushed downstairs, skirting the body, and flung himself headlong out of the hotel, like a raving madman. The prince's body slipped convulsively down the steps till it rested at the bottom. Very soon, in 5 minutes or so, he was discovered, and a crowd collected around him. A pool of blood on the steps near his head gave rise to grave fears. Was it a case of accident, or had there been a crime? It was, however, soon recognized as a case of epilepsy, and identification and proper measures for restoration followed one another, owing to a fortunate circumstance. Kolya Ivolgin had come back to his hotel about 7 o'clock, owing to a sudden impulse which made him refuse to dine at the Epenshins, and, finding a note from the prince awaiting him, had sped away to the latter's address. Arrived there, he ordered a cup of tea and sat sipping it in the coffee room. While there he heard excited whispers of someone just found at the bottom of the stairs in a fit, upon which he had hurried to the spot with a presentiment of evil, and at once recognized the prince. The sufferer was immediately taken to his room, and though he partially regained consciousness, he lay long in a semi-dazed condition. The doctor stated that there was no danger to be apprehended from the wound on the head, and as soon as the prince could understand what was going on around him, Kolya hired a carriage and took him away to Lebedev's. There he was received with much cordiality, and the departure to the country was hastened on his account. 3 days later they were all at Pavlovsk. Lebedev's country house was not large, but it was pretty and convenient, especially the part which was let to the prince. A row of orange and lemon trees and jasmines, planted in green tubs, stood on the fairly wide terrace. According to Lebedev, these trees gave the house a most delightful aspect. Some were there when he bought it, and he was so charmed with the effect that he promptly added to their number. When the tubs containing these plants arrived at the villa and were set in their places, Lebedev kept running into the street to enjoy the view of the house, and every time he did so, the rent to be demanded from the future tenant went up with a bound. This country villa pleased the prince very much in his state of physical and mental exhaustion. On the day that they left for Pavlovsk, that is the day after his attack, he appeared almost well, though in reality he felt very far from it. The faces of those around him for the last 3 days had made a pleasant impression. He was pleased to see, not only Kolya, who had become his inseparable companion, but Lebedev himself and all the family, except the nephew, who had left the house. He was also glad to receive a visit from General Ivolgin before leaving St. Petersburg. It was getting late when the party arrived at Pavlovsk, but several people called to see the prince and assembled in the veranda. Gania was the first to arrive. He had grown so pale and thin that the prince could hardly recognize him. Then came Varia and Titsin, who were rusticating in the neighborhood. As to General Ivolgin, he scarcely budged from Lebedev's house and seemed to have moved to Pavlovsk with him. Lebedev did his best to keep Ardalian Alexandrovitch by him and to prevent him from invading the prince's quarters. He chatted with him confidentially, so that they might have been taken for old friends. During those 3 days, the prince had noticed that they frequently held long conversations. He often heard their voices raised in argument on deep and learned subjects, which evidently pleased Lebedev. He seemed as if he could not do without the general. But it was not only Ardalian Alexandrovitch whom Lebedev kept out of the prince's way. Since they had come to the villa, he treated his own family the same. Upon the pretext that his tenant needed quiet, he kept him almost in isolation, and Myushkin protested in vain against this excess of zeal. Lebedev stamped his feet at his daughters and drove them away if they attempted to join the prince on the terrace. Not even Vera was accepted. They will lose all respect if they are allowed to be so free and easy. Besides, it is not proper for them, he declared at last, in answer to a direct question from the prince. Why on earth not? Asked the latter. Really, you are making yourself a nuisance by keeping guard over me like this. I get bored all by myself. I have told you so over and over again, and you get on my nerves more than ever by waving your hands and creeping in and out in the mysterious way you do. It was a fact that Lebedev, though he was so anxious to keep everyone else from disturbing the patient, was continually in and out of the prince's room himself. He invariably began by opening the door a crack and peering in to see if the prince was there, or if he had escaped. Then he would creep softly up to the armchair, sometimes making Myushkin jump by his sudden appearance. He always asked if the patient wanted anything, and when the latter replied that he only wanted to be left in peace, he would turn away obediently and make for the door on tiptoe, with deprecatory gestures to imply that he had only just looked in, that he would not speak a word, and would go away and not intrude again, which did not prevent him from reappearing in 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour. Kolya had free access to the prince, at which Lebedev was quite disgusted and indignant. He would listen at the door for half an hour at a time while the two were talking. Kolya found this out and naturally told the prince of his discovery. Do you think yourself my master, that you try to keep me under lock and key like this? Said the prince to Lebedev. In the country, at least, I intend to be free, and you may make up your mind that I mean to see whom I like and go where I please. Why, of course, replied the clerk, gesticulating with his hands. The prince looked him sternly up and down. Well, Lukian Timofeyevich, have you brought the little cupboard that you had at the head of your bed with you here? No, I left it where it was. Impossible. It cannot be moved. You would have to pull the wall down, it is so firmly fixed. Perhaps you have one like it here. I have one that is even better, much better. That is really why I bought this house. What visitor did you turn away from my door about an hour ago? The general. I would not let him in. There is no need for him to visit you, Prince. I have the deepest esteem for him. He is a great man. You don't believe it. Well, you will see, and yet, most excellent Prince, you had much better not receive him. May I ask why? And also why you walk about on tiptoe, and always seem as if you were going to whisper a secret in my ear whenever you come near me. I am vile, I know it, cried Lebedev, beating his breast with a contrite air. But will not the general be too hospitable for you? Too hospitable? Yes. First he proposes to come and live in my house. Well and good, but he sticks at nothing. He immediately makes himself one of the family. We have talked over our respective relations several times and discovered that we are connected by marriage. It seems also that you are a sort of nephew on his mother's side. He was explaining it to me again only yesterday. If you are his nephew, it follows that I must also be a relation of yours, most excellent Prince. Never mind about that, it is only a foible. But just now he assured me that all his life, From the day he was made an ensign to the 11th of last June, he has entertained at least 200 guests at his table every day. Finally, he went so far as to say that they never rose from the table. They dined, supped, and had tea for 15 hours at a stretch. This went on for 30 years without a break. There was barely time to change the tablecloth. Directly one person left, another took his place. On feast days, he entertained as many as 300 guests, and they numbered 700 on the 1000th anniversary of the foundation of the Russian Empire. It amounts to a passion with him. It makes one uneasy to hear of it. It is terrible to have to entertain people who do things on such a scale. That is why I wonder whether such a man is not too hospitable for you and me. But you seem to be on the best of terms with him. Quite fraternal, I look upon it as a joke. Let us be brothers-in-law, it is all the same to me, rather an honor than not. But in spite of the 200 guests and the 1000th anniversary of the Russian Empire, I can see that he is a very remarkable man. I am quite sincere. You said just now that I always looked as if I was going to tell you a secret. You are right. I have a secret to tell you. A certain person has just let me know that she is very anxious for a secret interview with you. Why should it be secret? Not at all. I will call on her myself tomorrow. No, oh no, cried Lebedev, waving his arms. If she is afraid, it is not for the reason you think. By the way, do you know that the monster comes every day to inquire after your health? You call him a monster so often that it makes me suspicious. You must have no suspicions, none whatever, said Lebedev quickly. I only want you to know that the person in question is not afraid of him, but of something quite different. What on earth is she afraid of then? Tell me plainly, without any more beating about the bush, said the prince, exasperated by the other's mysterious grimaces. Ah, that is the secret, said Lebedev with a smile. Whose secret? Yours. You forbade me yourself to mention it before you, most excellent prince, murmured Lebedev. Then, satisfied that he had worked up Muishkin's curiosity to the highest pitch, he added abruptly, She is afraid of Aglaya Ivanovna. The prince frowned for a moment in silence, and then said suddenly, Really, Lebedev, I must leave your house. Where are Gavrila Ardalionovitch and the Titsins? Are they here? Have you chased them away, too? They are coming, and the general as well. I will open all the doors. I will call all my daughters, all of them, this very minute, said Lebedev in a low voice, thoroughly frightened, and waving his hands as he ran from door to door. At that moment, Kolya appeared on the terrace. He announced that Lizabetha Prokofievna and her 3 daughters were close behind him. Moved by this news, Lebedev hurried up to the prince. Shall I call the Titsins and Gavrila Ardalionovitch? Shall I let the general in? He asked. Why not? Let in anyone who wants to see me. I assure you, Lebedev, you have misunderstood my position from the very first. You have been wrong all along. I have not the slightest reason to hide myself from anyone, replied the prince gaily. Seeing him laugh, Lebedev thought fit to laugh also, and though much agitated, his satisfaction was quite visible. Kolya was right. The Epension ladies were only a few steps behind him. As they approached the terrace, other visitors appeared from Lebedev's side of the house, the Titsins, Gania, and Ardalion Alexandrovitch. The Epenshins had only just heard of the prince's illness and of his presence in Pavlovsk from Kolya, and up to this time had been in a state of considerable bewilderment about him. The general brought the prince's card down from town, and Mrs. Epanchin had felt convinced that he himself would follow his card at once. She was much excited. In vain, the girls assured her that a man who had not written for 6 months would not be in such a dreadful hurry, and that probably he had enough to do in town without needing to bustle down to Pavlovsk to see them. Their mother was quite angry at the very idea of such a thing, and announced her absolute conviction that he would turn up the next day at latest. So next day the prince was expected all the morning, and at dinner, tea, and supper. And when he did not appear in the evening, Mrs. Epanchin quarreled with everyone in the house, finding plenty of pretexts without so much as mentioning the prince's name. On the third day there was no talk of him at all, until Aglaia remarked at dinner, "Mamma is cross because the prince hasn't turned up," to which the general replied that it was not his fault. Mrs. Epanchin misunderstood the observation, and rising from her place she left the room in majestic wrath. In the evening, however, Kolya came with the story of the prince's adventures, so far as he knew them. Mrs. Epanchin was triumphant, although Kolya had to listen to a long lecture. "He idles about here the whole day long. One can't get rid of him. And then when he is wanted, he does not come. He might have sent a line if he did not wish to inconvenience himself." At the words, "one can't get rid of him," Kolya was very angry and nearly flew into a rage. But he resolved to be quiet for the time and show his resentment later. If the words had been less offensive, he might have forgiven them. So pleased was he to see Lizaveta Prokofyevna worried and anxious about the prince's illness. She would have insisted on sending to Petersburg at once for a certain great medical celebrity, but her daughters dissuaded her, though they were not willing to stay behind, when she at once prepared to go and visit the invalid. Aglaia, however, suggested that it was a little unceremonious to go en masse to see him. "Very well then, stay at home," said Mrs. Epanchin, "and a good thing too, for Evgeny Pavlovitch is coming down and there will be no one at home to receive him." Of course, after this, Aglaia went with the rest. In fact, she had never had the slightest intention of doing otherwise. Prince S., who was in the house, was requested to escort the ladies. He had been much interested when he first heard of the prince from the Epanchins. It appeared that they had known one another before, and had spent some time together in a little provincial town 3 months ago. Prince S. had greatly taken to him, and was delighted with the opportunity of meeting him again. The general had not come down from town as yet, nor had Evgeny Pavlovitch arrived. It was not more than 200 or 300 yards from the Epanchin's house to Lebedev's. The first disagreeable impression experienced by Mrs. Epanchin was to find the prince surrounded by a whole assembly of other guests, not to mention the fact that some of those present were particularly detestable in her eyes. The next annoying circumstance was when an apparently strong and healthy young fellow, well-dressed and smiling, came forward to meet her on the terrace, instead of the half-dying unfortunate whom she had expected to see. She was astonished and vexed, and her disappointment pleased Kolya immensely. Of course, he could have undeceived her before she started, but the mischievous boy had been careful not to do that, foreseeing the probably laughable disgust that she would experience when she found her dear friend, the prince, in good health. Kolya was indelicate enough to voice the delight he felt at his success in managing to annoy Lizaveta Prokofyevna, with whom, in spite of their really amicable relations, he was constantly sparring. "Just wait a while, my boy," said she. "Don't be too certain of your triumph." And she sat down heavily in the armchair pushed forward by the prince. Lebedev, Titsin, and General Ivolgin hastened to find chairs for the young ladies. Varya greeted them joyfully, and they exchanged confidences in ecstatic whispers. "I must admit, Prince, I was a little put out to see you up and about like this. I expected to find you in bed. But I give you my word, I was only annoyed for an instant before I collected my thoughts properly. I'm always wiser on second thoughts, and I dare say you are the same. I assure you I am as glad to see you well as though you were my own son. Yes, and more. And if you don't believe me, the more shame to you, and it's not my fault. But that spiteful boy delights in playing all sorts of tricks. You are his patron. It seemeth well. I warn you that one fine morning I shall deprive myself of the pleasure of his further acquaintance." "What have I done wrong now?" cried Kolya. "What was the good of telling you that the prince was nearly well again? You would not have believed me. It was so much more interesting to picture him on his deathbed." "How long do you remain here, Prince?" asked Madame Epanchin. "All the summer, and perhaps longer." "You are alone, aren't you? Not married?" "No, I'm not married," replied the prince, smiling at the ingenuousness of this little feeler. "Oh, you needn't laugh. These things do happen, you know. Now then, why didn't you come to us? We have a wing quite empty. But just as you like, of course. Do you lease it from him? This fellow, I mean," she added, nodding towards Lebedev. "And why does he always wriggle so?" At that moment Vera, carrying the baby in her arms as usual, came out of the house, onto the terrace. Lebedev kept fidgeting among the chairs, and did not seem to know what to do with himself, though he had no intention of going away. He no sooner caught sight of his daughter than he rushed in her direction, waving his arms to keep her away. He even forgot himself so far as to stamp his foot. "Is he mad?" asked Madame Epanchin suddenly. "No, Perhaps he is drunk. Your company is rather peculiar," she added, with a glance at the other guests. "But what a pretty girl. Who is she?" "That is Lebedev's daughter, Vera Lukianovna." "Indeed. She looks very sweet. I should like to make her acquaintance." The words were hardly out of her mouth when Lebedev dragged Vera forward in order to present her. "Orphans, poor orphans," he began in a pathetic voice. "The child she carries is an orphan, too. She is Vera's sister, my daughter Lubov. The day this babe was born, 6 weeks ago, my wife died by the will of God Almighty. Yes, Vera takes her mother's place, though she is but her sister. Nothing more, nothing more. And you are nothing more than a fool, if you'll excuse me." Well, you know that yourself, I expect," said the lady indignantly. Lebedev bowed low. "It is the truth," he replied with extreme respect. "Oh, Mr. Lebedev, I am told you lecture on the apocalypse. Is it true?" asked Aglaya. "Yes, that is so, for the last 15 years. I have heard of you, and I think read of you in the newspapers." "No, that was another commentator whom the papers named. He is dead, however, and I have taken his place," said the other, much delighted. "We are neighbors, so will you be so kind as to come over one day and explain the apocalypse to me?" said Aglaya. "I do not understand it in the least." "Allow me to warn you," interposed General Ivolgin, "that he is the greatest charlatan on earth." He had taken the chair next to the girl and was impatient to begin talking. "No doubt there are pleasures and amusements peculiar to the country," he continued, "and to listen to a pretended student holding forth on the book of the Revelations may be as good as any other. It may even be original. But you seem to be looking at me with some surprise. May I introduce myself? General Ivolgin. I carried you in my arms as a baby." "Delighted, I'm sure," said Aglaya. "I am acquainted with Varvara Ardalionovna and Nina Alexandrovna. She was trying hard to restrain herself from laughing. Mrs. Epenshyn flushed up. Some accumulation of spleen in her suddenly needed an outlet. She could not bear this General Ivolgin whom she had once known, long ago, in society. "You are deviating from the truth, sir, as usual," she remarked, boiling over with indignation. "You never carried her in your life." "You have forgotten, mother," said Aglaia suddenly. "He really did carry me about, in Tiver, you know. I was 6 years old, I remember. He made me a bow and arrow, and I shot a pigeon. Don't you remember shooting a pigeon, you and I, one day?" "Yes, and he made me a cardboard helmet and a little wooden sword. I remember," said Adelaida. "Yes, I remember too," said Alexandra. "You quarreled about the wounded pigeon, and Adelaida was put in the corner and stood there with her helmet and sword and all." The poor general had merely made the remark about having carried Aglaia in his arms, because he always did so begin a conversation with young people. But it happened that this time he had really hit upon the truth, though he had himself entirely forgotten the fact. But when Adelaida and Aglaia recalled the episode of the pigeon, his mind became filled with memories, and it is impossible to describe how this poor old man, usually half drunk, was moved by the recollection. I remember it all," he cried. "I was captain then. You were such a lovely little thing, Nina Alexandrovna. Gania, listen. I was received then by General Epenshyn." "Yes, and look what you have come to now," interrupted Mrs. Epenshyn. "However, I see you have not quite drunk your better feelings away, but you've broken your wife's heart, sir, and instead of looking after your children, you have spent your time in public houses and debtors' prisons. Go away, my friend, stand in some corner and weep, and bemoan your fallen dignity, and perhaps God will forgive you yet. Go, go, I'm serious. There's nothing so favorable for repentance as to think of the past with feelings of remorse." There was no need to repeat that she was serious. The general, like all drunkards, was extremely emotional and easily touched by recollections of his better days. He rose and walked quietly to the door, so meekly that Mrs. Epanshyn was instantly sorry for him. "Ardalion Alexandrovitch," she cried after him, "wait a moment, we are all sinners. When you feel that your conscience reproaches you a little less, come over to me and we'll have a talk about the past. I dare say I am 50 times more of a sinner than you are. And now go, goodbye, you had better not stay here," she added in alarm as he turned as though to come back. "Don't go after him just now, Kolya, or he'll be vexed, and the benefit of this moment will be lost," said the prince as the boy was hurrying out of the room. "Quite true. Much better to go in half an hour or so," said Mrs. Epenshyn. "That's what comes of telling the truth for once in one's life," said Lebedeff. It reduced him to tears. Come, the less you say about it the better, to judge from all I have heard about you," replied Mrs. Epenshyn. The prince took the first opportunity of informing the Epenshyn ladies that he had intended to pay them a visit that day, if they had not themselves come this afternoon, and Lizabetha Prokofyevna replied that she hoped he would still do so. By this time, some of the visitors had disappeared. Hitzen had tactfully retreated to Lebedeff's wing, and Gania soon followed him. The latter had behaved modestly, but with dignity, on this occasion of his first meeting with the Epenshins since the rupture. Twice, Mrs. Epenshyn had deliberately examined him from head to foot, but he had stood fire without flinching. He was certainly much changed, as anyone could see who had not met him for some time, and this fact seemed to afford Aglaia a good deal of satisfaction. "That was Gavrila Ardalionovitch, who just went out, wasn't it?" she asked suddenly, interrupting somebody else's conversation to make the remark. "Yes, it was," said the prince. "I hardly knew him. He is much changed, and for the better." "I am very glad," said the prince. "He has been very ill," added Varia. "How has he changed for the better?" asked Mrs. Epanchin. "I don't see any change for the better. What's better in him? Where did you get that idea from? What's better?" "There's nothing better than the poor knight," said Kolya, who was standing near the last speaker's chair. "I quite agree with you there," said Prince S., laughing. "So do I," said Adelaida solemnly. "What poor knight?" asked Mrs. Epanchin, looking round at the face of each of the speakers in turn. Seeing, however, that Aglaia was blushing, she added angrily, "What nonsense you are all talking. What do you mean by poor knight? It's not the first time this urchin, your favorite, has shown his impudence by twisting other people's words," said Aglaia haughtily. Every time that Aglaia showed temper, and this was very often, there was so much childish pouting, such school-girlishness, as it were, in her apparent wrath, that it was impossible to avoid smiling at her, to her own unutterable indignation. On these occasions she would say, "How dare they laugh at me?" This time everyone laughed at her, her sisters, Prince S., Prince Muishkin, though he himself had flushed for some reason, and Kolya. Aglaia was dreadfully indignant and looked twice as pretty in her wrath. "He's always twisting round what one says," she cried. "I am only repeating your own exclamation," said Kolya. "A month ago you were turning over the pages of your Don Quixote, and suddenly called out there is nothing better than the poor knight. I don't know whom you were referring to, of course, whether to Don Quixote or Evgeny Pavlovitch or someone else, but you certainly said these words, and afterwards there was a long conversation. You are inclined to go a little too far, my good boy, with your guesses," said Mrs. Epanchin, with some show of annoyance. "But it's not I alone," cried Kolya. "They all talked about it, and they do still. Why, just now Prince S. and Adelaida Ivanovna declared that they upheld the poor knight, so evidently there does exist a poor knight, and if it were not for Adelaida Ivanovna, we should have known long ago who the poor knight was." "Why, how am I to blame?" asked Adelaida, smiling. "You wouldn't draw his portrait for us, that's why you are to blame. Aglaia Ivanovna asked you to draw his portrait and gave you the whole subject of the picture. She invented it herself, and you wouldn't. What was I to draw, according to the lines she quoted? From his face he never lifted. That eternal mask of steel. What sort of a face was I to draw? I couldn't draw a mask. I don't know what you are driving at. What mask do you mean?" said Mrs. Epanchin, irritably. She began to see pretty clearly, though, what it meant, and whom they referred to by the generally accepted title of poor knight. But what specially annoyed her was that the prince was looking so uncomfortable and blushing like a 10-year-old child. "Well, have you finished your silly joke?" she added. "And am I to be told what this poor knight means, or is it a solemn secret which cannot be approached lightly?" But they all laughed on. "It's simply that there is a Russian poem," began Prince S., evidently anxious to change the conversation. "A strange thing, without beginning or end, and all about a poor knight. A month or so ago, we were all talking and laughing, and looking up a subject for one of Adelaida's pictures. You know it is the principal business of this family to find subjects for Adelaida's pictures. Well, we happened upon this poor knight. I don't remember who thought of it first." "Oh, Aglaia Ivanovna did," said Kolya. "Very likely, I don't recollect," continued Prince S. "Some of us laughed at the subject, Some liked it, but she declared that, in order to make a picture of the gentleman, she must first see his face. We then began to think over all our friends' faces to see if any of them would do, and none suited us, and so the matter stood. That's all. I don't know why Nikolai Ardalionovich has brought up the joke now. What was appropriate and funny then has quite lost all interest by this time. Probably there's some new silliness about it, said Mrs. Epanchin sarcastically. There is no silliness about it at all. Only the profoundest respect, said Aglaia very seriously. She had quite recovered her temper. In fact, from certain signs, it was fair to conclude that she was delighted to see this joke going so far, and a careful observer might have remarked that her satisfaction dated from the moment when the fact of the prince's confusion became apparent to all. Profoundest respect. What nonsense. First, insane giggling, and then, all of a sudden, a display of profoundest respect. Why respect? Tell me at once, why have you suddenly developed this profound respect, eh? Because, replied Aglaia gravely, in the poem the knight is described as a man capable of living up to an ideal all his life. That sort of thing is not to be found every day among the men of our times. In the poem it is not stated exactly what the ideal was, but it was evidently some vision, some revelation of pure beauty, and the knight wore round his neck, instead of a scarf, a rosary. A device, A-N-B, the meaning of which is not explained, was inscribed on his shield. No, A-N-D, corrected Kolya. I say A-N-B, and so it shall be, cried Aglaia irritably. Anyway, the poor knight did not care what his lady was or what she did. He had chosen his ideal, and he was bound to serve her and break lances for her, and acknowledge her as the ideal of pure beauty, whatever she might say or do afterwards. If she had taken to stealing, he would have championed her just the same. I think the poet desired to embody in this one, picture the whole spirit of medieval chivalry, and the platonic love of a pure and high-souled knight. Of course, it's all an ideal, and in the poor knight that spirit reached the utmost limit of asceticism. He is a Don Quixote, only serious and not comical. I used not to understand him and laughed at him, but now I love the poor knight and respect his actions. So ended Aglaia, and to look at her, it was difficult indeed to judge whether she was joking or in earnest. Pooh, he was a fool, and his actions were the actions of a fool, said Mrs. Epanchin. And as for you, young woman, you ought to know better. At all events, you are not to talk like that again. What poem is it? Recite it. I want to hear this poem. I have hated poetry all my life. Prince, you must excuse this nonsense. We neither of us like this sort of thing. Be patient. They certainly were put out, both of them. The prince tried to say something, but he was too confused and could not get his words out. Aglaia, who had taken such liberties in her little speech, was the only person present, perhaps, who was not in the least embarrassed. She seemed, in fact, quite pleased. She now rose solemnly from her seat, walked to the center of the terrace, and stood in front of the prince's chair. All looked on with some surprise, and Princess, and her sisters with feelings of decided alarm, to see what new frolic she was up to. It had gone quite far enough already, they thought. But Aglaia evidently thoroughly enjoyed the affectation and ceremony with which she was introducing her recitation of the poem. Mrs. Epanchin was just wondering whether she would not forbid the performance after all, when, at the very moment that Aglaia commenced her declamation, two new guests, both talking loudly, entered from the street. The new arrivals were General Epanchin and a young man. Their entrance caused some slight commotion. The young fellow accompanying the general was about 28, tall and well-built, with a handsome and clever face and bright black eyes, full of fun and intelligence. Aglaia did not so much as glance at the new arrivals, but went on with her recitation, gazing at the prince the while in an affected manner, and at him alone. It was clear to him that she was doing all this with some special object, but the new guests at least somewhat eased his strained and uncomfortable position. Seeing them approaching, he rose from his chair, and nodding amicably to the general, signed to him not to interrupt the recitation. He then got behind his chair, and stood there with his left hand resting on the back of it. Thanks to this change of position, he was able to listen to the ballad with far less embarrassment than before. Mrs. Epenshyn had also twice motioned to the new arrivals to be quiet, and stay where they were. The prince was much interested in the young man who had just entered. He easily concluded that this was Evgeny Pavlovich Radomsky, of whom he had already heard mentioned several times. He was puzzled, however, by the young man's plain clothes, for he had always heard of Evgeny Pavlovich as a military man. An ironical smile played on Evgeny's lips all the while the recitation was proceeding, which showed that he, too, was probably in the secret of the poor night joke. But it had become quite a different matter with Aglaia. All the affectation of manner which she had displayed at the beginning disappeared as the ballad proceeded. She spoke the lines in so serious and exalted a manner, and with so much taste, that she even seemed to justify the exaggerated solemnity with which she had stepped forward. It was impossible to discern in her now anything but a deep feeling for the spirit of the poem which she had undertaken to interpret. Her eyes were aglow with inspiration, and a slight tremor of rapture passed over her lovely features once or twice. She continued to recite. Once there came a vision glorious, mystic, dreadful, wondrous, fair, burned itself into his spirit, and abode forever there. Nevermore, from that sweet moment, gazed he on womankind. He was dumb to love and wooing, and to all their graces blind. Full of love for that sweet vision, brave and pure he took the field. With his blood he stained the letters. Then P.B. upon his shield. Lumen Caeli, Sancta Rosa. Shouting on the foe he fell, and like thunder rang his war cry o'er the cowering infidel. Then within his distant castle, home returned, he dreamed his days. Silent, sad, and when death took him, he was mad, the legend says. When recalling all this afterwards, the prince could not for the life of him understand how to reconcile the beautiful, sincere, pure nature of the girl with the irony of this jest. That it was a jest there was no doubt whatever. He knew that well enough, and had good reason, too, for his conviction. For during her recitation of the ballad Aglaia had deliberately changed the letters A-N-B into N-P-B. He was quite sure she had not done this by accident, and that his ears had not deceived him. At all events her performance, which was a joke, of course, if rather a crude one, was premeditated. They had evidently talked and laughed over the poor night for more than a month. Yet Aglaia had brought out these letters N, P, B, not only without the slightest appearance of irony, or even any particular accentuation, but with so even and unbroken an appearance of seriousness that assuredly anyone might have supposed that these initials were the original ones written in the ballad. The thing made an uncomfortable impression upon the prince. Of course, Mrs. Epenshyn saw nothing either in the change of initials or in the insinuation embodied therein. General Epenshyn only knew that there was a recitation of verses going on, and took no further interest in the matter. Of the rest of the audience, many had understood the allusion and wondered both at the daring of the lady and at the motive underlying it, but tried to show no sign of their feelings. But Evgeny Pavlovitch, as the prince was ready to wager, both comprehended and tried his best to show that he comprehended. His smile was too mocking to leave any doubt on that point. "How beautiful that is!" cried Mrs. Epanchin with sincere admiration. "Whose is it?" "Pushkin's, Mama, of course. Don't disgrace us all by showing your ignorance," said Adelaida. "As soon as we reach home, give it to me to read. I don't think we have a copy of Pushkin in the house. There are a couple of torn volumes somewhere. They have been lying about from time immemorial," added Alexandra. "Send Fyodor or Alexei up by the very first train to buy a copy, then. Aglaya, come here. Kiss me, dear, you recited beautifully. But," she added in a whisper, "if you were sincere, I am sorry for you. If it was a joke, I do not approve of the feelings which prompted you to do it, and in any case you would have done far better not to recite it at all. Do you understand? Now come along, young woman, we've sat here too long. I'll speak to you about this another time." Meanwhile, the prince took the opportunity of greeting General Epanchin, and the general introduced Evgeny Pavlovitch to him. "I caught him up on the way to your house," explained the general. "He had heard that we were all here." "Yes, and I heard that you were here, too," added Evgeny Pavlovitch. "And since I had long promised myself the pleasure of seeking not only your acquaintance but your friendship, I did not wish to waste time, but came straight on. I am sorry to hear that you are unwell." "Oh, but I'm quite well now, thank you, and very glad to make your acquaintance. Prince S. has often spoken to me about you," said Myushkin, and for an instant the two men looked intently into one another's eyes. The prince remarked that Evgeny Pavlovitch's plain clothes had evidently made a great impression upon the company present, so much so that all other interests seemed to be effaced before this surprising fact. His change of dress was evidently a matter of some importance. Adelaida and Alexandra poured out a stream of questions. Prince S., a relative of the young man, appeared annoyed, and Ivan Fedorovitch quite excited. Aglaya alone was not interested. She merely looked closely at Evgeny for a minute, curious perhaps as to whether civil or military clothes became him best, then turned away and paid no more attention to him or his costume. Lizaveta Prokofievna asked no questions, but it was clear that she was uneasy, and the prince fancied that Evgeny was not in her good graces. "He has astonished me," said Ivan Fedorovitch. "I nearly fell down with surprise. I could hardly believe my eyes when I met him in Petersburg just now. Why this haste? That's what I want to know. He has always said himself that there is no need to break windows." Evgeny Pavlovitch remarked here that he had spoken of his intention of leaving the service long ago. He had, however, always made more or less of a joke about it, so no one had taken him seriously. For that matter, he joked about everything, and his friends never knew what to believe, especially if he did not wish them to understand him. "I have only retired for a time," said he, laughing. "For a few months, at most for a year. But there is no necessity for you to retire at all," complained the general, "as far as I know. I want to go and look after my country estates. You advised me to do that yourself," was the reply. "And then I wish to go abroad." After a few more expostulations, the conversation drifted into other channels, but the prince, who had been an attentive listener, thought all this excitement about so small a matter very curious. "There must be more in it than appears," he said to himself. "I see the poor knight has come on the scene again," said Evgeny Pavlovitch, stepping to Aglaya's side. To the amazement of the prince, who overheard the remark, Aglaya looked haughtily and inquiringly at the questioner, as though she would give him to know, once for all, that there could be no talk between them about the poor knight, and that she did not understand his question. But not now. It is too late to send to town for a pushkin now. It is much too late, I say. Kolya was exclaiming in a loud voice. I have told you so at least 100 times. Yes, it is really much too late to send to town now, said Evgeny Pavlovitch, who had escaped from Aglaya as rapidly as possible. I am sure the shops are shut in Petersburg. It is past 8 o'clock, he added, looking at his watch. We have done without him so far, interrupted Adelaida in her turn. Surely we can wait until tomorrow. Besides, said Kolya, it is quite unusual, almost improper, for people in our position to take any interest in literature. Ask Evgeny Pavlovitch if I am not right. It is much more fashionable to drive a wagonette with red wheels. You got that from some magazine, Kolya, remarked Adelaida. He gets most of his conversation in that way, laughed Evgeny Pavlovitch. He borrows whole phrases from the reviews. I have long had the pleasure of knowing both Nikolai Ardalionovitch and his conversational methods, but this time he was not repeating something he had read. He was alluding, no doubt, to my yellow wagonette, which has or had red wheels. But I have exchanged it, so you are rather behind the times, Kolya. The prince had been listening attentively to Radomski's words, and thought his manner very pleasant. When Kolya chaffed him about his wagonette, he had replied with perfect equality and in a friendly fashion. This pleased Muishkin. At this moment Vera came up to Lizaveta Prokofyevna, carrying several large and beautifully bound books, apparently quite new. What is it? Demanded the lady. This is Pushkin, replied the girl. Papa told me to offer it to you. What? Impossible, exclaimed Mrs. Epanchin. Not as a present, not as a present. I should not have taken the liberty, said Lebedev, appearing suddenly from behind his daughter. It is our own Pushkin, our family copy, Annenkoff's edition. It could not be bought now. I beg to suggest, with great respect, that your Excellency should buy it, and thus quench the noble literary thirst which is consuming you at this moment, he concluded grandiloquently. Oh, if you will sell it, very good, and thank you. You shall not be a loser. But for goodness' sake, don't twist about like that, sir. I have heard of you. They tell me you are a very learned person. We must have a talk one of these days. You will bring me the books yourself. With the greatest respect. And veneration, replied Lebedev, making extraordinary grimaces. Well, bring them, with or without respect, provided always you do not drop them on the way. But on the condition, went on the lady, looking full at him, that you do not cross my threshold. I do not intend to receive you today. You may send your daughter Vera at once, if you like. I am much pleased with her. Why don't you tell him about them? Said Vera impatiently to her father. They will come in whether you announce them or not, and they are beginning to make a row. Lef Nikolaevich, she addressed herself to the prince. 4 men are here asking for you. They have waited some time and are beginning to make a fuss, and Papa will not bring them in. Who are these people? Said the prince. They say that they have come on business, and they are the kind of men who, if you do not see them here, will follow you about the street. It would be better to receive them, and then you will get rid of them. Gavrila Ardalionovitch and Titsin are both there, trying to make them hear reason. Pavlishev's son, it is not worth while, cried Lebedev. There is no necessity to see them, and it would be most unpleasant for your Excellency. They do not deserve. What, Pavlishev's son? Cried the prince, much perturbed. I know, but I entrusted this matter to Gavrila Ardalionovitch, he told me. At that moment, Gania, accompanied by Titsin, came out to the terrace. From an adjoining room came a noise of angry voices, and General Ivolgin, in loud tones, seemed to be trying to shout them down. Collier rushed off at once to investigate the cause of the uproar. "This is most interesting," observed Evgeny Pavlovitch. "I expect he knows all about it," thought the prince. What, the son of Pavlishev? And who may this son of Pavlishev be? Asked General Epanchin with surprise, and looking curiously around him, he discovered that he alone had no clue to the mystery. Expectation and suspense were on every face, with the exception of that of the prince, who stood gravely wondering how an affair so entirely personal could have awakened such lively and widespread interest in so short a time. Aglaia went up to him with a peculiarly serious look. "It will be well," she said, "if you put an end to this affair yourself at once, but you must allow us to be your witnesses. They want to throw mud at you, Prince, and you must be triumphantly vindicated. I give you joy beforehand." "And I also wish for justice to be done once for all," cried Madame Epanchin, "about this impudent claim. Deal with them promptly, Prince, and don't spare them. I am sick of hearing about the affair and many a quarrel I have had in your cause. But I confess I am anxious to see what happens, so do make them come out here and we will remain. You have heard people talking about it, no doubt," she added, turning to Prince S. "Of course," said he. "I have heard it spoken about at your house, and I am anxious to see these young men. They are nihilists, are they not?" "No, they are not nihilists," explained Lebedev, who seemed much excited. "This is another lot, a special group. According to my nephew, they are more advanced even than the nihilists. You are quite wrong, Excellency, if you think that your presence will intimidate them. Nothing intimidates them. Educated men, learned men even, are to be found among nihilists. These go further, in that they are men of action. The movement is, properly speaking, a derivative from nihilism, though they are only known indirectly, and by hearsay, for they never advertise their doings in the papers. They go straight to the point. For them, it is not a question of showing that Pushkin is stupid, or that Russia must be torn in pieces. No, but if they have a great desire for anything, they believe they have a right to get it even at the cost of the lives, say, of 8 persons. They are checked by no obstacles. In fact, Prince, I should not advise you." But Muishkin had risen, and was on his way to open the door for his visitors. "You are slandering them, Lebedev," said he, smiling. "You are always thinking about your nephew's conduct. Don't believe him, Lizabetha Prokofyevna. I can assure you Gorsky and Danilov are exceptions, and that these are only mistaken. However, I do not care about receiving them here in public. Excuse me, Lizabetha Prokofyevna. They are coming, and you can see them, and then I will take them away. Please come in, gentlemen." Another thought tormented him. He wondered, was this an arranged business, arranged to happen when he had guests in his house, and in anticipation of his humiliation rather than of his triumph. But he reproached himself bitterly for such a thought, and felt as if he should die of shame if it were discovered. When his new visitors appeared, he was quite ready to believe himself infinitely less to be respected than any of them. 4 persons entered, led by General Ivolgin, in a state of great excitement, and talking eloquently. "He is for me, undoubtedly," thought the prince with a smile. Kolya also had joined the party, and was talking with animation to Hippolyte, who listened with a jeering smile on his lips. The prince begged the visitors to sit down. They were all so young that it made the proceedings seem even more extraordinary. Ivan Fedorovitch, who really understood nothing of what was going on, felt indignant at the sight of these youths, and would have interfered in some way had it not been for the extreme interest shown by his wife in the affair. He therefore remained, partly through curiosity, partly through good nature, hoping that his presence might be of some use. But the bow with which General Ivolgin greeted him irritated him anew. He frowned and decided to be absolutely silent. As to the rest, one was a man of 30, the retired officer, now a boxer who had been with Rogojin, and in his happier days had given 15 rubles at a time to beggars. Evidently he had joined the others as a comrade to give them moral, and if necessary material, support. The man who had been spoken of as Pavlishev's son, although he gave the name of Antip Burdovsky, was about 22 years of age, fair, thin, and rather tall. He was remarkable for the poverty, not to say uncleanliness, of his personal appearance. The sleeves of his overcoat were greasy. His dirty waistcoat, buttoned up to his neck, showed not a trace of linen. A filthy black silk scarf, twisted till it resembled a cord, was round his neck, and his hands were unwashed. He looked round with an air of insolent effrontery. His face, covered with pimples, was neither thoughtful nor even contemptuous. It wore an expression of complacent satisfaction in demanding his rights, and in being an aggrieved party. His voice trembled, and he spoke so fast, and with such stammerings that he might have been taken for a foreigner, though the purest Russian blood ran in his veins. Lebedev's nephew, whom the reader has seen already, accompanied him, and also the youth named Hippolyte Tarantif. The latter was only 17 or 18. He had an intelligent face, though it was usually irritated and fretful in expression. His skeleton-like figure, his ghastly complexion, the brightness of his eyes, and the red spots of color on his cheeks, betrayed the victim of consumption to the most casual glance. He coughed persistently and panted for breath. It looked as though he had but a few weeks more to live. He was nearly dead with fatigue and fell rather than sat into a chair. The rest bowed as they came in, and being more or less abashed, put on an air of extreme self-assurance. In short, their attitude was not that which one would have expected in men who profess to despise all trivialities, all foolish, mundane conventions, and indeed everything, except their own personal interests. Antip Burdovsky, stuttered the son of Pavlishev. Vladimir Doktorenko, said Lebedev's nephew briskly, and with a certain pride, as if he boasted of his name. Keller, murmured the retired officer. Hippolyte Tarantif, cried the last named in a shrill voice. They sat now in a row facing the prince, and frowned and played with their caps. All appeared ready to speak, and yet all were silent. The defiant expression on their faces seemed to say, "No, sir, you don't take us in." It could be felt that the first word spoken by anyone present would bring a torrent of speech from the whole deputation. "8. I did not expect you, gentlemen," began the prince. "I have been ill until today. A month ago," he continued, addressing himself to Antip Burdovsky, "I put your business into Gavrila Ardalionovitch Ivolgin's hands, as I told you then. I do not in the least object to having a personal interview, but you will agree with me that this is hardly the time. I propose that we go into another room if you will not keep me long. As you see, I have friends here, and believe me—" "Friends as many as you please, but allow me," interrupted the harsh voice of Lebedev's nephew. "Allow me to tell you that you might have treated us rather more politely, and not have kept us waiting at least 2 hours. No doubt, and is that acting like a prince, and you may be a general, but I am not your valet, and I, stammered Antip Burdovsky. He was extremely excited. His lips trembled, and the resentment of an embittered soul was in his voice. But he spoke so indistinctly that hardly a dozen words could be gathered. It was a princely action, sneered Hippolyte. If anyone had treated me so, grumbled the boxer. I mean to say that if I had been in Burdovsky's place, Gentlemen, I did not know you were there. I have only just been informed, I assure you, repeated Muishkin. We are not afraid of your friends, Prince, remarked Lebedev's nephew, for we are within our rights. The shrill tones of Hippolyte interrupted him. What right have you? By what right do you demand us to submit this matter about Burdovsky? To the judgment of your friends? We know only too well what the judgment of your friends will be. This beginning gave promise of a stormy discussion. The prince was much discouraged, but at last he managed to make himself heard amid the vociferations of his excited visitors. If you, he said, addressing Burdovsky, if you prefer not to speak here, I offer again to go into another room with you. And as to your waiting to see me, I repeat that I only this instant heard. Well, you have no right no right at all. Your friends indeed, gabbled Burdovsky, defiantly examining the faces round him and becoming more and more excited. You have no right. As he ended thus abruptly, he leant forward, staring at the prince with his short-sighted, bloodshot eyes. The latter was so astonished that he did not reply, but looked steadily at him in return. Lef Nikolaevich, interposed Madame Epanchin, suddenly, read this at once, this very moment. It is about this business. She held out a weekly comic paper, pointing to an article on one of its pages. Just as the visitors were coming in, Lebedev, wishing to ingratiate himself with the great lady, had pulled this paper from his pocket and presented it to her, indicating a few columns marked in pencil. Lizaveta Prokofyevna had had time to read some of it and was greatly upset. Would it not be better to peruse it alone? Later, asked the prince nervously. No, read it. Read it at once directly, and aloud, cried she, calling Kolya to her and giving him the journal. Read it aloud so that everyone may hear it. An impetuous woman, Lizaveta Prokofyevna sometimes weighed her anchors and put out to sea quite regardless of the possible storms she might encounter. Ivan Fedorovitch felt a sudden pang of alarm, but the others were merely curious and somewhat surprised. Kolya unfolded the paper and began to read in his clear, high-pitched voice the following article: Proletarians and Scions of Nobility. An episode of the brigandage of today and every day. Progress, reform, justice. Strange things are going on in our so-called Holy Russia in this age of reform and great enterprises. This age of patriotism in which hundreds of millions are yearly sent abroad, in which industry is encouraged and the hands of labor paralyzed, etc. There is no end to this, gentlemen, so let us come to the point. A strange thing has happened to a scion of our defunct aristocracy. De profundis. The grandfathers of these scions ruined themselves at the gaming tables. Their fathers were forced to serve as officers or subalterns. Some have died just as they were about to be tried for innocent thoughtlessness in the handling of public funds. Their children are sometimes congenital idiots, like the hero of our story. Sometimes they are found in the dock at the assizes, where they are generally acquitted by the jury for edifying motives. Sometimes they distinguish themselves by one of those burning scandals that amaze the public and add another blot to the stained record of our age. 6 months ago, that is, last winter, this particular scion returned to Russia, wearing gaiters like a foreigner and shivering with cold in an old scantily lined cloak. He had come from Switzerland, where he had just undergone a successful course of treatment for idiocy, sick. Certainly, fortune favored him, for, apart from the interesting malady of which he was cured in Switzerland, can there be a cure for idiocy? His story proves the truth of the Russian proverb that happiness is the right of certain classes. Judge for yourselves. Our subject was an infant in arms when he lost his father, an officer who died just as he was about to be court-martialed for gambling away the funds of his company, and perhaps also for flogging a subordinate to excess. Remember the good old days, gentlemen. The orphan was brought up by the charity of a very rich Russian landowner. In the good old days, this man, whom we will call P, owned 4,000 souls as serfs. Souls as serfs. Can you understand such an expression, gentlemen? I cannot. It must be looked up in a dictionary before one can understand it. These things of a bygone day are already unintelligible to us. He appears to have been one of those Russian parasites who lead an idle existence abroad, spending the summer at some spa, and the winter in Paris, to the greater profit of the organizers of public balls. It may safely be said that the manager of the Chateau des Fleurs, lucky man, pocketed at least a third of the money paid by Russian peasants to their lords in the days of serfdom. However this may be, the gay P brought up the orphan like a prince, provided him with tutors and governesses, pretty of course, whom he chose himself in Paris. But the little aristocrat, the last of his noble race, was an idiot. The governesses, recruited at the Chateau des Fleurs, labored in vain. At 20 years of age, their pupil could not speak in any language, not even Russian. But ignorance of the latter was still excusable. At last P was seized with a strange notion. He imagined that in Switzerland they could change an idiot into a man of sense. After all, the idea was quite logical. A parasite and landowner naturally supposed that intelligence was a marketable commodity like everything else, and that in Switzerland especially it could be bought for money. The case was entrusted to a celebrated Swiss professor and cost thousands of rubles. The treatment lasted 5 years. Needless to say, the idiot did not become intelligent, but it is alleged that he grew into something more or less resembling a man. At this stage P died suddenly, and, as usual, he had made no will and left his affairs in disorder. A crowd of eager claimants arose, who cared nothing about any last scion of a noble race undergoing treatment in Switzerland, at the expense of the deceased, as a congenital idiot. Idiot though he was, the noble scion tried to cheat his professor, and they say he succeeded in getting him to continue the treatment gratis for 2 years, by concealing the death of his benefactor. But the professor himself was a charlatan. Getting anxious at last when no money was forthcoming, and alarmed above all by his patient's appetite, he presented him with a pair of old gaiters and a shabby cloak, and packed him off to Russia, 3rd class. It would seem that fortune had turned her back upon our hero. Not at all. Fortune, who lets whole populations die of hunger, showered all her gifts at once upon the little aristocrat, like Krylov's cloud, which passes over an arid plain and empties itself into the sea. He had scarcely arrived in St. Petersburg when a relation of his mother's, who was of bourgeois origin, of course, died at Moscow. He was a merchant, an old believer, and he had no children. He left a fortune of several millions in good current coin, and everything came to our noble scion, our gaitered baron, formerly treated for idiocy in a Swiss lunatic asylum. Instantly the scene changed. Crowds of friends gathered round our baron, who meanwhile had lost his head over a celebrated demi-mondaine. He even discovered some relations. Moreover, a number of young girls of high birth burned to be united to him in lawful matrimony. Could anyone possibly imagine a better match? Aristocrat, millionaire, and idiot, he has every advantage. One might hunt in vain for his equal, even with the lantern of Diogenes. His like is not to be had, even by getting it made to order. "Oh, I don't know what this means," cried Ivan Fedorovitch, transported with indignation. "Leave off, Kolya," begged the prince. Exclamations arose on all sides. "Let him go on reading at all costs," ordered Lizabetha Prokofyevna, evidently preserving her composure by a desperate effort. "Prince, if the reading is stopped, you and I will quarrel." Kolya had no choice but to obey. With crimson cheeks he read on unsteadily. But while our young millionaire dwelt, as it were, in the Empyrean, something new occurred. One fine morning a man called upon him, calm and severe of aspect, distinguished but plainly dressed. Politely, but in dignified terms, as befitted his errand, he briefly explained the motive for his visit. He was a lawyer of enlightened views. His client was a young man who had consulted him in confidence. This young man was no other than the son of P, though he bears another name. In his youth P, the sensualist, had seduced a young girl, poor but respectable. She was a serf, but had received a European education. Finding that a child was expected, he hastened her marriage with a man of noble character who had loved her for a long time. He helped the young couple for a time, but he was soon obliged to give up, for the high-minded husband refused to accept anything from him. Soon the careless nobleman forgot all about his former mistress and the child she had borne him. Then, as we know, he died intestate. P.'s son, born after his mother's marriage, found a true father in the generous man whose name he bore. But when he also died, the orphan was left to provide for himself, his mother now being an invalid who had lost the use of her limbs. Leaving her in a distant province, he came to the capital in search of pupils. By dint of daily toil, he earned enough to enable him to follow the college courses, and at last to enter the university. But what can one earn by teaching the children of Russian merchants at 10 kopecks a lesson, especially with an invalid mother to keep? Even her death did not much diminish the hardships of the young man's struggle for existence. Now this is the question: how, in the name of justice, should our scion have argued the case? Our readers will think, no doubt, that he would say to himself, "P. showered benefits upon me all my life. He spent tens of thousands of rubles to educate me, to provide me with governesses, and to keep me under treatment in Switzerland. Now I am a millionaire, and P.'s son, a noble young man who is not responsible for the faults of his careless and forgetful father, is wearing himself out giving ill-paid lessons. According to justice, all that was done for me ought to have been done for him. The enormous sums spent upon me were not really mine. They came to me by an error of blind fortune, when they ought to have gone to P.'s son. They should have gone to benefit him, not me, in whom P. interested himself by a mere caprice, instead of doing his duty as a father. If I wish to behave nobly, justly, and with delicacy, I ought to bestow half my fortune upon the son of my benefactor. But as economy is my favorite virtue, and I know this is not a case in which the law can intervene, I will not give up half my millions. But it would be too openly vile, too flagrantly infamous, if I did not at least restore to P.'s son the tens of thousands of rubles spent in curing my idiocy. This is simply a case of conscience and of strict justice. Whatever would have become of me if P. had not looked after my education, and had taken care of his own son instead of me? No, gentlemen, our scions of the nobility do not reason thus. The lawyer, who had taken up the matter purely out of friendship to the young man, and almost against his will, invoked every consideration of justice, delicacy, honor, and even plain figures. In vain, the ex-patient of the Swiss lunatic asylum was inflexible. All this might pass, but the sequel is absolutely unpardonable, and not to be excused by any interesting malady. This millionaire, having but just discarded the old gaiters of his professor, could not even understand that the noble young man slaving away at his lessons was not asking for charitable help, but for his rightful due, though the debt was not a legal one. That, correctly speaking, he was not asking for anything, but it was merely his friends who had thought fit to bestir themselves on his behalf. With the cool insolence of a bloated capitalist, secure in his millions, he majestically drew a banknote for 50 rubles from his pocketbook and sent it to the noble young man as a humiliating piece of charity. You can hardly believe it, gentlemen. You are scandalized and disgusted. You cry out in indignation. But that is what he did. Needless to say, the money was returned, or rather flung back in his face. The case is not within the province of the law. It must be referred to the tribunal of public opinion. This is what we now do, guaranteeing the truth of all the details which we have related. When Kolya had finished reading, he handed the paper to the prince and retired silently to a corner of the room, hiding his face in his hands. He was overcome by a feeling of inexpressible shame. His boyish sensitiveness was wounded beyond endurance. It seemed to him that something extraordinary, some sudden catastrophe had occurred, and that he was almost the cause of it, because he had read the article aloud. Yet all the others were similarly affected. The girls were uncomfortable and ashamed. Lizaveta Prokofyevna restrained her violent anger by a great effort. Perhaps she bitterly regretted her interference in the matter. For the present she kept silence. The prince felt as very shy people often do in such a case. He was so ashamed of the conduct of other people, so humiliated for his guests, that he dared not look them in the face. Titsin, Varia, Gania, and Lebedev himself all looked rather confused. Stranger still, Hippolyte and the son of Pavlishev also seemed slightly surprised, and Lebedev's nephew was obviously far from pleased. The boxer alone was perfectly calm. He twisted his mustaches with affected dignity, and if his eyes were cast down, it was certainly not in confusion, but rather in noble modesty, as if he did not wish to be insolent in his triumph. It was evident that he was delighted with the article. "The devil knows what it means," growled Ivan Fedorovitch under his breath. "It must have taken the united wits of 50 footmen to write it. May I ask your reason for such an insulting supposition, sir?" said Hippolyte, trembling with rage. "You will admit yourself, General, that for an honorable man, if the author is an honorable man, that is an insult," growled the boxer suddenly, with convulsive jerkings of his shoulders. "In the first place, it is not for you to address me as sir, and in the second place, I refuse to give you any explanation," said Ivan Fedorovitch vehemently, and he rose without another word, and went and stood on the first step of the flight that led from the veranda to the street, turning his back on the company. He was indignant with Lizaveta Prokofyevna, who did not think of moving even now. "Gentlemen, gentlemen, let me speak at last," cried the prince, anxious and agitated. "Please let us understand one another. I say nothing about the article, gentlemen, except that every word is false. I say this because you know it as well as I do. It is shameful. I should be surprised if any one of you could have written it. I did not know of its existence till this moment," declared Hippolyte. "I do not approve of it. I knew it had been written, but I would not have advised its publication," said Lebedev's nephew, "because it is premature. I knew it, but I have a right. I, stammered the son of Pavlishev. "What, did you write all that yourself? Is it possible?" asked the prince, regarding Burdovsky with curiosity. One might dispute your right to ask such questions, observed Lebedev's nephew. I was only surprised that Mr. Burdovsky should have. However, this is what I have to say. Since you had already given the matter publicity, why did you object just now, when I began to speak of it to my friends? At last, murmured Lizaveta Prokofievna indignantly. Lebedev could restrain himself no longer. He made his way through the row of chairs. Prince, he cried, you are forgetting that if you consented to receive and hear them, it was only because of your kind heart which has no equal, for they had not the least right to demand it, especially as you had placed the matter in the hands of Gavrila Ardalionovitch, which was also extremely kind of you. You are also forgetting, most excellent prince, that you are with friends, a select company. You cannot sacrifice them to these gentlemen, and it is only for you to have them turned out this instant. As the master of the house, I shall have great pleasure. Quite right, agreed General Ivolgin in a loud voice. That will do, Lebedev, that will do, began the prince, when an indignant outcry drowned his words. Excuse me, prince, excuse me, but now that will not do, shouted Lebedev's nephew, his voice dominating all the others. The matter must be clearly stated, for it is obviously not properly understood. They are calling in some legal chicanery, and upon that ground they are threatening to turn us out of the house. Really, Prince, do you think we are such fools as not to be aware that this matter does not come within the law, and that legally we cannot claim a ruble from you? But we are also aware that if actual law is not on our side, human law is for us. Natural law, the law of common sense and conscience, which is no less binding upon every noble and honest man. That is, every man of sane judgment, because it is not to be found in miserable legal codes. If we come here without fear of being turned out, as was threatened just now, because of the imperative tone of our demand, and the unseemliness of such a visit at this late hour, though it was not late when we arrived, we were kept waiting in your anteroom. If, I say, we came in without fear, it is just because we expected to find you a man of sense. I mean, a man of honor and conscience. It is quite true that we did not present ourselves humbly, like your flatterers and parasites, but holding up our heads as befits independent men. We present no petition, but a proud and free demand. Note it well, we do not beseech, we demand. We ask you fairly and squarely in a dignified manner. Do you believe that in this affair of Burdovsky you have right on your side? Do you admit that Pavlishev overwhelmed you with benefits and perhaps saved your life? If you admit it, which we take for granted, do you intend, now that you are a millionaire, and do you not think it in conformity with justice, to indemnify Burdovsky? Yes or no? If it is yes, or in other words, if you possess what you call honor and conscience, and we more justly call common sense, then accede to our demand, and the matter is at an end. Give us satisfaction without entreaties or thanks from us. Do not expect thanks from us, for what you do will be done not for our sake, but for the sake of justice. If you refuse to satisfy us, that is, if your answer is no, we will go away at once, and there will be an end of the matter. But we will tell you to your face before the present company that you are a man of vulgar and undeveloped mind. We will openly deny you the right to speak in future of your honor and conscience, for you have not paid the fair price of such a right. I have no more to say. I have put the question before you. Now turn us out if you dare. You can do it. Force is on your side. But remember that we do not beseech, we demand. We do not beseech, we demand. With these last excited words, Lebedev's nephew was silent. We demand, we demand, we demand, we do not beseech, spluttered Burdovsky, red as a lobster. The speech of Lebedev's nephew caused a certain stir among the company. Murmurs arose. though with the exception of Lebedev, who was still very much excited, everyone was careful not to interfere in the matter. Strangely enough, Lebedev, although on the prince's side, seemed quite proud of his nephew's eloquence. Gratified vanity was visible in the glances he cast upon the assembled company. "In my opinion, Mr. Doktorenko," said the prince in rather a low voice, "you are quite right in at least half of what you say. I would go further and say that you are altogether right, and that I quite agree with you if there were not something lacking in your speech. I cannot undertake to say precisely what it is, but you have certainly omitted something, and you cannot be quite just while there is something lacking. But let us put that aside and return to the point. Tell me what induced you to publish this article. Every word of it is a calumny, and I think, gentlemen, that you have been guilty of a mean action." "Allow me." "Sir." What?" cried all the visitors at once in violent agitation. "As to the article," said Hippolyte in his croaking voice, "I have told you already that we none of us approve of it. There is the writer," he added, pointing to the boxer, who sat beside him. "I quite admit that he has written it in his old regimental manner, with an equal disregard for style and decency. I know he is a cross between a fool and an adventurer. I make no bones about telling him so to his face every day. But after all, he is half justified. Publicity is the lawful right of every man. Consequently, Burdovsky is not excepted. Let him answer for his own blunders. As to the objection which I made just now in the name of all to the presence of your friends, I think I ought to explain, gentlemen, that I only did so to assert our rights, though we really wished to have witnesses. We had agreed unanimously upon the point before we came in. We do not care who your witnesses may be, or whether they are your friends or not. As they cannot fail to recognize Burdovsky's right, seeing that it is mathematically demonstrable, it is just as well that the witnesses should be your friends. The truth will only be more plainly evident." "It is quite true. We had agreed upon that point," said Lebedev's nephew in confirmation. "If that is the case, why did you begin by making such a fuss about it?" asked the astonished prince. The boxer was dying to get in a few words. Owing, no doubt, to the presence of the ladies, he was becoming quite jovial. "As to the article, Prince," he said, "I admit that I wrote it in spite of the severe criticism of my poor friend, in whom I always overlook many things because of his unfortunate state of health. But I wrote and published it in the form of a letter, in the paper of a friend. I showed it to no one but Burdovsky, and I did not read it all through, even to him. He immediately gave me permission to publish it, but you will admit that I might have done so without his consent. Publicity is a noble, beneficent, and universal right. I hope, Prince, that you are too progressive to deny this." "I deny nothing, but you must confess that your article is a bit thick, you mean? Well, in a way that is in the public interest. You will admit that yourself, and after all one cannot overlook a blatant fact. So much the worse for the guilty parties, but the public welfare must come before everything. As to certain inaccuracies and figures of speech, so to speak, you will also admit that the motive, aim, and intention are the chief thing. It is a question, above all, of making a wholesome example. The individual case can be examined afterwards. And as to the style, well, the thing was meant to be humorous, so to speak, and after all, everybody writes like that. You must admit it yourself." "Ha, ha. But, gentlemen, I assure you that you are quite astray," exclaimed the prince. "You have published this article upon the supposition that I would never consent to satisfy Mr. Burdovsky. Acting on that conviction, you have tried to intimidate me by this publication, and to be revenged for my supposed refusal. But what did you know of my intentions? It may be that I have resolved to satisfy Mr. Burdovsky's claim. I now declare openly, in the presence of these witnesses, that I will do so. The noble and intelligent word of an intelligent and most noble man, at last, exclaimed the boxer. Good God! Exclaimed Lizabetha Prokofievna involuntarily. This is intolerable, growled the general. Allow me, gentlemen, allow me, urged the prince. I will explain matters to you. 5 weeks ago I received a visit from Tchebarov, your agent, Mr. Burdovsky. You have given a very flattering description of him in your article, Mr. Keller. He continued, turning to the boxer with a smile, but he did not please me at all. I saw at once that Tchebarov was the moving spirit in the matter, and to speak frankly, I thought he might have induced you, Mr. Burdovsky, to make this claim, by taking advantage of your simplicity. You have no right. I am not simple, stammered Burdovsky, much agitated. You have no sort of right to suppose such things, said Lebedev's nephew in a tone of authority. It is most offensive, shrieked Hippolyte. It is an insulting suggestion, false and most ill-timed. I beg your pardon, gentlemen. Please excuse me, said the prince. I thought absolute frankness on both sides would be best, but have it your own way. I told Tchebarov that, as I was not in Petersburg, I would commission a friend to look into the matter without delay, and that I would let you know, Mr. Burdovsky. Gentlemen, I have no hesitation in telling you that it was the fact of Tchebarov's intervention that made me suspect a fraud. Oh, do not take offense at my words, gentlemen. For heaven's sake, do not be so touchy, cried the prince, seeing that Burdovsky was getting excited again, and that the rest were preparing to protest. If I say I suspected a fraud, there is nothing personal in that. I had never seen any of you then. I did not even know your names. I only judged by Tchebarov. I am speaking quite generally. If you only knew how I have been done since I came into my fortune. You are shockingly naive, Prince, said Lebedev's nephew in mocking tones. Besides, though you are a prince and a millionaire, and even though you may really be simple and good-hearted, you can hardly be outside the general law, Hippolyte declared loudly. Perhaps not. It is very possible, the prince agreed hastily, though I do not know what general law you allude to. I will go on, only please do not take offense without good cause. I assure you I do not mean to offend you in the least. Really, it is impossible to speak 3 words sincerely without your flying into a rage. At first I was amazed when Tchebarov told me that Pavlishev had a son, and that he was in such a miserable position. Pavlishev was my benefactor, and my father's friend. Oh, Mr. Keller, why does your article impute things to my father without the slightest foundation? He never squandered the funds of his company nor ill-treated his subordinates. I am absolutely certain of it. I cannot imagine how you could bring yourself to write such a calumny. But your assertions concerning Pavlishev are absolutely intolerable. You do not scruple to make a libertine of that noble man. You call him a sensualist as coolly as if you were speaking the truth. And yet, it would not be possible to find a chaster man. He was even a scholar of note, and in correspondence with several celebrated scientists, and spent large sums in the interests of science. As to his kind heart and his good actions, you were right indeed when you said that I was almost an idiot at that time, and could hardly understand anything. I could speak and understand Russian, though, but now I can appreciate what I remember. Excuse me, interrupted Hippolyte, is not this rather sentimental? You said you wished to come to the point. Please remember that it is after 9 o'clock. Very well, gentlemen, very well, replied the prince. At first I received the news with mistrust, Then I said to myself that I might be mistaken, and that Pavlushev might possibly have had a son. But I was absolutely amazed at the readiness with which the son had revealed the secret of his birth at the expense of his mother's honor. For Tchebarov had already menaced me with publicity in our interview. What nonsense! Lebedev's nephew interrupted violently. "You have no right, you have no right," cried Berdovsky. "The son is not responsible for the misdeeds of his father, and the mother is not to blame," added Hippolyte with warmth. "That seems to me all the more reason for sparing her," said the prince timidly. "Prince, you are not only simple, but your simplicity is almost past the limit," said Lebedev's nephew, with a sarcastic smile. "But what right had you?" said Hippolyte in a very strange tone. "None whatever," agreed the prince hastily. "I admit you are right there, but it was involuntary, and I immediately said to myself that my personal feelings had nothing to do with it. That if I thought it right to satisfy the demands of Mr. Berdovsky, out of respect for the memory of Pavlushev, I ought to do so in any case, whether I esteemed Mr. Berdovsky or not. I only mentioned this, gentlemen, because it seemed so unnatural to me for a son to betray his mother's secret in such a way. In short, that is what convinced me that Tchebarov must be a rogue, and that he had induced Mr. Berdovsky to attempt this fraud. But this is intolerable," cried the visitors, some of them starting to their feet. "Gentlemen, I supposed from this that poor Mr. Berdovsky must be a simple-minded man, quite defenseless, and an easy tool in the hands of rogues. That is why I thought it my duty to try and help him as Pavlushev's son, in the first place by rescuing him from the influence of Tchebarov, and secondly by making myself his friend. I have resolved to give him 10,000 rubles. That is about the sum which I calculate that Pavlushev must have spent on me." "What, only 10,000? cried Hippolyte. "Well, Prince, your arithmetic is not up to much, or else you are mighty clever at it, though you affect the air of a simpleton," said Lebedev's nephew. "I will not accept 10,000 rubles," said Berdovsky. "Accept, Antip," whispered the boxer eagerly, leaning past the back of Hippolyte's chair to give his friend this piece of advice. "Take it for the present. We can see about more later on." "Look here, Mr. Muishkin," shouted Hippolyte. "Please understand that we are not fools, nor idiots, as your guests seem to imagine. These ladies who look upon us with such scorn, and especially this fine gentleman," pointing to Evgeny Pavlovitch, "whom I have not the honor of knowing, though I think I have heard some talk about him." Really, gentlemen," cried the prince in great agitation, "you are misunderstanding me again. In the first place, Mr. Keller, you have greatly overestimated my fortune in your article. I am far from being a millionaire. I have barely a tenth of what you suppose. Secondly, my treatment in Switzerland was very far from costing tens of thousands of rubles. Schneider received 600 rubles a year, and he was only paid for the first 3 years. As to the pretty governesses whom Pavlushev is supposed to have brought from Paris, they only exist in Mr. Keller's imagination. It is another calumny. According to my calculations, the sum spent on me was very considerably under 10,000 rubles, but I decided on that sum, and you must admit that in paying a debt I could not offer Mr. Berdovsky more, however kindly disposed I might be towards him. Delicacy forbids it. I should seem to be offering him charity instead of rightful payment. I don't know how you cannot see that, gentlemen. Besides, I had no intention of leaving the matter there. I meant to intervene amicably later on and help to improve poor Mr. Berdovsky's position. It is clear that he has been deceived, or he would never have agreed to anything so vile as the scandalous revelations about his mother in Mr. Keller's article. But, gentlemen, why are you getting angry again? Are we never to come to an understanding? Well, the event has proved me right. I have just seen with my own eyes the proof that my conjecture was correct. He added, with increasing eagerness. He meant to calm his hearers, and did not perceive that his words had only increased their irritation. "What do you mean? What are you convinced of?" they demanded angrily. "In the first place, I have had the opportunity of getting a correct idea of Mr. Burdovsky. I see what he is for myself. He is an innocent man, deceived by everyone, a defenseless victim who deserves indulgence. Secondly, Gavrila Ardalionovich, in whose hands I had placed the matter, had his first interview with me barely an hour ago. I had not heard from him for some time, as I was away, and have been ill for 3 days since my return to St. Petersburg. He tells me that he has exposed the designs of Tchebarov, and has proof that justifies my opinion of him. I know, gentlemen, that many people think me an idiot. Counting upon my reputation as a man whose purse strings are easily loosened, Tchebarov thought it would be a simple matter to fleece me, especially by trading on my gratitude to Pavlishev. But the main point is, listen, gentlemen, let me finish. The main point is that Mr. Burdovsky is not Pavlishev's son at all. Gavrila Ardalionovich has just told me of his discovery and assures me that he has positive proofs. Well, what do you think of that? It is scarcely credible, even after all the tricks that have been played upon me. Please note that we have positive proofs. I can hardly believe it myself, I assure you. I do not yet believe it. I am still doubtful, because Gavrila Ardalionovich has not had time to go into details. But there can be no further doubt that Tchebarov is a rogue. He has deceived poor Mr. Burdovsky, and all of you, gentlemen, who have come forward so nobly to support your friend. He evidently needs support, I quite see that. He has abused your credulity, and involved you all in an attempted fraud. For when all is said and done, this claim is nothing else. What a fraud! What, he is not Pavlishev's son? Impossible! These exclamations but feebly expressed the profound bewilderment into which the prince's words had plunged Burdovsky's companions. Certainly it is a fraud. Since Mr. Burdovsky is not Pavlishev's son, his claim is neither more nor less than attempted fraud, supposing, of course, that he had known the truth. But the fact is that he has been deceived. I insist on this point in order to justify him. I repeat that his simple-mindedness makes him worthy of pity, and that he cannot stand alone. Otherwise he would have behaved like a scoundrel in this matter. But I feel certain that he does not understand it. I was just the same myself before I went to Switzerland. I stammered incoherently. One tries to express oneself and cannot. I understand that. I am all the better able to pity Mr. Burdovsky, because I know from experience what it is to be like that, and so I have a right to speak. Well, though there is no such person as Pavlishev's son, and it is all nothing but a humbug, yet I will keep to my decision, and I am prepared to give up 10,000 rubles in memory of Pavlishev. Before Mr. Burdovsky made this claim, I proposed to found a school with this money, in memory of my benefactor, but I shall honor his memory quite as well by giving the 10,000 rubles to Mr. Burdovsky, because, though he was not Pavlishev's son, he was treated almost as though he were. That is what gave a rogue the opportunity of deceiving him. He really did think himself Pavlishev's son. Listen, gentlemen, this matter must be settled. Keep calm, do not get angry, and sit down. Gavrila Ardalionovich will explain everything to you at once, and I confess that I am very anxious to hear all the details myself. He says that he has even been to Pskov to see your mother, Mr. Burdovsky. She is not dead, as the article which was just read to us makes out. "Sit down, gentlemen, sit down." The prince sat down, and at length prevailed upon Burdovsky's company to do likewise. During the last 10 or 20 minutes, exasperated by continual interruptions, he had raised his voice and spoken with great vehemence. Now, no doubt, he bitterly regretted several words and expressions which had escaped him in his excitement. If he had not been driven beyond the limits of endurance, he would not have ventured to express certain conjectures so openly. He had no sooner sat down than his heart was torn by sharp remorse. Besides insulting Burdovsky with the supposition, made in the presence of witnesses, that he was suffering from the complaint for which he had himself been treated in Switzerland, he reproached himself with the grossest indelicacy in having offered him the 10,000 rubles before everyone. "I ought to have waited till tomorrow and offered him the money when we were alone," thought Muishkin. "Now it is too late, the mischief is done. Yes, I am an idiot, an absolute idiot," he said to himself, overcome with shame and regret. Till then Gavrila Ardalionovitch had sat apart in silence. When the prince called upon him, he came and stood by his side, and in a calm, clear voice began to render an account of the mission confided to him. All conversation ceased instantly. Everyone, especially the Burdovsky party, listened with the utmost curiosity. "Get L9. You will not deny, I am sure," said Gavrila Ardalionovitch, turning to Burdovsky, who sat looking at him with wide-open eyes, perplexed and astonished. "You will not deny, seriously, that you were born just 2 years after your mother's legal marriage to Mr. Burdovsky, your father. Nothing would be easier than to prove the date of your birth from well-known facts. We can only look on Mr. Keller's version as a work of imagination, and one, moreover, extremely offensive both to you and your mother. Of course, he distorted the truth in order to strengthen your claim and to serve your interests. Mr. Keller said that he previously consulted you about his article in the paper, but did not read it to you as a whole. Certainly, he could not have read that passage. As a matter of fact, I did not read it," interrupted the boxer, "but its contents had been given me on unimpeachable authority, and I—" "Excuse me, Mr. Keller," interposed Gavrila Ardalionovitch. "Allow me to speak. I assure you your article shall be mentioned in its proper place, and you can then explain everything, but for the moment I would rather not anticipate. Quite accidentally, with the help of my sister, Varvara Ardalionovna Titsin, I obtained from one of her intimate friends, Madame Zaubkov, a letter written to her 25 years ago by Nikolai Andreevich Pavlishev, then abroad. After getting into communication with this lady, I went by her advice to Timofey Fedorovich Vyazovkin, a retired colonel, and one of Pavlishev's oldest friends. He gave me 2 more letters written by the latter when he was still in foreign parts. These 3 documents, their dates, and the facts mentioned in them, prove in the most undeniable manner that 18 months before your birth, Nikolai Andreevich went abroad, where he remained for 3 consecutive years. Your mother, as you are well aware, has never been out of Russia. It is too late to read the letters now. I am content to state the fact. But if you desire it, come to me tomorrow morning, bring witnesses and rioting experts with you, and I will prove the absolute truth of my story. From that moment the question will be decided." These words caused a sensation among the listeners, and there was a general movement of relief. Burdovsky got up abruptly. "If that is true," said he, "I have been deceived, grossly deceived, but not by Tchebarov, and for a long time past, a long time. I do not wish for experts, not I, nor to go to see you. I believe you, I give it up. But I refuse the 10,000 rubles. Goodbye." "Wait 5 minutes more, Mr. Burdovsky," said Gavrila Ardalionovitch pleasantly. "I have more to say. Some rather curious and important facts have come to light, and it is absolutely necessary, in my opinion, that you should hear them. You will not regret, I fancy, to have the whole matter thoroughly cleared up." Burdovsky silently resumed his seat and bent his head as though in profound thought. His friend, Lebedev's nephew, who had risen to accompany him, also sat down again. He seemed much disappointed, though as self-confident as ever. Hippolyte looked dejected and sulky, as well as surprised. He had just been attacked by a violent fit of coughing, so that his handkerchief was stained with blood. The boxer looked thoroughly frightened. "Oh, Antip," cried he in a miserable voice, "I did say to you the other day, the day before yesterday, that perhaps you were not really Pavlishev's son." There were sounds of half-smothered laughter at this. "Now, that is a valuable piece of information, Mr. Keller," replied Gania. "However that may be, I have private information which convinces me that Mr. Burdovsky, though doubtless aware of the date of his birth, knew nothing at all about Pavlishev's sojourn abroad. Indeed, he passed the greater part of his life out of Russia, returning at intervals for short visits. The journey in question is in itself too unimportant for his friends to recollect it after more than 20 years. And of course, Mr. Burdovsky could have known nothing about it, for he was not born. As the event has proved, it was not impossible to find evidence of his absence, though I must confess that chance has helped me in a quest which might very well have come to nothing. It was really almost impossible for Burdovsky or Tchebarov to discover these facts, even if it had entered their heads to try. Naturally, they never dreamt. Here the voice of Hippolyte suddenly intervened. "Allow me, Mr. Ivolgin," he said irritably. "What is the good of all this rigmarole? Pardon me. All is now clear, and we acknowledge the truth of your main point. Why go into these tedious details? You wish perhaps to boast of the cleverness of your investigation, to cry up your talents as detective. Or perhaps your intention is to excuse Burdovsky by proving that he took up the matter in ignorance. Well, I consider that extremely impudent on your part. You ought to know that Burdovsky has no need of being excused or justified by you or anyone else. It is an insult. The affair is quite painful enough for him without that. Will nothing make you understand?" Enough, Mr. Tarantief," interrupted Gania. "Don't excite yourself. You seem very ill, and I am sorry for that. I am almost done, but there are a few facts to which I must briefly refer, as I am convinced that they ought to be clearly explained once for all." A movement of impatience was noticed in his audience as he resumed. "I merely wish to state, for the information of all concerned, that the reason for Mr. Pavlishev's interest in your mother, Mr. Burdovsky, was simply that she was the sister of a serf girl with whom he was deeply in love in his youth, and whom most certainly he would have married but for her sudden death. I have proofs that this circumstance is almost, if not quite, forgotten. I may add that when your mother was about 10 years old, Pavlishev took her under his care, gave her a good education, and later, a considerable dowry. His relations were alarmed and feared he might go so far as to marry her, but she gave her hand to a young land surveyor named Burdovsky when she reached the age of 20. I can even say definitely that it was a marriage of affection. After his wedding, your father gave up his occupation as land surveyor, and with his wife's dowry of 15,000 rubles went in for commercial speculations. As he had had no experience, he was cheated on all sides, and took to drink in order to forget his troubles. He shortened his life by his excesses, and 8 years after his marriage he died. Your mother says herself that she was left in the direst poverty, and would have died of starvation had it not been for Pavlushev, who generously allowed her a yearly pension of 600 rubles. Many people recall his extreme fondness for you as a little boy. Your mother confirms this, and agrees with others in thinking that he loved you the more because you were a sickly child, stammering in your speech, and almost deformed. For it is known that all his life Nikolai Andreevich had a partiality for unfortunates of every kind, especially children. In my opinion, this is most important. I may add that I discovered yet another fact, the last on which I employed my detective powers. Seeing how fond Pavlushev was of you, it was thanks to him you went to school, and also had the advantage of special teachers. His relations and servants grew to believe that you were his son, and that your father had been betrayed by his wife. I may point out that this idea was only accredited generally during the last years of Pavlushev's life, when his next of kin were trembling about the succession, when the earlier story was quite forgotten, and when all opportunity for discovering the truth had seemingly passed away. No doubt you, Mr. Burdovsky, heard this conjecture, and did not hesitate to accept it as true. I have had the honor of making your mother's acquaintance, and I find that she knows all about these reports. What she does not know is that you, her son, should have listened to them so complacently. I found your respected mother at Pskov, ill and in deep poverty, as she has been ever since the death of your benefactor. She told me with tears of gratitude how you had supported her. She expects much of you, and believes fervently in your future success. "Oh, this is unbearable," said Lebedev's nephew impatiently. "What is the good of all this romancing?" "It is revolting and unseemly," cried Hippolyte, jumping up in a fury. Burdovsky alone sat silent and motionless. "What is the good of it?" repeated Gavrila Ardalionovitch with pretended surprise. "Well, firstly, because now perhaps Mr. Burdovsky is quite convinced that Mr. Pavlushev's love for him came simply from generosity of soul, and not from paternal duty. It was most necessary to impress this fact upon his mind, considering that he approved of the article written by Mr. Keller. I speak thus because I look on you, Mr. Burdovsky, as an honorable man. Secondly, it appears that there was no intention of cheating in this case, even on the part of Tchebarov. I wish to say this quite plainly, because the prince hinted a while ago that I too thought it an attempt at robbery and extortion. On the contrary, everyone has been quite sincere in the matter, and although Tchebarov may be somewhat of a rogue, in this business he has acted simply as any sharp lawyer would do under the circumstances. He looked at it as a case that might bring him in a lot of money, and he did not calculate badly, because on the one hand he speculated on the generosity of the prince and his gratitude to the late Mr. Pavlushev, and on the other to his chivalrous ideas as to the obligations of honor and conscience. As to Mr. Burdovsky, allowing for his principles, we may acknowledge that he engaged in the business with very little personal aim in view. At the instigation of Tchebarov and his other friends, he decided to make the attempt in the service of truth, progress, and humanity. In short, the conclusion may be drawn that, in spite of all appearances, Mr. Burdovsky is a man of irreproachable character, and thus the prince can all the more readily offer him his friendship, and the assistance of which he spoke just now. "Hush, hush, Gavrila Ardalionovitch," cried Myushkin in dismay, but it was too late. "I said, and I have repeated it over and over again," shouted Burdovsky furiously, "that I did not want the money. I will not take it. Why, I will not. I am going away." He was rushing hurriedly from the terrace, when Lebedev's nephew seized his arms and said something to him in a low voice. Burdovsky turned quickly, and drawing an addressed but unsealed envelope from his pocket, he threw it down on a little table beside the prince. "There's the money. How dare you? The money. Those are the 250 rubles you dared to send him as a charity, by the hands of Tchebarov," explained Doktorenko. "The article in the newspaper put it at 50, cried Kolya. "I beg your pardon," said the prince, going up to Burdovsky. "I have done you a great wrong, but I did not send you that money as a charity, believe me, and now I am again to blame. I offended you just now." The prince was much distressed. He seemed worn out with fatigue and spoke almost incoherently. "I spoke of swindling, but I did not apply that to you. I was deceived. I said you were afflicted, like me, but you are not like me. You give lessons. You support your mother. I said you had dishonored your mother, but you love her. She says so herself. I did not know. Gavrila Ardalionovitch did not tell me that. Forgive me. I dared to offer you 10,000 rubles, but I was wrong. I ought to have done it differently, and now there is no way of doing it, for you despise me. I declare this is a lunatic asylum," cried Lizabetha Prokofyevna. "Of course it is a lunatic asylum," repeated Aglaya sharply, but her words were overpowered by other voices. Everybody was talking loudly, making remarks and comments. Some discussed the affair gravely, others laughed. Ivan Fedorovitch Epanchin was extremely indignant. He stood waiting for his wife with an air of offended dignity. Lebedev's nephew took up the word again. "Well, Prince, to do you justice, you certainly know how to make the most of your, let us call it infirmity, for the sake of politeness. You have set about offering your money and friendship in such a way that no self-respecting man could possibly accept them. This is an excess of ingenuousness or of malice. You ought to know better than anyone which word best fits the case." "Allow me, gentlemen," said Gavrila Ardalionovitch, who had just examined the contents of the envelope. "There are only 100 rubles here, not 250. I point this out, Prince, to prevent misunderstanding." Never mind," said the prince, signing to him to keep quiet. "But we do mind," said Lebedev's nephew vehemently. "Prince, your never mind is an insult to us. We have nothing to hide. Our actions can bear daylight. It is true that there are only 100 rubles instead of 250, but it is all the same." "Why, no, it is hardly the same," remarked Gavrila Ardalionovitch with an air of ingenuous surprise. "Don't interrupt. We are not such fools as you think, Mr. Lawyer," cried Lebedev's nephew angrily. "Of course there is a difference between 100 rubles and 250. But in this case the principle is the main point, and that 150 rubles are missing is only a side issue. The point to be emphasized is that Burdovsky will not accept your Highness's charity. He flings it back in your face, and it scarcely matters if there are 100 rubles or 250. Burdovsky has refused 10,000 rubles. You heard him. He would not have returned even 100 rubles if he was dishonest. The 150 rubles were paid to Tchebarov for his traveling expenses. You may jeer at our stupidity and at our inexperience in business matters. You have done all you could already to make us look ridiculous, but do not dare to call us dishonest. The 4 of us will club together every day to repay the 150 rubles to the prince. If we have to pay it in installments of a ruble at a time, but we will repay it with interest. Burdovsky is poor, he has no millions. After his journey to see the Prince Tchebarov sent in his bill, we counted on winning. Who would not have done the same in such a case?" "Who indeed?" exclaimed Princess. "I shall certainly go mad if I stay here," cried Lizabetha Prokofyevna. "It reminds me," said Evgeny Pavlovitch, laughing, "of the famous plea of a certain lawyer who lately defended a man for murdering 6 people in order to rob them. He excused his client on the score of poverty. It is quite natural," he said in conclusion, "considering the state of misery he was in, that he should have thought of murdering these 6 people. Which of you, gentlemen, would not have done the same in his place?" "Enough," cried Lizaveta Prokofievna abruptly, trembling with anger. "We have had enough of this balderdash." In a state of terrible excitement, she threw back her head, with flaming eyes, casting looks of contempt and defiance upon the whole company, in which she could no longer distinguish friend from foe. She had restrained herself so long that she felt forced to vent her rage on somebody. Those who knew Lizaveta Prokofievna saw at once how it was with her. "She flies into these rages sometimes," said Ivan Fedorovitch to Princess. The next day, "but she is not often so violent as she was yesterday. It does not happen more than once in 3 years. Be quiet, Ivan Fedorovitch. Leave me alone," cried Mrs. Epanchin. "Why do you offer me your arm now? You had not sense enough to take me away before. You are my husband, you are a father. It was your duty to drag me away by force if in my folly I refused to obey you and go quietly. You might at least have thought of your daughters. We can find our way out now without your help. Here is shame enough for a year. Wait a moment till I thank the prince." "Thank you, Prince, for the entertainment you have given us. It was most amusing to hear these young men. It is vile, vile. A chaos, a scandal, worse than a nightmare. Is it possible that there can be many such people on earth? Be quiet, Aglaya. Be quiet, Alexandra. It is none of your business. Don't fuss round me like that, Evgeny Pavlovitch. You exasperate me. So, my dear," she cried, addressing the prince, "you go so far as to beg their pardon. He says, 'Forgive me for offering you a fortune.' And you mountebank, what are you laughing at?" she cried, turning suddenly on Lebedev's nephew. "We refuse 10,000 rubles. We do not beseech, we demand." As if he did not know that this idiot will call on them tomorrow to renew his offers of money and friendship. "You will, won't you? You will. Come, will you or won't you?" "I shall," said the prince with gentle humility. "You hear him. You count upon it too," she continued, turning upon Doktorenko. "You are as sure of him now as if you had the money in your pocket. And there you are playing the swaggerer to throw dust in our eyes. No, my dear sir, you may take other people in. I can see through all your airs and graces, I see your game." "Lizaveta Prokofievna," exclaimed the prince. "Come, Lizaveta Prokofievna, it is quite time for us to be going. We will take the prince with us," said Princess, with a smile in the coolest possible way. The girls stood apart, almost frightened. Their father was positively horrified. Mrs. Epanchin's language astonished everybody. Some who stood a little way off smiled furtively and talked in whispers. Lebedev wore an expression of utmost ecstasy. "Chaos and scandal are to be found everywhere, madam," remarked Doktorenko, who was considerably put out of countenance. "Not like this. Nothing like the spectacle you have just given us, sir," answered Lizaveta Prokofievna with a sort of hysterical rage. "Leave me alone, will you?" she cried violently to those around her, who were trying to keep her quiet. "No, Evgeny Pavlovitch, if, as you said yourself just now, a lawyer said in open court that he found it quite natural that a man should murder 6 people because he was in misery, the world must be coming to an end. I had not heard of it before. Now I understand everything. And this stutterer, won't he turn out a murderer?" she cried, pointing to Burdovsky, who was staring at her with stupefaction. "I bet he will. He will have none of your money, possibly. He will refuse it because his conscience will not allow him to accept it. but he will go murdering you by night and walking off with your cash box with a clear conscience. He does not call it a dishonest action, but the impulse of a noble despair, a negation, or the devil knows what. Bah, everything is upside down. Everyone walks head downwards. A young girl brought up at home suddenly jumps into a cab in the middle of the street, saying, "Goodbye, mother, I married Karlich or Ivanich the other day." And you think it quite right. You call such conduct estimable and natural. The woman question. "Look here," she continued, pointing to Kolya. "The other day that whippersnapper told me that this was the whole meaning of the woman question. But even supposing that your mother is a fool, you are nonetheless bound to treat her with humanity. Why did you come here tonight so insolently? Give us our rights, but don't dare to speak in our presence. Show us every mark of deepest respect while we treat you like the scum of the earth. The miscreants have written a tissue of calumny in their article, and these are the men who seek for truth and do battle for the right. We do not beseech, we demand. You will get no thanks from us because you will be acting to satisfy your own conscience. What morality? But good heavens! If you declare that the prince's generosity will excite no gratitude in you, he might answer that he is not bound to be grateful to Pavlishev, who also was only satisfying his own conscience. But you counted on the prince's gratitude towards Pavlishev. You never lent him any money. He owes you nothing. Then what were you counting upon if not on his gratitude? And if you appeal to that sentiment in others, why should you expect to be exempted from it? They are mad. They say society is savage and inhuman because it despises a young girl who has been seduced. But if you call society inhuman, you imply that the young girl is made to suffer by its censure. How then can you hold her up to the scorn of society in the newspapers without realizing that you are making her suffering still greater? Madmen, vain fools. They don't believe in God, they don't believe in Christ. But you are so eaten up by pride and vanity that you will end by devouring each other. That is my prophecy. Is not this absurd? Is it not monstrous chaos? And after all this, that shameless creature will go and beg their pardon. Are there many people like you? What are you smiling at? Because I am not ashamed to disgrace myself before you. Yes, I am disgraced, it can't be helped now, but don't you jeer at me, you scum. This was aimed at Hippolyte. He is almost at his last gasp, yet he corrupts others. You have got hold of this lad. She pointed to Kolya. You have turned his head, you have taught him to be an atheist, you don't believe in God, and you are not too old to be whipped, sir. A plague upon you. And so, Prince Lev Nikolaevich, you will call on them tomorrow, will you? She asked the prince breathlessly for the second time. Yes. Then I will never speak to you again. She made a sudden movement to go and then turned quickly back. And you will call on that atheist? She continued, pointing to Hippolyte. How dare you grin at me like that? She shouted furiously, rushing at the invalid, whose mocking smile drove her to distraction. Exclamations arose on all sides. Lizabetha Prokofyevna! Lizabetha Prokofyevna! Lizabetha Prokofyevna! Mother, this is disgraceful, cried Aglaya. Mrs. Epanchin had approached Hippolyte and seized him firmly by the arm, while her eyes, blazing with fury, were fixed upon his face. Do not distress yourself, Aglaya Ivanovich, he answered calmly. Your mother knows that one cannot strike a dying man. I am ready to explain why I was laughing. I shall be delighted if you will let me. A violent fit of coughing, which lasted a full minute, prevented him from finishing his sentence. He is dying, yet he will not stop holding forth, cried Lizabetha Prokofyevna. She loosed her hold on his arm, almost terrified, as she saw him wiping the blood from his lips. Why do you talk? You ought to go home to bed. So I will, he whispered hoarsely. As soon as I get home, I will go to bed at once. and I know I shall be dead in a fortnight. Botkind told me so himself last week. That is why I should like to say a few farewell words if you will let me. But you must be mad. It is ridiculous. You should take care of yourself. What is the use of holding a conversation now? Go home to bed, do," cried Mrs. Epension in horror. "When I do go to bed, I shall never get up again," said Hippolyte with a smile. "I meant to take to my bed yesterday and stay there till I died, but as my legs can still carry me, I put it off for 2 days so as to come here with them today. But I am very tired." "Oh, sit down, why are you standing?" Lizabetha Prokofyevna placed a chair for him with her own hands. "Thank you," he said gently. "Sit opposite to me and let us talk. We must have a talk now, Lizabetha Prokofyevna. I am very anxious for it." He smiled at her once more. "Remember that today, for the last time, I am out in the air and in the company of my fellow men, and that in a fortnight I shall certainly be no longer in this world. So, in a way, this is my farewell to nature and to men. I am not very sentimental, but do you know, I am quite glad that all this has happened at Pavlovsk, where at least one can see a green tree. But why talk now?" replied Lizabetha Prokofyevna, more and more alarmed. "You are quite feverish. Just now you would not stop shouting, and now you can hardly breathe. You are gasping. I shall have time to rest. Why will you not grant my last wish? Do you know, Lizabetha Prokofyevna, that I have dreamed of meeting you for a long while? I had often heard of you from Kolya. He is almost the only person who still comes to see me. You are an original and eccentric woman. I have seen that for myself. Do you know, I have even been rather fond of you." Good heavens! And I very nearly struck him. "You were prevented by Aglaya Ivanovna. I think I am not mistaken. That is your daughter, Aglaya Ivanovna. She is so beautiful that I recognized her directly, although I had never seen her before. Let me at least look on beauty for the last time in my life," he said with a wry smile. "You are here with the prince and your husband and a large company. Why should you refuse to gratify my last wish?" "Give me a chair," cried Lizabetha Prokofyevna, but she seized one for herself and sat down opposite to Hippolyte. "Kolya, you must go home with him," she commanded, "and tomorrow I will come myself. Will you let me ask the prince for a cup of tea? I am exhausted. Do you know what you might do, Lizabetha Prokofyevna? I think you wanted to take the prince home with you for tea. Stay here and let us spend the evening together. I am sure the prince will give us all some tea. Forgive me for being so free and easy, but I know you are kind, and the prince is kind, too. In fact, we are all good-natured people. It is really quite comical." The prince bestirred himself to give orders. Lebedev hurried out, followed by Vera. "It is quite true," said Mrs. Epension decisively. "Talk, but not too loud, and don't excite yourself. You have made me sorry for you. Prince, you don't deserve that I should stay and have tea with you, yet I will all the same, but I won't apologize. I apologize to nobody. Nobody. It is absurd. However, forgive me, Prince, if I blew you up. That is, if you like, of course. But please don't let me keep anyone," she added suddenly to her husband and daughters, in a tone of resentment, as though they had grievously offended her. "I can come home alone quite well." But they did not let her finish, and gathered round her eagerly. The prince immediately invited everyone to stay for tea, and apologized for not having thought of it before. The general murmured a few polite words, and asked Lizabetha Prokofyevna if she did not feel cold on the terrace. He very nearly asked Hippolyte how long he had been at the university, but stopped himself in time. Evgeny Pavlovitch and Prince S. suddenly grew extremely gay and amiable. Adelaida and Alexandra had not recovered from their surprise, but it was now mingled with satisfaction. In short, Everyone seemed very much relieved that Lizaveta Prokofyevna had got over her paroxysm. Aglaya alone still frowned and sat apart in silence. All the other guests stayed on as well. No one wanted to go, not even General Ivolgin, but Lebedev said something to him in passing which did not seem to please him, for he immediately went and sulked in a corner. The prince took care to offer tea to Burdovsky and his friends as well as the rest. The invitation made them rather uncomfortable. They muttered that they would wait for Hippolyte and went and sat by themselves in a distant corner of the veranda. Tea was served at once. Lebedev had no doubt ordered it for himself and his family before the others arrived. It was striking 11. After moistening his lips with the tea which Vera Lebedev brought him, Hippolyte set the cup down on the table and glanced round. He seemed confused and almost at a loss. "Just look, Lizaveta Prokofyevna," he began with a kind of feverish haste. "These china cups are supposed to be extremely valuable. Lebedev always keeps them locked up in his china cupboard. They were part of his wife's dowry. Yet he has brought them out tonight, in your honor, of course. He is so pleased." He was about to add something else, but could not find the words. "There he is feeling embarrassed. I expected as much," whispered Evgeny Pavlovitch suddenly in the prince's ear. "It is a bad sign. What do you think? Now, out of spite, he will come out with something so outrageous that even Lizaveta Prokofyevna will not be able to stand it." Myushkin looked at him inquiringly. "You do not care if he does?" added Evgeny Pavlovitch. "Neither do I. In fact, I should be glad, merely as a proper punishment for our dear Lizaveta Prokofyevna. I am very anxious that she should get it without delay, and I shall stay till she does. You seem feverish." "Never mind, by and by. Yes, I am not feeling well," said the prince impatiently, hardly listening. He had just heard Hippolyte mention his own name. "You don't believe it," said the invalid with a nervous laugh. "I don't wonder, but the prince will have no difficulty in believing it. He will not be at all surprised." "Do you hear, Prince? Do you hear that?" said Lizaveta Prokofyevna, turning towards him. There was laughter in the group around her, and Lebedev stood before her gesticulating wildly. "He declares that your humbug of a landlord revised this gentleman's article. The article that was read aloud just now, in which you got such a charming dressing down." The prince regarded Lebedev with astonishment. "Why don't you say something?" cried Lizaveta Prokofyevna, stamping her foot. "Well," murmured the prince with his eyes still fixed on Lebedev, "I can see now that he did." "Is it true?" she asked eagerly. "Absolutely, Your Excellency," said Lebedev without the least hesitation. Mrs. Epanchin almost sprang up in amazement at his answer, and at the assurance of his tone. "He actually seems to boast of it," she cried. "I am base, base," muttered Lebedev, beating his breast and hanging his head. "What do I care if you are base or not? He thinks he has only to say, 'I am base,' and there is an end of it. As to you, Prince, are you not ashamed? I repeat, are you not ashamed to mix with such riffraff? I will never forgive you." "The prince will forgive me," said Lebedev with emotional conviction. Keller suddenly left his seat and approached Lizaveta Prokofyevna. "It was only out of generosity, madam," he said in a resonant voice, "and because I would not betray a friend in an awkward position, that I did not mention this revision before, though you heard him yourself threatening to kick us down the steps. To clear the matter up, I declare now that I did have recourse to his assistance, and that I paid him 6 rubles for it. But I did not ask him to correct my style. I simply went to him for information concerning the facts, of which I was ignorant to a great extent, and which he was competent to give. The story of the gaiters, the appetite in the Swiss professor's house, the substitution of 50 rubles for 250, all such details, in fact, were got from him. I paid him 6 rubles for them, but he did not correct the style. I must state that I only revised the first part of the article, interposed Lebedev with feverish impatience, while laughter rose from all around him. But we fell out in the middle over one idea, so I never corrected the second part. Therefore, I cannot be held responsible for the numerous grammatical blunders in it. That is all he thinks of, cried Lizaveta Prokofyevna. May I ask when this article was revised? Said Evgeny Pavlovitch to Keller. Yesterday morning, he replied. We had an interview which we all gave our word of honor to keep secret. The very time when he was cringing before you and making protestations of devotion. Oh, the mean wretches! I will have nothing to do with your Pushkin, and your daughter shall not set foot in my house. Lizaveta Prokofyevna was about to rise, when she saw Hippolyte laughing, and turned upon him with irritation. Well, sir, I suppose you wanted to make me look ridiculous. Heaven forbid, he answered with a forced smile. But I am more than ever struck by your eccentricity, Lizaveta Prokofyevna. I admit that I told you of Lebedev's duplicity on purpose. I knew the effect it would have on you alone, for the prince will forgive him. He has probably forgiven him already, and is racking his brains to find some excuse for him. Is not that the truth, Prince? He gasped as he spoke, and his strange agitation seemed to increase. Well, said Mrs. Epanchin angrily, surprised at his tone. Well, what more? I have heard many things of the kind about you. They delighted me. I have learned to hold you in the highest esteem, continued Hippolyte. His words seemed tinged with a kind of sarcastic mockery, yet he was extremely agitated, casting suspicious glances around him, growing confused, and constantly losing the thread of his ideas. All this, together with his consumptive appearance, and the frenzied expression of his blazing eyes, naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. I might have been surprised, though I admit I know nothing of the world. Not only that you should have stayed on just now in the company of such people as myself and my friends, who are not of your class, but that you should let these young ladies listen to such a scandalous affair, though no doubt novel reading has taught them all there is to know. I may be mistaken. I hardly know what I am saying, but surely no one but you would have stayed to please a whippersnapper. Yes, a whippersnapper. I admit it, to spend the evening and take part in everything, only to be ashamed of it tomorrow. I know I express myself badly. I admire and appreciate it all extremely, though the expression on the face of His Excellency, your husband, shows that he thinks it very improper. He burst out laughing, and was seized with a fit of coughing which lasted for 2 minutes and prevented him from speaking. He has lost his breath now, said Lizaveta Prokofyevna coldly, looking at him with more curiosity than pity. Come, my dear boy, that is quite enough. Let us make an end of this. Ivan Fedorovitch, now quite out of patience, interrupted suddenly. Let me remark in my turn, sir, he said in tones of deep annoyance, that my wife is here as the guest of Prince Lev Nikolaevich, our friend and neighbor, and that in any case, young man, it is not for you to pass judgment on the conduct of Lizaveta Prokofyevna, or to make remarks aloud in my presence concerning what feelings you think may be read in my face. Yes, my wife stayed here, continued the general, with increasing irritation, more out of amazement than anything else. Everyone can understand that a collection of such strange young men would attract the attention of a person interested in contemporary life. I stayed myself, just as I sometimes stop to look on in the street when I see something that may be regarded as a curiosity, suggested Evgeny Pavlovitch, seeing His Excellency involved in a comparison which he could not complete. "That is exactly the word I wanted," said the general with satisfaction. "A curiosity." However, the most astonishing and, if I may so express myself, the most painful thing in this matter is that you cannot even understand, young man, that Lizaveta Prokofyevna only stayed with you because you are ill. If you really are dying, moved by the pity awakened by your plaintive appeal, and that her name, character, and social position place her above all risk of contamination, Lizaveta Prokofyevna, he continued, now crimson with rage, "if you are coming, we will say good night to the prince, and—" "Thank you for the lesson, General," said Hippolyte with unexpected gravity, regarding him thoughtfully. "2 minutes more, if you please, dear Ivan Fedorovitch," said Lizaveta Prokofyevna to her husband. "It seems to me that he is in a fever and delirious. You can see by his eyes what a state he is in. It is impossible to let him go back to Petersburg tonight. Can you put him up, Lev Nikolaevich? I hope you are not bored, dear prince," she added suddenly to Princess. "Alexandra, my dear, come here. Your hair is coming down." She arranged her daughter's hair, which was not in the least disordered, and gave her a kiss. This was all that she had called her for. "I thought you were capable of development," said Hippolyte, coming out of his fit of abstraction. "Yes, that is what I meant to say," he added, with the satisfaction of one who suddenly remembers something he had forgotten. "Here is Burdovsky, sincerely anxious to protect his mother. Is not that so? And he himself is the cause of her disgrace. The prince is anxious to help Burdovsky and offers him friendship and a large sum of money in the sincerity of his heart. And here they stand like two sworn enemies. Ha, ha, ha. You all hate Burdovsky because his behavior with regard to his mother is shocking and repugnant to you, do you not? Is not that true? Is it not true? You all have a passion for beauty and distinction in outward forms. That is all you care for, isn't it? I have suspected for a long time that you cared for nothing else. Well, let me tell you that perhaps there is not one of you who loved your mother as Burdovsky loved his. As to you, Prince, I know that you have sent money secretly to Burdovsky's mother through Gania. Well, I bet now," he continued with an hysterical laugh, "that Burdovsky will accuse you of indelicacy and reproach you with a want of respect for his mother. Yes, that is quite certain. Ha, ha, ha." He caught his breath and began to cough once more. "Come, that is enough. That is all now, you have no more to say. Now go to bed, you are burning with fever," said Lizaveta Prokofyevna impatiently. Her anxious eyes had never left the invalid. "Good heavens, he is going to begin again. You are laughing, I think. Why do you keep laughing at me?" said Hippolyte irritably to Evgeny Pavlovitch, who certainly was laughing. "I only want to know, Mr. Hippolyte. Excuse me, I forget your surname." "Mr. Tarantief," said the prince. "Oh yes, Mr. Tarantief. Thank you, Prince. I heard it just now, but had forgotten it. I want to know, Mr. Tarantief, if what I have heard about you is true. It seems you are convinced that if you could speak to the people from a window for a quarter of an hour, you could make them all adopt your views and follow you." "I may have said so," answered Hippolyte, as if trying to remember. "Yes, I certainly said so," he continued with sudden animation, fixing an unflinching glance on his questioner. "What of it?" "Nothing. I was only seeking further information to put the finishing touch." Evgeny Pavlovitch was silent. but Hippolyte kept his eyes fixed upon him, waiting impatiently for more. "Well, have you finished?" said Lizabetha Prokofyevna to Evgeny. "Make haste, sir, it is time he went to bed. Have you more to say?" She was very angry. "Yes, I have a little more," said Evgeny Pavlovitch with a smile. "It seems to me that all you and your friends have said, Mr. Tarantief, and all you have just put forward with such undeniable talent, may be summed up in the triumph of right above all, independent of everything else, to the exclusion of everything else, perhaps even before having discovered what constitutes the right. I may be mistaken." "You are certainly mistaken. I do not even understand you. What else?" Murmurs arose in the neighborhood of Burdovsky and his companions. Lebedev's nephew protested under his breath. "I have nearly finished," replied Evgeny Pavlovitch. "I will only remark that from these premises one could conclude that might is right. I mean the right of the clenched fist, and of personal inclination. Indeed, the world has often come to that conclusion. Proudhon upheld that might is right. In the American War, some of the most advanced liberals took sides with the planters on the score that the blacks were an inferior race to the whites, and that might was the right of the white race." "Well, you mean, no doubt, that you do not deny that might is right. What then?" "You are at least logical. I would only point out that from the right of might to the right of tigers and crocodiles, or even Danilov and Gorsky, is but a step." "I know nothing about that. What else?" Hippolyte was scarcely listening. He kept saying, "Well, and what else?" mechanically, without the least curiosity, and by mere force of habit. "Why, nothing else. That is all. However, I bear you no grudge," said Hippolyte suddenly, and hardly conscious of what he was doing, he held out his hand with a smile. The gesture took Evgeny Pavlovitch by surprise, but with the utmost gravity he touched the hand that was offered him in token of forgiveness. "I can but thank you," he said, in a tone too respectful to be sincere, "for your kindness in letting me speak, for I have often noticed that our liberals never allow other people to have an opinion of their own, and immediately answer their opponents with abuse, if they do not have recourse to arguments of a still more unpleasant nature." "What you say is quite true," observed General Epanchin. Then, clasping his hands behind his back, he returned to his place on the terrace steps, where he yawned with an air of boredom. "Come, sir, that will do. You weary me," said Lizabetha Prokofyevna suddenly to Evgeny Pavlovitch. Hippolyte rose all at once, looking troubled and almost frightened. "It is time for me to go," he said, glancing round in perplexity. "I have detained you. I wanted to tell you everything. I thought you all. For the last time, it was a whim." He evidently had sudden fits of returning animation, when he awoke from his semi-delirium. Then, recovering full self-possession for a few moments, he would speak, in disconnected phrases which had perhaps haunted him for a long while on his bed of suffering, during weary, sleepless nights. "Well, goodbye," he said abruptly. "You think it is easy for me to say goodbye to you. Ha, ha." Feeling that his question was somewhat gauche, he smiled angrily. Then, as if vexed that he could not ever express what he really meant, he said irritably, in a loud voice, "Excellency, I have the honor of inviting you to my funeral. That is, if you will deign to honor it with your presence. I invite you all, gentlemen, as well as the general." He burst out laughing again, but it was the laughter of a madman. Lizabetha Prokofyevna approached him anxiously and seized his arm. He stared at her for a moment, still laughing, but soon his face grew serious. Do you know that I came here to see those trees? Pointing to the trees in the park. It is not ridiculous, is it? Say that it is not ridiculous. He demanded urgently of Lizabetha Prokofyevna. Then he seemed to be plunged in thought. A moment later he raised his head, and his eyes sought for someone. He was looking for Evgeny Pavlovitch, who was close by on his right as before, but he had forgotten this, and his eyes ranged over the assembled company. "Ah, you have not gone," he said when he caught sight of him at last. "You kept on laughing just now, because I thought of speaking to the people from the window for a quarter of an hour. But I am not 18, you know. Lying on that bed, and looking out of that window, I have thought of all sorts of things for such a long time that a dead man has no age, you know. I was saying that to myself only last week when I was awake in the night. Do you know what you fear most? You fear our sincerity more than anything, although you despise us. The idea crossed my mind that night. You thought I was making fun of you just now, Lizabetha Prokofyevna. No, the idea of mockery was far from me. I only meant to praise you. Kolya told me the prince called you a child. Very well. But let me see, I had something else to say." He covered his face with his hands and tried to collect his thoughts. "Ah, yes, you were going away just now, and I thought to myself, I shall never see these people again, never again. This is the last time I shall see the trees, too. I shall see nothing after this but the red brick wall of Mayer's house opposite my window. Tell them about it, try to tell them, I thought. Here is a beautiful young girl, you are a dead man, make them understand that. Tell them that a dead man may say anything, and Mrs. Grundy will not be angry. Ha ha, you are not laughing." He looked anxiously around. "But you know I get so many queer ideas, lying there in bed. I have grown convinced that nature is full of mockery. You called me an atheist just now, but you know this nature. Why are you laughing again? You are very cruel." He added suddenly, regarding them all with mournful reproach. "I have not corrupted Kolya," he concluded in a different and very serious tone, as if remembering something again. "Nobody here is laughing at you. Calm yourself," said Lizabetha Prokofyevna, much moved. "You shall see a new doctor tomorrow, the other was mistaken. But sit down, do not stand like that. You are delirious." "Oh, what shall we do with him?" she cried in anguish, as she made him sit down again in the armchair. A tear glistened on her cheek. At the sight of it, Hippolyte seemed amazed. He lifted his hand timidly and touched the tear with his finger, smiling like a child. You," he began joyfully. "You cannot tell how He always spoke so enthusiastically of you, Kolya here. I liked his enthusiasm. I was not corrupting him. But I must leave him too. I wanted to leave them all. There was not one of them, not one. I wanted to be a man of action. I had a right to be. Oh, what a lot of things I wanted. Now I want nothing. I renounce all my wants. I swore to myself that I would want nothing. Let them seek the truth without me. Yes, nature is full of mockery. Why?" he continued with sudden warmth. "Does she create the choicest beings only to mock at them? The only human being who is recognized as perfect, when nature showed him to mankind, was given the mission to say things which have caused the shedding of so much blood that it would have drowned mankind if it had all been shed at once. Oh, it is better for me to die. I should tell some dreadful lie too. Nature would so contrive it. I have corrupted nobody. I wanted to live for the happiness of all men, to find and spread the truth. I used to look out of my window at the wall of Mayer's house, and say to myself that if I could speak for a quarter of an hour I would convince the whole world, and now for once in my life I have come into contact with you, if not with the others. And what is the result? Nothing. The sole result is that you despise me. Therefore I must be a fool, I am useless, it is time I disappeared, and I shall leave not even a memory. Not a sound, not a trace, not a single deed. I have not spread a single truth. Do not laugh at the fool. Forget him forever. I beseech you, do not be so cruel as to remember. Do you know that if I were not consumptive, I would kill myself?" Though he seemed to wish to say much more, he became silent. He fell back into his chair and, covering his face with his hands, began to sob like a little child. "Oh, what on earth are we to do with him?" cried Lizabetha Prokofyevna. She hastened to him and pressed his head against her bosom while he sobbed convulsively. "Come, come, come. There, you must not cry, that will do. You are a good child. God will forgive you because you knew no better. Come now, be a man. You know presently you will be ashamed." Hippolyte raised his head with an effort, saying, "I have little brothers and sisters over there, poor avid innocent. She will corrupt them. You are a saint. You are a child yourself. Save them. Snatch them from that. She is. It is shameful. Oh, help them. God will repay you 100-fold. For the love of God, for the love of Christ. Speak, Ivan Fedorovitch. What are we to do?" cried Lizabetha Prokofyevna irritably. "Please break your majestic silence. I tell you, if you cannot come to some decision, I will stay here all night myself. You have tyrannized over me enough, you autocrat." She spoke angrily and in great excitement and expected an immediate reply. But in such a case, no matter how many are present, all prefer to keep silence. No one will take the initiative, but all reserve their comments till afterwards. There were some present, Varvara Ardalionovna, for instance, who would have willingly sat there till morning without saying a word. Varvara had sat apart all the evening without opening her lips, but she listened to everything with the closest attention. Perhaps she had her reasons for so doing. "My dear," said the general, "it seems to me that a sick nurse would be of more use here than an excitable person like you. Perhaps it would be as well to get some sober, reliable man for the night. In any case, we must consult the prince and leave the patient to rest at once. Tomorrow we can see what can be done for him. It is nearly midnight. We are going. Will he come with us, or is he to stay here?" Doktorenko asked crossly of the prince. "You can stay with him if you like," said Myushkin. "There is plenty of room here." Suddenly, to the astonishment of all, Keller went quickly up to the general. "Excellency," he said impulsively, "if you want a reliable man for the night, I am ready to sacrifice myself for my friend, such a soul as he has. I have long thought him a great man, Excellency. My article showed my lack of education, but when he criticizes, he scatters pearls." Ivan Fedorovitch turned from the boxer with a gesture of despair. "I shall be delighted if he will stay. It would certainly be difficult for him to get back to Petersburg," said the prince, in answer to the eager questions of Lizabetha Prokofyevna. "But you are half asleep, are you not? If you don't want him, I will take him back to my house. Why, good gracious, he can hardly stand up himself. What is it? Are you ill?" Not finding the prince on his deathbed, Lizabetha Prokofyevna had been misled by his appearance to think him much better than he was. But his recent illness, the painful memories attached to it, the fatigue of this evening, the incident with Pavlishev's son, and now this scene with Hippolyte, had also worked on his oversensitive nature that he was now almost in a fever. Moreover, a new trouble, almost a fear, showed itself in his eyes. He watched Hippolyte anxiously, as if expecting something further. Suddenly Hippolyte arose. His face, shockingly pale, was that of a man overwhelmed with shame and despair. This was shown chiefly in the look of fear and hatred which he cast upon the assembled company, and in the wild smile upon his trembling lips. Then he cast down his eyes, and with the same smile, staggered towards Burdovsky and Doktorenko, who stood at the entrance to the veranda. He had decided to go with them. "There, that is what I feared," cried the prince. "It was inevitable." Hippolyte turned upon him, a prey to maniacal rage, which set all the muscles of his face quivering. "Ah, that is what you feared. It was inevitable, you say. Well, let me tell you that if I hate anyone here, I hate you all," he cried in a hoarse, strained voice. "But you with your Jesuitical soul, your soul of sickly sweetness, idiot, beneficent millionaire, I hate you worse than anything or anyone on earth. I saw through you and hated you long ago, from the day I first heard of you. I hated you with my whole heart. You have contrived all this. You have driven me into this state. You have made a dying man disgrace himself. You are the cause of my abject cowardice. I would kill you if I remained alive. I do not want your benefits. I will accept none from anyone, do you hear? Not from anyone, I want nothing. I was delirious, do not dare to triumph. I curse every one of you once for all." Breath failed him here, and he was obliged to stop. "He is ashamed of his tears," whispered Lebedev to Lizaveta Prokofyevna. "It was inevitable. Ah, what a wonderful man the prince is. He read his very soul." But Mrs. Epanchin would not deign to look at Lebedev. Drawn up haughtily, with her head held high, she gazed at the riffraff with scornful curiosity. When Hippolyte had finished, Ivan Fedorovitch shrugged his shoulders, and his wife looked him angrily up and down, as if to demand the meaning of his movement. Then she turned to the prince. "Thanks, Prince, many thanks, eccentric friend of the family, for the pleasant evening you have provided for us. I am sure you are quite pleased that you have managed to mix us up with your extraordinary affairs. It is quite enough, dear family friend. Thank you for giving us an opportunity of getting to know you so well." She arranged her cloak with hands that trembled with anger as she waited for the riffraff to go. The cab which Lebedev's son had gone to fetch a quarter of an hour ago, by Doktorenko's order, arrived at that moment. The general thought fit to put in a word after his wife. "Really, Prince, I hardly expected after all our friendly intercourse. And you see, Lizaveta Prokofyevna." "Papa, how can you?" cried Adelaida, walking quickly up to the prince and holding out her hand. He smiled absently at her. Then, suddenly, he felt a burning sensation in his ear as an angry voice whispered, "If you do not turn those dreadful people out of the house this very instant, I shall hate you all my life, all my life." It was Aglaya. She seemed almost in a frenzy, but she turned away before the prince could look at her. However, there was no one left to turn out of the house, for they had managed meanwhile to get Hippolyte into the cab, and it had driven off. "Well, how much longer is this going to last, Ivan Fedorovitch? What do you think? Shall I soon be delivered from these odious youths?" "My dear, I am quite ready, naturally." The prince, Ivan Fedorovitch, held out his hand to Muishkin, but ran after his wife, who was leaving with every sign of violent indignation before he had time to shake it. Adelaida, her fiancé, and Alexandra said goodbye to their host with sincere friendliness. Evgeny Pavlovitch did the same, and he alone seemed in good spirits. "What I expected has happened, but I am sorry, you poor fellow, that you should have had to suffer for it," he murmured, with a most charming smile. Aglaya left without saying goodbye. But the evening was not to end without a last adventure. An unexpected meeting was yet in store for Lizaveta Prokofyevna. She had scarcely descended the terrace steps leading to the high road that skirts the park at Pavlovsk, when suddenly there dashed by a smart open carriage, drawn by a pair of beautiful white horses. Having passed some 10 yards beyond the house, the carriage suddenly drew up, and one of the two ladies seated in it turned sharp round, as though she had just caught sight of some acquaintance whom she particularly wished to see. "Evgeny Pavlovitch, is that you?" cried a clear, sweet voice which caused the prince and perhaps someone else to tremble. "Well, I am glad I've found you at last. I've sent to town for you twice today myself. My messengers have been searching for you everywhere." Evgeny Pavlovitch stood on the steps like one struck by lightning. Mrs. Epanchin stood still too, but not with the petrified expression of Evgeny. She gazed haughtily at the audacious person who had addressed her companion, and then turned a look of astonishment upon Evgeny himself. "There's news," continued the clear voice. "You need not be anxious about Kupferov's IOUs. Rogojin has bought them up. I persuaded him to. I dare say we shall settle Biskup too, so it's all right, you see. Au revoir tomorrow, and don't worry." The carriage moved on and disappeared. "The woman's mad," cried Evgeny at last, crimson with anger and looking confusedly around. "I don't know what she's talking about. What IOUs? Who is she?" Mrs. Epanchin continued to watch his face for a couple of seconds. Then she marched briskly and haughtily away towards her own house, the rest following her. A minute afterwards, Evgeny Pavlovitch reappeared on the terrace, in great agitation. "Prince," he said, "tell me the truth. Do you know what all this means?" "I know nothing whatever about it," replied the latter, who was himself in a state of nervous excitement. And no. "Well, nor do I," said Evgeny Pavlovitch, laughing suddenly. "I haven't the slightest knowledge of any such IOUs as she mentioned. I swear I haven't. What's the matter? Are you fainting?" "Oh, no, I'm all right, I assure you." Get LA11. The anger of the Epanchin family was unappeased for 3 days. As usual, the prince reproached himself and had expected punishment, but he was inwardly convinced that Lizaveta Prokofievna could not be seriously angry with him, and that she probably was more angry with herself. He was painfully surprised, therefore, when 3 days passed with no word from her. Other things also troubled and perplexed him, and one of these grew more important in his eyes as the days went by. He had begun to blame himself for two opposite tendencies. On the one hand, to extreme, almost senseless, confidence in his fellows, on the other to a vile, gloomy suspiciousness. By the end of the 3rd day, the incident of the eccentric lady and Evgeny Pavlovitch had attained enormous and mysterious proportions in his mind. He sorrowfully asked himself whether he had been the cause of this new monstrosity, or was it? But he refrained from saying who else might be in fault. As for the letters N.P.B., he looked on that as a harmless joke, a mere childish piece of mischief, so childish that he felt it would be shameful, almost dishonorable, to attach any importance to it. The day after these scandalous events, however, the prince had the honor of receiving a visit from Adelaida and her fiancé, Princess. They came, ostensibly, to inquire after his health. They had wandered out for a walk and called in by accident, and talked for almost the whole of the time they were with him about a certain most lovely tree in the park, which Adelaida had set her heart upon for a picture. This, and a little amiable conversation on Princess's part, occupied the time, and not a word was said about last evening's episodes. At length Adelaida burst out laughing, apologized, and explained that they had come incognito, from which, and from the circumstance that they said nothing about the prince's either walking back with them or coming to see them later on, the latter inferred that he was in Mrs. Epanchin's black books. Adelaida mentioned a watercolor that she would much like to show him, and explained that she would either send it by Colia or bring it herself the next day, which to the prince seemed very suggestive. At length, however, just as the visitors were on the point of departing, Prince S. seemed suddenly to recollect himself. "Oh, yes, by the by," he said. "Do you happen to know, my dear Lev Nikolaevich, who that lady was who called out to Evgeny Pavlovitch last night from the carriage?" "It was Nastasia Philippovna," said the prince. "Didn't you know that? I cannot tell you who her companion was." "But what on earth did she mean? I assure you it is a real riddle to me, and to others too." Prince S. seemed to be under the influence of sincere astonishment. "She spoke of some bills of Evgeny Pavlovitch's," said the prince simply, "which Rogojin had bought up from someone, and implied that Rogojin would not press him. Oh, I heard that much, my dear fellow, but the thing is so impossibly absurd. A man of property like Evgeny to give IOUs to a money-lender, and to be worried about them. It is ridiculous. Besides, he cannot possibly be on such intimate terms with Nastasia Philippovna as she gave us to understand. That's the principal part of the mystery. He has given me his word that he knows nothing whatever about the matter, and of course I believe him. Well, the question is, my dear prince, do you know anything about it? Has any sort of suspicion of the meaning of it come across you?" "No, I know nothing whatever about it. I assure you I had nothing at all to do with it." "Oh, prince, how strange you have become. I assure you, I hardly know you for your old self. How can you suppose that I ever suggested you could have had a finger in such a business? But you are not quite yourself today, I can see." He embraced the prince and kissed him. "What do you mean, though?" asked Myushkin. "By such a business? I don't see any particular business about it at all." "Oh, undoubtedly, this person wished somehow, and for some reason, to do Evgeny Pavlovitch a bad turn by attributing to him, before witnesses, qualities which he neither has nor can have," replied Prince S., dryly enough. Myushkin looked disturbed, but continued to gaze intently and questioningly into Prince S.'s face. The latter, however, remained silent. Then it was not simply a matter of bills. Myushkin said at last, with some impatience, "It was not as she said. But I ask you, my dear sir, how can there be anything in common between Evgeny Pavlovitch and her and again Rogojin? I tell you he is a man of immense wealth, as I know for a fact, and he has further expectations from his uncle." Simply Nastasia Philippovna. Prince S. paused, as though unwilling to continue talking about Nastasia Philippovna. "Then at all events he knows her," remarked the prince after a moment's silence. "Oh, that may be. He may have known her some time ago, 2 or 3 years at least. He used to know Totsky. But it is impossible that there should be any intimacy between them. She has not even been in the place. Many people don't even know that she has returned from Moscow. I have only observed her carriage about for the last 3 days or so." "It's a lovely carriage," said Adelaida. Yes, it was a beautiful turnout, certainly. The visitors left the house, however, on no less friendly terms than before. But the visit was of the greatest importance to the prince, from his own point of view. Admitting that he had his suspicions, from the moment of the occurrence of last night, perhaps even before, that Nastasia had some mysterious end in view, yet this visit confirmed his suspicions and justified his fears. It was all clear to him. Prince S. was wrong, perhaps, in his view of the matter, but he was somewhere near the truth, and was right in so far as that he understood there to be an intrigue of some sort going on. Perhaps Prince S. saw it all more clearly than he had allowed his hearers to understand. At all events, Nothing could be plainer than that he and Adeleda had come for the express purpose of obtaining explanations, and that they suspected him of being concerned in the affair. And if all this were so, then she must have some terrible object in view. What was it? There was no stopping her, as Myushkin knew from experience, in the performance of anything she had set her mind on. Oh, she is mad, thought the poor prince. But there were many other puzzling occurrences that day, which required immediate explanation, and the prince felt very sad. A visit from Vera Lebedev distracted him a little. She brought the infant Lubotshka with her as usual, and talked cheerfully for some time. Then came her younger sister, and later the brother, who attended a school close by. He informed Myushkin that his father had lately found a new interpretation of the star called Wormwood, which fell upon the water springs, as described in the Apocalypse. He had decided that it meant the network of railroads spread over the face of Europe at the present time. The prince refused to believe that Lebedev could have given such an interpretation, and they decided to ask him about it at the earliest opportunity. Vera related how Keller had taken up his abode with them on the previous evening. She thought he would remain for some time, as he was greatly pleased with the society of General Ivolgin and of the whole family, but he declared that he had only come to them in order to complete his education. The prince always enjoyed the company of Lebedev's children, and today it was especially welcome, for Kolya did not appear all day. Early that morning he had started for Petersburg. Lebedev also was away on business, but Gavrila Ardalionovitch had promised to visit Myushkin, who eagerly awaited his coming. About 7 in the evening, soon after dinner, he arrived. At the first glance it struck the prince that he, at any rate, must know all the details of last night's affair. Indeed, it would have been impossible for him to remain in ignorance considering the intimate relationship between him, Varvara Ardalionovna, and Titsin. But although he and the prince were intimate, in a sense, and although the latter had placed the Burdovsky affair in his hands, and this was not the only mark of confidence he had received, it seemed curious how many matters there were that were tacitly avoided in their conversations. Myushkin thought that Gania at times appeared to desire more cordiality and frankness. It was apparent now, when he entered, that he was convinced that the moment for breaking the ice between them had come at last. But all the same Gania was in haste, for his sister was waiting at Lebedev's to consult him on an urgent matter of business. If he had anticipated impatient questions or impulsive confidences, he was soon undeceived. The prince was thoughtful, reserved, even a little absent-minded, and asked none of the questions, one in particular, that Gania had expected. So he imitated the prince's demeanor, and talked fast and brilliantly upon all subjects, but the one on which their thoughts were engaged. Among other things, Gania told his host that Nastasia Filipovna had been only 4 days in Pavlovsk, and that everyone was talking about her already. She was staying with Darya Alexeyevna in an ugly little house in Matrosky Street, but drove about in the smartest carriage in the place. A crowd of followers had pursued her from the first, young and old. Some escorted her on horseback when she took the air in her carriage. She was as capricious as ever in the choice of her acquaintances, and admitted few into her narrow circle. Yet she already had a numerous following and many champions on whom she could depend in time of need. One gentleman on his holiday had broken off his engagement on her account, and an old general had quarreled with his only son for the same reason. She was accompanied sometimes in her carriage by a girl of 16, a distant relative of her hostess. This young lady sang very well. In fact, her music had given a kind of notoriety to their little house. Nastasia, however, was behaving with great discretion on the whole. She dressed quietly, though with such taste as to drive all the ladies in Pavlovsk mad with envy, of that, as well as of her beauty and her carriage and horses. As for yesterday's episode, continued Gania, of course it was prearranged. Here he paused, as though expecting to be asked how he knew that, but the prince did not inquire. Concerning Evgeny Pavlovitch, Gania stated, without being asked, that he believed the former had not known Nastasia Philippovna in past years, but that he had probably been introduced to her by somebody in the park during these 4 days. As to the question of the IOUs she had spoken of, there might easily be something in that. For though Evgeny was undoubtedly a man of wealth, yet certain of his affairs were equally undoubtedly in disorder. Arrived at this interesting point, Gania suddenly broke off, and said no more about Nastasia's prank of the previous evening. At last Varvara Ardalionovna came in search of her brother, and remained for a few minutes. Without Muishkin's asking her, she informed him that Evgeny Pavlovitch was spending the day in Petersburg, and perhaps would remain there over tomorrow, and that her husband had also gone to town, probably in connection with Evgeny Pavlovitch's affairs. Lizaveta Prokofievna is in a really fiendish temper today, she added as she went out, but the most curious thing is that Aglaya has quarreled with her whole family, not only with her father and mother, but with her sisters also. It is not a good sign. She said all this quite casually, though it was extremely important in the eyes of the prince, and went off with her brother. Regarding the episode of Pavlishev's son, Gania had been absolutely silent, partly from a kind of false modesty, partly, perhaps, to spare the prince's feelings. The latter, however, thanked him again for the trouble he had taken in the affair. Muishkin was glad enough to be left alone. He went out of the garden, crossed the road, and entered the park. He wished to reflect, and to make up his mind as to a certain step. This step was one of those things, however, which are not thought out as a rule, but decided for or against hastily, and without much reflection. The fact is, he felt a longing to leave all this and go away, go anywhere, if only it were far enough, and at once, without bidding farewell to anyone. He felt a presentiment that if he remained but a few days more in this place, and among these people, he would be fixed there irrevocably and permanently. However, in a very few minutes he decided that to run away was impossible, that it would be cowardly, that great problems lay before him, and that he had no right to leave them unsolved, or at least to refuse to give all his energy and strength to the attempt to solve them. Having come to this determination, he turned and went home, his walk having lasted less than a quarter of an hour. At that moment he was thoroughly unhappy. Lebedev had not returned, so towards evening Keller managed to penetrate into the prince's apartments. He was not drunk, but in a confidential and talkative mood. He announced that he had come to tell the story of his life to Muishkin, and had only remained at Pavlovsk for that purpose. There was no means of turning him out. Nothing short of an earthquake would have removed him. In the manner of one with long hours before him, he began his history, but after a few incoherent words he jumped to the conclusion, which was that, having ceased to believe in God Almighty, he had lost every vestige of morality and had gone so far as to commit a theft. "Could you imagine such a thing?" said he. "Listen to me, Keller," returned the prince. "If I were in your place, I should not acknowledge that unless it were absolutely necessary for some reason. But perhaps you are making yourself out to be worse than you are, purposely. I should tell it to no one but yourself, Prince, and I only name it now as a help to my soul's evolution. When I die, that secret will die with me. But Excellency, if you only had the least idea how difficult it is to get money nowadays. Where to find it is the question. Ask for a loan, the answer is always the same. Give us gold, jewels, or diamonds, and it will be quite easy. Exactly what one has not got. Can you picture that to yourself? I got angry at last and said, I suppose you would accept emeralds. Certainly, we accept emeralds with pleasure. Yes. Well, that's all right, said I. Go to the devil, you den of thieves. And with that I seized my hat and walked out. Had you any emeralds? Asked the prince. What? I have emeralds. Oh, prince, with what simplicity, with what almost pastoral simplicity, you look upon life. Could not something be made of this man under good influences? Asked the prince of himself, for he began to feel a kind of pity for his visitor. He thought little of the value of his own personal influence, not from a sense of humility, but from his peculiar way of looking at things in general. Imperceptibly, the conversation grew more animated and more interesting, so that neither of the two felt anxious to bring it to a close. Keller confessed, with apparent sincerity, to having been guilty of many acts of such a nature, that it astonished the prince that he could mention them, even to him. At every fresh avowal he professed the deepest repentance, and described himself as being bathed in tears. But this did not prevent him from putting on a boastful air at times, and some of his stories were so absurdly comical that both he and the prince laughed like madmen. One point in your favor is that you seem to have a childlike mind and extreme truthfulness, said the prince at last. Do you know that atones for much? I am assuredly noble-minded and chivalrous to a degree, said Keller, much softened. But do you know this nobility of mind exists in a dream, if one may put it so. It never appears in practice or deed. Now, why is that? I can never understand. Do not despair. I think we may say without fear of deceiving ourselves that you have now given a fairly exact account of your life. I, at least, think it would be impossible to add much to what you have just told me. Impossible, cried Keller, almost pityingly. Oh, Prince, how little you really seem to understand human nature. Is there really much more to be added? Asked the prince with mild surprise. Well, what is it you really want of me? Speak out. Tell me why you came to make your confession to me. What did I want? Well, to begin with, it is good to meet a man like you. It is a pleasure to talk over my faults with you. I know you for one of the best of men. And then, he hesitated, and appeared so much embarrassed that the prince helped him out. Then you wanted me to lend you money. The words were spoken in a grave tone, and even somewhat shyly. Keller started, gave an astonished look at the speaker, and thumped the table with his fist. Well, Prince, that's enough to knock me down. It astounds me. Here you are as simple and innocent as a knight of the golden age, and yet, you read a man's soul like a psychologist. Now do explain it to me, Prince, because I really do not understand. Of course, my aim was to borrow money all along, and you ask the question as if there was nothing blamable in it, as if you thought it quite natural. Yes, from you it is quite natural. And you are not offended. Why should I be offended? Well, just listen, Prince. I remained here last evening, partly because I have a great admiration for the French Archbishop Berdelau. I enjoyed a discussion over him till 3 o'clock in the morning with Lebedev, and then, I swear by all I hold sacred that I am telling you the truth. Then I wish to develop my soul in this frank and heartfelt confession to you. This was my thought as I was sobbing myself to sleep at dawn. Just as I was losing consciousness, tears in my soul, tears on my face. I remember how I lay there sobbing. An idea from hell struck me. Why not, after confessing, borrow money from him? You see, this confession was a kind of masterstroke. I intended to use it as a means to your good grace and favor. And then I meant to walk off with 150 rubles. Now, do you not call that base? It is hardly an exact statement of the case, said the prince in reply. You have confused your motives and ideas, as I need scarcely say too often happens to myself. I can assure you, Keller, I reproach myself bitterly for it sometimes. When you were talking just now, I seemed to be listening to something about myself. At times I have imagined that all men were the same. He continued earnestly, for he appeared to be much interested in the conversation, and that consoled me in a certain degree, for a double motive is a thing most difficult to fight against. I have tried, and I know. God knows whence they arise, these ideas that you speak of as base. I fear these double motives more than ever just now, but I am not your judge, and in my opinion it is going too far to give the name of baseness to it. What do you think? You are going to employ your tears as a ruse in order to borrow money, but you also say, in fact, you have sworn to the fact, that independently of this your confession was made with an honorable motive. As for the money, you want it for drink, do you not? After your confession, that is weakness, of course. But after all, how can anyone give up a bad habit at a moment's notice? It is impossible. What can we do? It is best, I think, to leave the matter to your own conscience. How does it seem to you? As he concluded, the prince looked curiously at Keller. Evidently this problem of double motives had often been considered by him before. Well, how anybody can call you an idiot after that is more than I can understand, cried the boxer. The prince reddened slightly. Berthelot, the archbishop, would not have spared a man like me. Keller continued, but you have judged me with humanity. To show how grateful I am, and as a punishment, I will not accept 150 rubles. Give me 25, that will be enough. It is all I really need for a fortnight at least. I will not ask you for more for a fortnight. I should like to have given Agatha a present, but she does not really deserve it. Oh, my dear prince, God bless you. At this moment Lebedev appeared, having just arrived from Petersburg. He frowned when he saw the 25-ruble note in Keller's hand, but the latter, having got the money, went away at once. Lebedev began to abuse him. You are unjust. I found him sincerely repentant, observed the prince, after listening for a time. What is the good of repentance like that? It is the same exactly as mine yesterday, when I said, I am base, words and nothing more. Then they were only words on your part. I thought, on the contrary. Well, I don't mind telling you the truth, you only, because you see through a man somehow. Words and actions, truth and falsehood are all jumbled up together in me, and yet I am perfectly sincere. I feel the deepest repentance, believe it or not, as you choose, but words and lies come out in the infernal craving to get the better of other people. It is always there, the notion of cheating people, and of using my repentant tears to my own advantage. I assure you this is the truth, Prince. I would not tell any other man for the world. He would laugh and jeer at me. But you judge a man humanely. Why, Keller said the same thing to me nearly word for word a few minutes ago, cried Muishkin. And you both seem inclined to boast about it. You astonish me, but I think he is more sincere than you, for you make a regular trade of it. Oh, don't put on that pathetic expression, and don't put your hand on your heart. Have you anything to say to me? You have not come for nothing. Lebedev grinned and wriggled. I have been waiting all day for you, because I want to ask you a question, and for once in your life, please tell me the truth at once. Had you anything to do with that affair of the carriage yesterday? Lebedev began to grin again, rubbed his hands, sneezed, but spoke not a word in reply. I see you had something to do with it. Indirectly, quite indirectly. I am speaking the truth. I am indeed. I merely told a certain person that I had people in my house, and that such and such personages might be found among them. I am aware that you sent your son to that house. He told me so himself just now, but what is this intrigue? Said the prince impatiently. It is not my intrigue, cried Lebedev, waving his hand. It was engineered by other people, and is, properly speaking, rather a fantasy than an intrigue. But what is it all about? Tell me, for heaven's sake. Cannot you understand how nearly it touches me? Why are they blackening Evgeny Pavlovitch's reputation? Lebedev grimaced and wriggled again. Prince, said he, Excellency, you won't let me tell you the whole truth. I have tried to explain. More than once I have begun, but you have not allowed me to go on. The prince gave no answer and sat deep in thought. Evidently he was struggling to decide. Very well, tell me the truth, he said dejectedly. Sergeya Ivanovna, began Lebedev promptly. Be silent at once, interrupted the prince, red with indignation and perhaps with shame too. It is impossible and absurd, all that has been invented by you or fools like you. Let me never hear you say a word again on that subject. Late in the evening, Kolya came in with a whole budget of Petersburg and Pavlovsk news. He did not dwell much on the Petersburg part of it, which consisted chiefly of intelligence about his friend Hippolyte, but passed quickly to the Pavlovsk tidings. He had gone straight to the Epenshins from the station. There's the deuce and all going on there, he said. First of all about the row last night, and I think there must be something new as well, though I didn't like to ask. Not a word about you, Prince, the whole time. The most interesting fact was that Aglaya had been quarreling with her people about Gania. Kolya did not know any details, except that it had been a terrible quarrel. Also, Evgeny Pavlovitch had called and met with an excellent reception all round. And another curious thing. Mrs. Epenshyn was so angry that she called Varya to her. Varya was talking to the girls, and turned her out of the house once for all she said. I heard it from Varya herself. Mrs. Epenshyn was quite polite but firm, and when Varya said goodbye to the girls, she told them nothing about it, and they didn't know they were saying goodbye for the last time. I'm sorry for Varya, and for Gania too. He isn't half a bad fellow in spite of his faults, and I shall never forgive myself for not liking him before. I don't know whether I ought to continue to go to the Epenshins now, concluded Kolya. I like to be quite independent of others, and of other people's quarrels if I can, but I must think over it. I don't think you need break your heart over Gania, said the prince. For if what you say is true, he must be considered dangerous in the Epenshyn household, and if so, certain hopes of his must have been encouraged. What hopes? Cried Kolya. You surely don't mean Aglaya. Oh, no. You're a dreadful skeptic, Prince, he continued, after a moment's silence. I have observed of late that you have grown skeptical about everything. You don't seem to believe in people as you did, and are always attributing motives and so on. Am I using the word skeptic in its proper sense? I believe so, but I'm not sure. Well, I'll change it, right or wrong. I'll say that you are not skeptical, but jealous. There, you are deadly jealous of Gania over a certain proud damsel. Come. Kolya jumped up with these words and burst out laughing. He laughed as he had perhaps never laughed before, and still more when he saw the prince flushing up to his temples. He was delighted that the prince should be jealous about Aglaya. However, he stopped immediately on seeing that the other was really hurt, and the conversation continued, very earnestly, for an hour or more. Next day the prince had to go to town, on business. Returning in the afternoon, he happened upon General Epanchin at the station. The latter seized his hand, glancing around nervously, as if he were afraid of being caught in wrongdoing, and dragged him into a first-class compartment. He was burning to speak about something of importance. "In the first place, my dear Prince, don't be angry with me. I would have come to see you yesterday, but I didn't know how Lizaveta Prokofyevna would take it. My dear fellow, my house is simply a hell just now. A sort of sphinx has taken up its abode there. We live in an atmosphere of riddles. I can't make head or tail of anything. As for you, I feel sure you are the least to blame of any of us, though you certainly have been the cause of a good deal of trouble. You see, it's all very pleasant to be a philanthropist, but it can be carried too far. Of course, I admire kind-heartedness, and I esteem my wife, but—" The general wandered on in this disconnected way for a long time. It was clear that he was much disturbed by some circumstance which he could make nothing of. "It is plain to me that you are not in it at all," he continued at last a little less vaguely, "but perhaps you had better not come to our house for a little while. I ask you in the friendliest manner, mind, just till the wind changes again. As for Evgeny Pavlovitch," he continued with some excitement, "the whole thing is a calumny, a dirty calumny. It is simply a plot, an intrigue to upset our plans and to stir up a quarrel. You see, Prince, I'll tell you privately, Evgeny and ourselves have not said a word yet. We have no formal understanding. We are in no way bound on either side, but the word may be said very soon. Don't you see, very soon, and all this is most injurious and is meant to be so. Why? I'm sure I can't tell you. She's an extraordinary woman, you see, an eccentric woman. I tell you I am so frightened of that woman that I can't sleep. What a carriage that was, and where did it come from, eh? I declare I was base enough to suspect Evgeny at first, but it seems certain that that cannot be the case, and if so, why is she interfering here? That's the riddle. What does she want? Is it to keep Evgeny to herself? But, my dear fellow, I swear to you, I swear he doesn't even know her. And as for those bills, why, the whole thing is an invention. And the familiarity of the woman. It's quite clear we must treat the impudent creature's attempt with disdain, and redouble our courtesy towards Evgeny. I told my wife so. Now I'll tell you my secret conviction. I'm certain that she's doing this to revenge herself on me, on account of the past, though I assure you that all the time I was blameless. I blush at the very idea. And now she turns up again like this, when I thought she had finally disappeared. Where's Rogojin all this time? I thought she was Mrs. Rogojin long ago. The old man was in a state of great mental perturbation. The whole of the journey, which occupied nearly an hour, he continued in this strain, putting questions and answering them himself, shrugging his shoulders, pressing the prince's hand, and assuring the latter that, at all events, he had no suspicion whatever of him. This last assurance was satisfactory, at all events. The general finished by informing him that Evgeny's uncle was head of one of the civil service departments, and rich, very rich, and a gourmand. And well, heaven preserve him, of course, but Evgeny gets his money, don't you see? But for all this, I'm uncomfortable, I don't know why. There's something in the air, I feel there's something nasty in the air, like a bat, and I'm by no means comfortable. And it was not until the third day that the formal reconciliation between the prince and the Epanchins took place, as said before. At 12. It was 7 in the evening, and the prince was just preparing to go out for a walk in the park, when suddenly Mrs. Epanchin appeared on the terrace. "In the first place, don't dare to suppose," she began, "that I am going to apologize. Nonsense, you were entirely to blame." The prince remained silent. "Were you to blame or not?" "No, certainly not, no more than yourself, though at first I thought I was." "Oh, very well, let's sit down at all events, for I don't intend to stand up all day. And remember, if you say one word about mischievous urchins, I shall go away and break with you altogether. Now then, did you, or did you not, send a letter to Aglaia a couple of months or so ago about Eastertide?" "Yes." "What for? What was your object? Show me the letter." Mrs. Eppenshin's eyes flashed. She was almost trembling with impatience. "I have not got the letter," said the prince, timidly, extremely surprised at the turn the conversation had taken. "If anyone has it, if it still exists, Aglaia Ivanovna must have it." "No finessing, please. What did you write about?" "I am not finessing, and I am not in the least afraid of telling you, but I don't see the slightest reason why I should not have written." "Be quiet, you can talk afterwards. What was the letter about? Why are you blushing?" The prince was silent. At last he spoke. "I don't understand your thoughts, Lizabetha Prokofyevna, but I can see that the fact of my having written is for some reason repugnant to you. You must admit that I have a perfect right to refuse to answer your questions. But in order to show you that I am neither ashamed of the letter, nor sorry that I wrote it, and that I am not in the least inclined to blush about it," here the prince's blushes redoubled, "I will repeat the substance of my letter, for I think I know it almost by heart." So saying, the prince repeated the letter almost word for word, as he had written it. "My goodness, what utter twaddle, and what may all this nonsense have signified, pray, if it had any meaning at all?" said Mrs. Eppenshin, curringly, after having listened with great attention. "I really don't absolutely know myself. I know my feeling was very sincere. I had moments at that time full of life and hope." "What sort of hope?" "It is difficult to explain, but certainly not the hopes you have in your mind." "Hopes. Well, in a word, hopes for the future, and a feeling of joy that there, at all events, I was not entirely a stranger and a foreigner. I felt an ecstasy in being in my native land once more, and one sunny morning I took up a pen and wrote her that letter, but why to her, I don't quite know. Sometimes one longs to have a friend near, and I evidently felt the need of one then," added the prince, and paused. "Are you in love with her?" No. I wrote to her as to a sister. I sign myself her brother." "Oh yes, of course, on purpose. I quite understand. It is very painful to me to answer these questions, Lizabetha Prokofyevna. I dare say it is, but that's no affair of mine. Now then, assure me truly as before heaven, are you lying to me or not?" "No, I am not lying." "Are you telling the truth when you say you are not in love?" "I believe it is the absolute truth." "I believe, indeed. Did that mischievous urchin give it to her?" "I asked Nikolai Ardalionovitch." The urchin," interrupted Lizabetha Prokofyevna in an angry voice. "I do not want to know if it were Nikolai Ardalionovitch, the urchin. Nikolai Ardalionovitch. The urchin, I tell you." "No, it was not the urchin. It was Nikolai Ardalionovitch," said the prince very firmly, but without raising his voice. "Well, all right, my dear. I shall put that down to your account." She was silent a moment to get breath, and to recover her composure. "Well, and what's the meaning of the poor night, eh?" "I don't know in the least. I wasn't present when the joke was made. It is a joke, I suppose, and that's all." "Well, that's a comfort, at all events. You don't suppose she could take any interest in you, do you? Why, she called you an idiot herself." "I think you might have spared me that," murmured the prince reproachfully, almost in a whisper. "Don't be angry. She is a willful, mad, spoilt girl. If she likes a person, she will pitch into him and chaff him. I used to be just such another. But for all that you needn't flatter yourself, my boy, she is not for you. I don't believe it, and it is not to be. I tell you so at once, so that you may take proper precautions. Now, I want to hear you swear that you are not married to that woman. Lizabetha Prokofyevna, what are you thinking of? Cried the prince, almost leaping to his feet in amazement. Why, you very nearly were, anyhow. Yes, I nearly was, whispered the prince, hanging his head. Well then, have you come here for her? Are you in love with her, with that creature? I did not come to marry at all, replied the prince. Is there anything you hold sacred? There is. Then swear by it that you did not come here to marry her. I'll swear it by whatever you please. I believe you. You may kiss me. I breathe freely at last. But you must know, my dear friend, Aglaia does not love you, and she shall never be your wife while I am out of my grave. So be warned in time. Do you hear me? Yes, I hear. The prince flushed up so much that he could not look her in the face. I have waited for you with the greatest impatience, not that you were worth it. Every night I have drenched my pillow with tears. Not for you, my friend, not for you. Don't flatter yourself. I have my own grief, always the same, always the same. But I'll tell you why I have been awaiting you so impatiently, because I believe that Providence itself sent you to be a friend and a brother to me. I haven't a friend in the world except Princess Bela Konsky, and she is growing as stupid as a sheep from old age. Now then, tell me, yes or no. Do you know why she called out from her carriage the other night? I give you my word of honor that I had nothing to do with the matter, and know nothing about it. Very well, I believe you. I have my own ideas about it. Up to yesterday morning I thought it was really Evgeny Pavlovitch who was to blame. Now I cannot help agreeing with the others. But why he was made such a fool of I cannot understand. However, he is not going to marry Aglaia, I can tell you that. He may be a very excellent fellow, but so it shall be. I was not at all sure of accepting him before, but now I have quite made up my mind that I won't have him. Put me in my coffin first, and then into my grave, and then you may marry my daughter to whomsoever you please. So I said to the general this very morning. You see how I trust you, my boy. Yes, I see and understand. Mrs. Epanchin gazed keenly into the prince's eyes. She was anxious to see what impression the news as to Evgeny Pavlovitch had made upon him. Do you know anything about Gavrila Ardalionovitch? She asked at last. Oh yes, I know a good deal. Did you know he had communications with Aglaia? No, I didn't, said the prince, trembling a little and in great agitation. You say Gavrila Ardalionovitch has private communications with Aglaia. Impossible. Only quite lately. His sister has been working like a rat to clear the way for him all the winter. I don't believe it, said the prince abruptly after a short pause. Had it been so I should have known long ago. Oh, of course, yes, he would have come and wept out his secret on your bosom. Oh, you simpleton, you simpleton. Anyone can deceive you and take you in like A. Aren't you ashamed to trust him? Can't you see that he humbugs you just as much as ever he pleases? I know very well that he does deceive me occasionally, and he knows that I know it, but— The prince did not finish his sentence. And that's why you trust him, eh? So I should have supposed. Good Lord, was there ever such a man as you? TFU. And are you aware, sir, that this Gania or his sister Varia have brought her into correspondence with Nastasia Filipovna? Brought whom? Cried Muishkin. Aglaia. I don't believe it. It's impossible. What object could they have? He jumped up from his chair in his excitement. Nor do I believe it in spite of the proofs. The girl is self-willed and fantastic and insane. She's wicked, wicked. I'll repeat it for 1,000 years that she's wicked. They all are just now, all my daughters, even that wet hen Alexandra. And yet I don't believe it, because I don't choose to believe it, perhaps, but I don't. Why haven't you been? She turned on the prince suddenly. Why didn't you come near us all these 3 days, eh? The prince began to give his reasons, but she interrupted him again. Everybody takes you in and deceives you. You went to town yesterday. I dare swear you went down on your knees to that rogue and begged him to accept your 10,000 rubles. I never thought of doing any such thing. I have not seen him, and he is not a rogue in my opinion. I have had a letter from him. Show it me. The prince took a paper from his pocketbook and handed it to Lizabetha Prokofyevna. It ran as follows. Sir, in the eyes of the world, I am sure that I have no cause for pride or self-esteem. I am much too insignificant for that. But what may be so to other men's eyes is not so to yours. I am convinced that you are better than other people. Doktorenko disagrees with me, but I am content to differ from him on this point. I will never accept 1 single kopeck from you, but you have helped my mother, and I am bound to be grateful to you for that, however weak it may seem. At any rate, I have changed my opinion about you, and I think right to inform you of the fact. But I also suppose that there can be no further intercourse between us. Antip Burdovsky. P.S. The 200 rubles I owe you shall certainly be repaid in time. How extremely stupid, cried Mrs. Epanchin, giving back the letter abruptly. It was not worth the trouble of reading. Why are you smiling? Confess that you are pleased to have read it. What? Pleased with all that nonsense? Why, cannot you see that they are all infatuated with pride and vanity? He has acknowledged himself to be in the wrong. Don't you see that the greater his vanity, the more difficult this admission must have been on his part? Oh, what a little child you are, Lizabetha Prokofyevna. Are you tempting me to box your ears for you, or what? Not at all. I am only proving that you are glad about the letter. Why conceal your real feelings? You always like to do it. Never come near my house again, cried Mrs. Epanchin, pale with rage. Don't let me see as much as a shadow of you about the place. Do you hear? Oh, yes, and in 3 days you'll come and invite me yourself. Aren't you ashamed now? These are your best feelings. You are only tormenting yourself. I'll die before I invite you. I shall forget your very name. I've forgotten it already. She marched towards the door. But I'm forbidden your house as it is, without your added threats, cried the prince after her. What? Who forbade you? She turned round so suddenly that one might have supposed a needle had been stuck into her. The prince hesitated. He perceived that he had said too much now. Who forbade you? Cried Mrs. Epanchin once more. Aglaya Ivanovna told me. When? Speak quick. She sent to say, yesterday morning, that I was never to dare to come near the house again. Lizabetha Prokofyevna stood like a stone. What did she send? Whom? Was it that boy? Was it a message? Quick. I had a note, said the prince. Where is it? Give it here at once. The prince thought a moment. Then he pulled out of his waistcoat pocket an untidy slip of paper, on which was scrawled, Prince Lev Nikolaevich, if you think fit, after all that has passed, to honor our house with a visit, I can assure you you will not find me among the number of those who are in any way delighted to see you. Aglaya Epanchin. Mrs. Epanchin reflected a moment. The next minute she flew at the prince, seized his hand, and dragged him after her to the door. Quick, come along, she cried, breathless with agitation and impatience. Come along with me this moment. But you declared I wasn't. Don't be a simpleton. You behave just as though you weren't a man at all. Come on. I shall see now with my own eyes. I shall see all. Well, let me get my hat at least. Here's your miserable hat. He couldn't even choose a respectable shape for his hat. Come on. She did that because I took your part and said you ought to have come, little vixen. Else she would never have sent you that silly note. It's a most improper note, I call it. Most improper for such an intelligent, well-brought-up girl to write. I dare say she was annoyed that you didn't come, but she ought to have known that one can't write like that to an idiot like you, for you'd be sure to take it literally. Mrs. Epension was dragging the prince along with her all the time and never let go of his hand for an instant. What are you listening for? She added, seeing that she had committed herself a little. She wants a clown like you. She hasn't seen one for some time to play with. That's why she is anxious for you to come to the house. And right glad I am that she'll make a thorough good fool of you. You deserve it, and she can do it. Oh, she can indeed. As well as most people. Part 3. one. The Epension family, or at least the more serious members of it, were sometimes grieved because they seemed so unlike the rest of the world. They were not quite certain, but had at times a strong suspicion that things did not happen to them as they did to other people. Others led a quiet, uneventful life, while they were subject to continual upheavals. Others kept on the rails without difficulty. They ran off at the slightest obstacle. Other houses were governed by a timid routine. Theirs was somehow different. Perhaps Lizabetha Prokofyevna was alone in making these fretful observations. The girls, though not wanting in intelligence, were still young. The general was intelligent, too, but narrow, and in any difficulty he was content to say, and leave the matter to his wife. Consequently, on her fell the responsibility. It was not that they distinguished themselves as a family by any particular originality, or that their excursions off the track led to any breach of the proprieties. Oh, no. There was nothing premeditated. There was not even any conscious purpose in it all. And yet, in spite of everything, the family, although highly respected, was not quite what every highly respected family ought to be. For a long time now, Lizabetha Prokofyevna had it in her mind that all the trouble was owing to her unfortunate character, and this added to her distress. She blamed her own stupid, unconventional eccentricity. Always restless, always on the go, she constantly seemed to lose her way, and to get into trouble over the simplest and more ordinary affairs of life. We said at the beginning of our story that the Epensions were liked and esteemed by their neighbors. In spite of his humble origin, Ivan Fedorovitch himself was received everywhere with respect. He deserved this, partly on account of his wealth and position, partly because, though limited, he was really a very good fellow. But a certain limitation of mind seems to be an indispensable asset, if not to all public personages, at least to all serious financiers. Added to this, his manner was modest and unassuming. He knew when to be silent, yet never allowed himself to be trampled upon. Also, and this was more important than all, he had the advantage of being under exalted patronage. As to Lizabetha Prokofyevna, she, as the reader knows, belonged to an aristocratic family. True, Russians think more of influential friends than of birth, but she had both. She was esteemed and even loved by people of consequence in society, whose example in receiving her was therefore followed by others. It seems hardly necessary to remark that her family worries and anxieties had little or no foundation, or that her imagination increased them to an absurd degree. But if you have a wart on your forehead or nose, You imagine that all the world is looking at it, and that people would make fun of you because of it, even if you had discovered America. Doubtless Lizabetha Prokofyevna was considered eccentric in society, but she was none the less esteemed. The pity was that she was ceasing to believe in that esteem. When she thought of her daughters, she said to herself sorrowfully that she was a hindrance rather than a help to their future, that her character and temper were absurd, ridiculous, insupportable. Naturally, she put the blame on her surroundings, and from morning to night was quarreling with her husband and children, whom she really loved to the point of self-sacrifice, even, one might say, of passion. She was, above all, distressed by the idea that her daughters might grow up eccentric, like herself. She believed that no other society girls were like them. "They are growing into nihilists," she repeated over and over again. For years she had tormented herself with this idea and with the question, why don't they get married? It is to annoy their mother. That is their one aim in life. It can be nothing else. The fact is, it is all of a piece with these modern ideas, that wretched woman's question. 6 months ago, Aglaia took a fancy to cut off her magnificent hair. Why, even I, when I was young, had nothing like it. The scissors were in her hand, and I had to go down on my knees and implore her. She did it, I know, from sheer mischief, to spite her mother, for she is a naughty, capricious girl, a real spoiled child, spiteful and mischievous to a degree. And then Alexandra wanted to shave her head, not from caprice or mischief, but like a little fool, simply because Aglaia persuaded her she would sleep better without her hair and not suffer from headache. And how many suitors have they not had during the last 5 years? Excellent offers, too. What more do they want? Why don't they get married? For no other reason than to vex their mother. None. But Lizabetha Prokofyevna felt somewhat consoled when she could say that one of her girls, Adelaida, was settled at last. "It will be one off our hands," she declared aloud, though in private she expressed herself with greater tenderness. The engagement was both happy and suitable, and was therefore approved in society. Prince S. was a distinguished man, he had money, and his future wife was devoted to him. What more could be desired? Lizabetha Prokofyevna had felt less anxious about this daughter, however, although she considered her artistic tastes suspicious. To make up for them she was, as her mother expressed it, merry, and had plenty of common sense. It was Aglaia's future which disturbed her most. With regard to her eldest daughter, Alexandra, the mother never quite knew whether there was cause for anxiety or not. Sometimes she felt as if there was nothing to be expected from her. She was 25 now, and must be fated to be an old maid, and with such beauty, too. The mother spent whole nights in weeping and lamenting, while all the time the cause of her grief slumbered peacefully. What is the matter with her? Is she a nihilist or simply a fool? But Lizabetha Prokofyevna knew perfectly well how unnecessary was the last question. She set a high value on Alexandra Ivanovna's judgment, and often consulted her in difficulties, but that she was a wet hen she never for a moment doubted. She is so calm, nothing rouses her, though wet hens are not always calm. Oh, I can't understand it. Her eldest daughter inspired Lizabetha with a kind of puzzled compassion. She did not feel this in Aglaia's case, though the latter was her idol. It may be said that these outbursts and epithets, such as wet hen, in which the maternal solicitude usually showed itself, only made Alexandra laugh. Sometimes the most trivial thing annoyed Mrs. Epanchin and drove her into a frenzy. For instance, Alexandra Ivanovna liked to sleep late and was always dreaming, though her dreams had the peculiarity of being as innocent and naive as those of a child of 7. And the very innocence of her dreams annoyed her mother. Once she dreamt of 9 hens, and this was the cause of quite a serious quarrel. No one knew why. Another time she had, it was most unusual, a dream with a spark of originality in it. She dreamt of a monk in a dark room into which she was too frightened to go. Adelaida and Aglaia rushed off with shrieks of laughter to relate this to their mother, but she was quite angry and said her daughters were all fools. She is as stupid as a fool, a veritable wet hen. Nothing excites her, and yet she is not happy. Some days it makes one miserable only to look at her. Why is she unhappy, I wonder? At times Lizabetha Prokofievna put this question to her husband, and as usual she spoke in the threatening tone of one who demands an immediate answer. Ivan Fedorovitch would frown, shrug his shoulders, and at last give his opinion. She needs a husband. God forbid that he should share your ideas, Ivan Fedorovitch. His wife flashed back. Or that he should be as gross and churlish as you. The general promptly made his escape, and Lizabetha Prokofievna after a while grew calm again. That evening, of course, she would be unusually attentive, gentle, and respectful to her gross and churlish husband, her dear, kind Ivan Fedorovitch, for she had never left off loving him. She was even still in love with him. He knew it well, and for his part held her in the greatest esteem. But the mother's great and continual anxiety was Aglaia. "She is exactly like me, my image in everything," said Mrs. Epanchin to herself. "A tyrant, a real little demon, a nihilist, eccentric, senseless, and mischievous. Good Lord, how unhappy she will be." But as we said before, the fact of Adelaida's approaching marriage was balm to the mother. For a whole month, she forgot her fears and worries. Adelaida's fate was settled, and with her name that of Aglaia's was linked in society gossip. People whispered that Aglaia, too, was as good as engaged. And Aglaia always looked so sweet and behaved so well during this period that the mother's heart was full of joy. Of course, Evgeny Pavlovitch must be thoroughly studied first, before the final step should be taken. But really, how lovely dear Aglaia had become. She actually grew more beautiful every day. And then, yes, and then, this abominable prince showed his face again, and everything went topsy-turvy at once, and everyone seemed as mad as March hares. What had really happened? If it had been any other family than the Epanchins, nothing particular would have happened. But, thanks to Mrs. Epanchin's invariable fussiness and anxiety, there could not be the slightest hitch in the simplest matters of everyday life. But she immediately foresaw the most dreadful and alarming consequences, and suffered accordingly. What then must have been her condition, when, among all the imaginary anxieties and calamities which so constantly beset her, she now saw looming ahead a serious cause for annoyance, something really likely to arouse doubts and suspicions. How dared they write that hateful anonymous letter informing me that Aglaia is in communication with Nastasia Filipovna? She thought, as she dragged the prince along towards her own house, and again when she sat him down at the round table where the family was already assembled. How dared they so much as think of such a thing? I should die with shame if I thought there was a particle of truth in it, or if I were to show the letter to Aglaia herself. Who dares play these jokes upon us, the Epanchins? Why didn't we go to the Yeligin instead of coming down here? I told you we had better go to the Yeligin this summer, Ivan Fedorovitch. It's all your fault. I dare say it was that Varia who sent the letter. It's all Ivan Fedorovitch. That woman is doing it all for him. I know she is, to show she can make a fool of him now just as she did when he used to give her pearls. But after all is said, we are mixed up in it. Your daughters are mixed up in it, Ivan Fedorovitch. Young ladies in society, young ladies at an age to be married. They were present, they heard everything there was to hear. They were mixed up with that other scene, too, with those dreadful youths. You must be pleased to remember they heard it all. I cannot forgive that wretched prince. I never shall forgive him. And why, if you please, has Aglaia had an attack of nerves for these last 3 days? Why has she all but quarreled with her sisters, even with Alexandra, whom she respects so much that she always kisses her hands as though she were her mother? What are all these riddles of hers that we have to guess? What has Gavrila Ardalionovitch to do with it? Why did she take upon herself to champion him this morning and burst into tears over it? Why is there an allusion to that cursed poor knight in the anonymous letter? And why did I rush off to him just now like a lunatic and drag him back here? I do believe I've gone mad at last. What on earth have I done now? To talk to a young man about my daughter's secrets, and secrets having to do with himself, too. Thank goodness, he's an idiot and a friend of the house. Surely Aglaia hasn't fallen in love with such a gaby. What an idea! Phoo, we ought all to be put under glass cases, myself first of all, and be shown off as curiosities at 10 kopecks a peep. I shall never forgive you for all this, Ivan Fedorovitch. Never. Look at her now. Why doesn't she make fun of him? She said she would, and she doesn't. Look there. She stares at him with all her eyes and doesn't move, and yet she told him not to come. He looks pale enough, and that abominable chatterbox, Evgeny Pavlovitch, monopolizes the whole of the conversation. Nobody else can get a word in. I could soon find out all about everything if I could only change the subject. The prince certainly was very pale. He sat at the table and seemed to be feeling, by turns, sensations of alarm and rapture. Oh, how frightened he was of looking to one side, one particular corner, whence he knew very well that a pair of dark eyes were watching him intently, and how happy he was to think that he was once more among them, and occasionally hearing that well-known voice, although she had written and forbidden him to come again. What on earth will she say to me, I wonder? He thought to himself. He had not said a word yet. He sat silent and listened to Evgeny Pavlovitch's eloquence. The latter had never appeared so happy and excited as on this evening. The prince listened to him, but for a long time did not take in a word he said. Excepting Ivan Fedorovitch, who had not as yet returned from town, the whole family was present. Prince S. was there, and they all intended to go out to hear the band very soon. Kolya arrived presently and joined the circle. So he is received as usual after all, thought the prince. The Epinchins' country house was a charming building, built after the model of a Swiss chalet and covered with creepers. It was surrounded on all sides by a flower garden, and the family sat, as a rule, on the open veranda as at the prince's house. The subject under discussion did not appear to be very popular with the assembly, and some would have been delighted to change it. But Evgeny would not stop holding forth, and the prince's arrival seemed to spur him on to still further oratorical efforts. Lizaveta Prokofievna frowned, but had not as yet grasped the subject, which seemed to have arisen out of a heated argument. Aglaia sat apart, almost in the corner, listening in stubborn silence. "Excuse me," continued Evgeny Pavlovitch hotly. "I don't say a word against liberalism. Liberalism is not a sin. It is a necessary part of a great whole, which whole would collapse and fall to pieces without it. Liberalism has just as much right to exist as has the most moral conservatism. But I am attacking Russian liberalism, and I attack it for the simple reason that a Russian liberal is not a Russian liberal. He is a non-Russian liberal. Show me a real Russian liberal, and I'll kiss him before you all with pleasure. If he cared to kiss you, that is," said Alexandra, whose cheeks were red with irritation and excitement. "Look at that now. thought the mother to herself. She does nothing but sleep and eat for a year at a time, and then suddenly flies out in the most incomprehensible way. The prince observed that Alexandra appeared to be angry with Evgeny, because he spoke on a serious subject in a frivolous manner, pretending to be in earnest, but with an undercurrent of irony. I was saying just now, before you came in, Prince, that there has been nothing national up to now about our liberalism, and nothing the liberals do or have done is in the least degree national. They are drawn from two classes only, the old landowning class and clerical families. How nothing that they have done is Russian? Asked Princess. Maybe Russian, but it is not national. Our liberals are not Russian, nor are our conservatives, and you may be sure that the nation does not recognize anything that has been done by the landed gentry, or by the seminarists, or what is to be done either. Come, that's good. How can you maintain such a paradox? If you are serious, that is. I cannot allow such a statement about the landed proprietors to pass unchallenged. Why, you are a landed proprietor yourself, cried Prince S. hotly. I suppose you'll say there is nothing national about our literature either, said Alexandra. Well, I am not a great authority on literary questions, but I certainly do hold that Russian literature is not Russian, except perhaps Lomonosov, Pushkin, and Gogol. In the first place, that is a considerable admission, and in the second place, one of the above was a peasant, and the other two were both landed proprietors. Quite so, but don't be in such a hurry. For since it has been the part of these three men, and only these three, to say something absolutely their own, not borrowed, so by this very fact these three men become really national. If any Russian shall have done or said anything really and absolutely original, he is to be called national from that moment, though he may not be able to talk the Russian language. Still, he is a national Russian. I consider that an axiom, but we were not speaking of literature. We began by discussing the socialists. Very well then, I insist that there does not exist one single Russian socialist. There does not, and there has never existed such a one, because all socialists are derived from the two classes, the landed proprietors and the seminarists. All our eminent socialists are merely old liberals of the class of landed proprietors, men who were liberals in the days of serfdom. Why do you laugh? Give me their books, give me their studies, their memoirs, and though I am not a literary critic, yet I will prove as clear as day that every chapter and every word of their writings has been the work of a former landed proprietor of the old school. You'll find that all their raptures, all their generous transports are proprietary, all their woes and their tears, proprietary, all proprietary or seminarist. You are laughing again, and you, Prince, are smiling too. Don't you agree with me? It was true enough that everybody was laughing, the Prince among them. I cannot tell you on the instant whether I agree with you or not, said the latter, suddenly stopping his laughter and starting like a schoolboy caught at mischief. But, I assure you, I am listening to you with extreme gratification. So saying, he almost panted with agitation, and a cold sweat stood upon his forehead. These were his first words since he had entered the house. He tried to lift his eyes and look around, but dared not. Evgeny Pavlovitch noticed his confusion and smiled. I'll just tell you one fact, ladies and gentlemen, continued the latter, with apparent seriousness and even exaltation of manner, but with a suggestion of chaff behind every word, as though he were laughing in his sleeve at his own nonsense. A fact, the discovery of which, I believe, I may claim to have made by myself alone. At all events, No other has ever said or written a word about it, and in this fact is expressed the whole essence of Russian liberalism, of the sort which I am now considering. In the first place, what is liberalism, speaking generally, but an attack, whether mistaken or reasonable, is quite another question upon the existing order of things. Is this so? Yes. Very well. Then my fact consists in this, that Russian liberalism is not an attack upon the existing order of things, but an attack upon the very essence of things themselves. Indeed, on the things themselves, not an attack on the Russian order of things, but on Russia itself. My Russian liberal goes so far as to reject Russia. That is, he hates and strikes his own mother. Every misfortune and mishap of the mother country fills him with mirth, and even with ecstasy. He hates the national customs, Russian history, and everything. If he has a justification, it is that he does not know what he is doing, and believes that his hatred of Russia is the grandest and most profitable kind of liberalism. You will often find a liberal who is applauded and esteemed by his fellows, but who is in reality the dreariest, blindest, dullest of conservatives, and is not aware of the fact. This hatred for Russia has been mistaken by some of our Russian liberals for sincere love of their country, and they boast that they see better than their neighbors what real love of one's country should consist in. But of late they have grown more candid, and are ashamed of the expression love of country, and have annihilated the very spirit of the words as something injurious and petty and undignified. This is the truth, and I hold by it. But at the same time it is a phenomenon which has not been repeated at any other time or place. And therefore, though I hold to it as a fact, yet I recognize that it is an accidental phenomenon, and may likely enough pass away. There can be no such thing anywhere else as a liberal who really hates his country. And how is this fact to be explained among us? By my original statement that a Russian liberal is not a Russian liberal. That's the only explanation that I can see. I take all that you have said as a joke, said Prince S. Seriously. I have not seen all kinds of liberals, and cannot, therefore, set myself up as a judge, said Alexandra. But I have heard all you have said with indignation. You have taken some accidental case and twisted it into a universal law, which is unjust. Accidental case, said Evgeny Pavlovitch. Do you consider it an accidental case, Prince? I must also admit, said the Prince, that I have not seen much or been very far into the question, but I cannot help thinking that you are more or less right, and that Russian liberalism, that phase of it which you are considering, at least, really is sometimes inclined to hate Russia itself, and not only its existing order of things in general. Of course, this is only partially the truth. You cannot lay down the law for all. The Prince blushed and broke off, without finishing what he meant to say. In spite of his shyness and agitation, he could not help being greatly interested in the conversation. A special characteristic of his was the naive candor with which he always listened to arguments which interested him, and with which he answered any questions put to him on the subject at issue. In the very expression of his face, this naivete was unmistakably evident, this disbelief in the insincerity of others, and unsuspecting disregard of irony or humor in their words. But though Evgeny Pavlovitch had put his questions to the Prince with no other purpose, but to enjoy the joke of his simple-minded seriousness, yet now, at his answer, he was surprised into some seriousness himself, and looked gravely at Muishkin as though he had not expected that sort of answer at all. "Why, how strange!" he ejaculated. "You didn't answer me seriously, surely, did you?" "Did not you ask me the question seriously?" inquired the Prince, in amazement. Everybody laughed. "Oh, trust him for that," said Adelaida. "Evgeny Pavlovitch turns everything and everybody he can lay hold of to ridicule. You should hear the things he says sometimes, apparently in perfect seriousness. In my opinion, the conversation has been a painful one throughout, and we ought never to have begun it," said Alexandra. "We were all going for a walk." "Come along then," said Evgeny. "It's a glorious evening." But to prove that this time I was speaking absolutely seriously, and especially to prove this to the prince, for you, prince, have interested me exceedingly, and I swear to you that I am not quite such an ass as I like to appear sometimes, although I am rather an ass, I admit. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, will you allow me to put just one more question to the prince out of pure curiosity? It shall be the last. This question came into my mind a couple of hours since. You see, prince, I do think seriously at times, and I made my own decision upon it. Now I wish to hear what the prince will say to it. We have just used the expression accidental case. This is a significant phrase. We often hear it. Well, not long since everyone was talking and reading about that terrible murder of 6 people on the part of a young fellow, and of the extraordinary speech of the counsel for the defense, who observed that in the poverty-stricken condition of the criminal it must have come naturally into his head to kill these 6 people. I do not quote his words, but that is the sense of them, or something very like it. Now, in my opinion, the barrister who put forward this extraordinary plea was probably absolutely convinced that he was stating the most liberal, the most humane, the most enlightened view of the case that could possibly be brought forward in these days. Now, was this distortion, this capacity for a perverted way of viewing things, a special or accidental case, or is such a general rule? Everyone laughed at this. "A special case, accidental of course," cried Alexandra and Adelaida. "Let me remind you once more, Evgeny," said Prince S., "that your joke is getting a little threadbare." "What do you think about it, Prince?" asked Evgeny, taking no notice of the last remark and observing Muishkin's serious eyes fixed upon his face. "What do you think? Was it a special or a usual case, the rule or an exception? I confess I put the question especially for you." "No, I don't think it was a special case," said the prince quietly but firmly. "My dear fellow," cried Princess, with some annoyance, "don't you see that he is chaffing you? He is simply laughing at you and wants to make game of you." "I thought Evgeny Pavlovitch was talking seriously," said the prince, blushing and dropping his eyes. "My dear prince," continued Princess, "remember what you and I were saying 2 or 3 months ago. We spoke of the fact that in our newly opened law courts one could already lay one's finger upon so many talented and remarkable young barristers. How pleased you were with the state of things as we found it, and how glad I was to observe your delight. We both said it was a matter to be proud of, but this clumsy defense that Evgeny mentions, this strange argument can, of course, only be an accidental case, 1 in 1,000. The prince reflected a little, but very soon he replied, with absolute conviction in his tone, though he still spoke somewhat shyly and timidly. "I only wish to say that this distortion, as Evgeny Pavlovitch expressed it, is met with very often, and is far more the general rule than the exception, unfortunately for Russia. So much so, that if this distortion were not the general rule, perhaps these dreadful crimes would be less frequent." Dreadful crimes! But I can assure you that crimes just as dreadful, and probably more horrible, have occurred before our times, and at all times, and not only here in Russia, but everywhere else as well. And in my opinion it is not at all likely that such murders will cease to occur for a very long time to come. The only difference is that in former times there was less publicity, while now everyone talks and writes freely about such things, which fact gives the impression that such crimes have only now sprung into existence. That is where your mistake lies, an extremely natural mistake, I assure you, my dear fellow," said Prince S. "I know that there were just as many, and just as terrible, crimes before our times. Not long since I visited a convict prison and made acquaintance with some of the criminals. There were some even more dreadful criminals than this one we have been speaking of, men who have murdered a dozen of their fellow creatures and feel no remorse whatever. What I especially noticed was this, that the very most hopeless and remorseless murderer, however hardened a criminal he may be, still knows that he is a criminal. That is, he is conscious that he has acted wickedly, though he may feel no remorse whatever. And they were all like this. Those of whom Evgeny Pavlovitch has spoken do not admit that they are criminals at all. They think they had a right to do what they did, and that they were even doing a good deed, perhaps. I consider there is the greatest difference between the two cases. And recollect, it was a youth, at the particular age which is most helplessly susceptible to the distortion of ideas. Prince S. was now no longer smiling. He gazed at the prince in bewilderment. Alexandra, who had seemed to wish to put in her word when the prince began, now sat silent, as though some sudden thought had caused her to change her mind about speaking. Evgeny Pavlovitch gazed at him in real surprise, and this time his expression of face had no mockery in it whatever. "What are you looking so surprised about, my friend?" asked Mrs. Epanchin, suddenly. "Did you suppose he was stupider than yourself, and was incapable of forming his own opinions, or what?" "No, oh no, not at all," said Evgeny. "But how is it, Prince, that you— excuse the question, will you— if you are capable of observing and seeing things as you evidently do, how is it that you saw nothing distorted or perverted in that claim upon your property, which you acknowledged a day or two since, and which was full of arguments founded upon the most distorted views of right and wrong? I'll tell you what, my friend," cried Mrs. Epanchin, of a sudden. "Here are we all sitting here and imagining we are very clever, and perhaps laughing at the prince, some of us, and meanwhile he has received a letter this very day in which that same claimant renounces his claim, and begs the prince's pardon. There. We don't often get that sort of letter, and yet we are not ashamed to walk with our noses in the air before him. And Hippolyte has come down here to stay," said Kolya, suddenly. "What, has he arrived?" said the prince, starting up. "Yes, I brought him down from town, just after you had left the house." "There now, it's just like him," cried Lizaveta Prokofievna, boiling over once more and entirely oblivious of the fact that she had just taken the prince's part. "I dare swear that you went up to town yesterday on purpose to get the little wretch to do you the great honor of coming to stay at your house. You did go up to town. You know you did, you said so yourself. Now then, did you, or did you not, go down on your knees and beg him to come confess?" "No, he didn't, for I saw it all myself," said Kolya. "On the contrary, Hippolyte kissed his hand twice and thanked him, and all the prince said was that he thought Hippolyte might feel better here in the country." "Don't, Kolya. What is the use of saying all that?" cried the prince, rising and taking his hat. "Where are you going to now?" cried Mrs. Epanchin. "Never mind about him now, Prince," said Kolya. "He is all right and taking a nap after the journey. He is very happy to be here, but I think perhaps it would be better if you let him alone for today. He is very sensitive now that he is so ill, and he might be embarrassed if you show him too much attention at first. He is decidedly better today and says he has not felt so well for the last 6 months and has coughed much less, too." The prince observed that Aglaia came out of her corner and approached the table at this point. He did not dare look at her, but he was conscious, to the very tips of his fingers, that she was gazing at him, perhaps angrily, and that she had probably flushed up with a look of fiery indignation in her black eyes. "It seems to me, Mr. Kolya, that you were very foolish to bring your young friend down, if he is the same consumptive boy who wept so profusely and invited us all to his own funeral," remarked Evgeny Pavlovitch. "He talked so eloquently about the blank wall outside his bedroom window that I'm sure he will never support life here without it." "I think so too," said Mrs. Epanchin. "He will quarrel with you and be off," and she drew her work-box towards her with an air of dignity, quite oblivious of the fact that the family was about to start for a walk in the park. "Yes, I remember he boasted about the blank wall in an extraordinary way," continued Evgeny, "and I feel that without that blank wall he will never be able to die eloquently, and he does so long to die eloquently." "Oh, you must forgive him the blank wall," said the prince quietly. "He has come down to see a few trees now, poor fellow." "Oh, I forgive him with all my heart. You may tell him so if you like," laughed Evgeny. "I don't think you should take it quite like that," said the prince quietly and without removing his eyes from the carpet. "I think it is more a case of his forgiving you." "Forgiving me? Why so? What have I done to need his forgiveness?" "If you don't understand, then. But of course you do understand. He wished to bless you all round and to have your blessing before he died, that's all." "My dear prince," began Princess, hurriedly exchanging glances with some of those present, "you will not easily find heaven on earth, and yet you seem to expect to. Heaven is a difficult thing to find anywhere, Prince, far more difficult than appears to that good heart of yours. Better stop this conversation, or we shall all be growing quite disturbed in our minds, and—" "Let's go and hear the band, then," said Lizaveta Prokofievna, angrily rising from her place. The rest of the company followed her example. "Get el averatu." The prince suddenly approached Evgeny Pavlovitch. "Evgeny Pavlovitch," he said, with strange excitement and seizing the latter's hand in his own, "be assured that I esteem you as a generous and honorable man in spite of everything. Be assured of that." Evgeny Pavlovitch fell back a step in astonishment. For one moment it was all he could do to restrain himself from bursting out laughing, but looking closer, he observed that the prince did not seem to be quite himself. At all events, he was in a very curious state. "I wouldn't mind betting, Prince," he cried, "that you did not in the least mean to say that, and very likely you meant to address someone else altogether. What is it? Are you feeling unwell or anything?" "Very likely, extremely likely, and you must be a very close observer to detect the fact that perhaps I did not intend to come up to you at all." So saying, he smiled strangely, but suddenly and excitedly he began again. "Don't remind me of what I have done or said. Don't. I am very much ashamed of myself, Why, what have you done? I don't understand you." "I see you are ashamed of me, Evgeny Pavlovitch. You are blushing for me. That's a sign of a good heart. Don't be afraid. I shall go away directly." "What's the matter with him? Do his fits begin like that?" said Lizaveta Prokofievna in a high state of alarm, addressing Kolya. No, Lizaveta Prokofievna, take no notice of me. I am not going to have a fit. I will go away directly, but I know I am afflicted. I was 24 years an invalid, you see, the first 24 years of my life, so take all I do and say as the sayings and actions of an invalid. I'm going away directly, I really am. Don't be afraid. I am not blushing, for I don't think I need blush about it, need I? But I see that I am out of place in society. Society is better without me. It's not vanity, I assure you. I have thought over it all these last 3 days, and I have made up my mind that I ought to unbosom myself candidly before you at the first opportunity. There are certain things, certain great ideas, which I must not so much as approach, as Princess has just reminded me, or I shall make you all laugh. I have no sense of proportion, I know. My words and gestures do not express my ideas. They are a humiliation and abasement of the ideas, and therefore I have no right, and I am too sensitive. Still, I believe I am beloved in this household, and esteemed far more than I deserve. But I can't help knowing that after 24 years of illness, there must be some trace left, so that it is impossible for people to refrain from laughing at me sometimes. Don't you think so? He seemed to pause for a reply, for some verdict, as it were, and looked humbly around him. All present stood rooted to the earth with amazement at this unexpected and apparently uncalled-for outbreak. But the poor prince's painful and rambling speech gave rise to a strange episode. "Why do you say all this here?" cried Aglaia suddenly. "Why do you talk like this to them?" She appeared to be in the last stages of wrath and irritation. Her eyes flashed. The prince stood dumbly and blindly before her, and suddenly grew pale. "There is not one of them all who is worthy of these words of yours," continued Aglaia. "Not one of them is worth your little finger. Not one of them has heart or head to compare with yours. You are more honest than all, and better, nobler, kinder, wiser than all. There are some here who are unworthy to bend and pick up the handkerchief you have just dropped. Why do you humiliate yourself like this, and place yourself lower than these people? Why do you debase yourself before them? Why have you no pride?" "My God, who would ever have believed this?" cried Mrs. Epanchin, wringing her hands. "Hurrah for the poor knight," cried Kolya. "Be quiet. How dare they laugh at me in your house?" said Aglaia, turning sharply on her mother in that hysterical frame of mind that rides recklessly over every obstacle and plunges blindly through proprieties. "Why does everyone worry and torment me? Why have they all been bullying me these 3 days about you, Prince? I will not marry you, never and under no circumstances. Know that once and for all, as if anyone could marry an absurd creature like you. Just look in the glass and see what you look like this very moment. Why do they torment me and say I am going to marry you? You must know it. You are in the plot with them. No one ever tormented you on the subject," murmured Adelaida, aghast. "No one ever thought of such a thing. There has never been a word said about it," cried Alexandra. "Who has been annoying her? Who has been tormenting the child? Who could have said such a thing to her? Is she raving?" cried Lizabetha Prokofyevna, trembling with rage, to the company in general. "Every one of them has been saying it, every one of them, all these 3 days. And I will never, never marry him." So saying, Aglaia burst into bitter tears, and hiding her face in her handkerchief, sank back into a chair. "But he has never even. I have never asked you to marry me, Aglaia Ivanovna," said the prince of a sudden. "What?" cried Mrs. Epanchin, raising her hands in horror. "What's that?" She could not believe her ears. I only meant to say," said the prince, faltering. "I merely meant to explain to Aglaia Ivanovna, to have the honor to explain, as it were, that I had no intention, never had, to ask the honor of her hand. I assure you I am not guilty, Aglaia Ivanovna, I am not, indeed. I never did wish to, I never thought of it at all, and never shall. You'll see it yourself, you may be quite assured of it. Some wicked person has been maligning me to you, but it's all right. Don't worry about it." So saying, the prince approached Aglaia. She took the handkerchief from her face, glanced keenly at him, took in what he had said, and burst out laughing. Such a merry, unrestrained laugh, so hearty and gay that Adelaida could not contain herself. She, too, glanced at the prince's panic-stricken countenance, then rushed at her sister, threw her arms round her neck, and burst into as merry a fit of laughter as Aglaia's own. They laughed together like a couple of schoolgirls. Hearing and seeing this, the prince smiled happily, and in accents of relief and joy, he exclaimed, "Well, thank God, thank God." Alexandra now joined in, and it looked as though the three sisters were going to laugh on forever. "They are insane," muttered Lizabetha Prokofyevna. "Either they frighten one out of one's wits or else." But Princess was laughing now, too. So was Evgeny Pavlovitch, so was Kolya, and so was the prince himself, who caught the infection as he looked round radiantly upon the others. "Come along, let's go out for a walk," cried Adelaida. "We'll all go together, and the prince must absolutely go with us. You needn't go away, you dear good fellow. Isn't he a dear, Aglaia? Isn't he, mother? I must really give him a kiss for his explanation to Aglaia just now. Mother, dear, I may kiss him, mayn't I? Aglaia, may I kiss your prince?" cried the young rogue, and sure enough she skipped up to the prince and kissed his forehead. He seized her hands, and pressed them so hard that Adelaida nearly cried out. He then gazed with delight into her eyes, and raising her right hand to his lips with enthusiasm, kissed it 3 times. "Come along," said Aglaia. "Prince, you must walk with me, may he, mother? This young cavalier who won't have me. You said you would never have me, didn't you, Prince? No, no, not like that. That's not the way to give your arm. Don't you know how to give your arm to a lady yet? There, so. Now, come along, you and I will lead the way. Would you like to lead the way with me alone, Tert-ha-tert?" She went on talking and chatting without a pause, with occasional little bursts of laughter between. "Thank God, said Lizabetha Prokofyevna to herself, without quite knowing why she felt so relieved. What extraordinary people they are, thought Prince S., for perhaps the 100th time since he had entered into intimate relations with the family, but he liked these extraordinary people all the same. As for Prince Lev Nikolaevich himself, Prince S. did not seem quite to like him somehow. He was decidedly preoccupied and a little disturbed as they all started off. Evgeny Pavlovitch seemed to be in a lively humor. He made Adelaida and Alexandra laugh all the way to the Vauxhall, but they both laughed so very readily and promptly that the worthy Evgeny began at last to suspect that they were not listening to him at all. At this idea, he burst out laughing all at once, in quite unaffected mirth, and without giving any explanation. The sisters, who also appeared to be in high spirits, never tired of glancing at Aglaia and the prince, who were walking in front. It was evident that their younger sister was a thorough puzzle to them both. Princess tried hard to get up a conversation with Mrs. Epanchin upon outside subjects, probably with the good intention of distracting and amusing her, but he bored her dreadfully. She was absent-minded to a degree, and answered at cross purposes, and sometimes not at all. But the puzzle and mystery of Aglaia was not yet over for the evening. The last exhibition fell to the lot of the prince alone. When they had proceeded some 100 paces or so from the house, Aglaia said to her obstinately silent cavalier in a quick half-whisper, "Look to the right." The prince glanced in the direction indicated. "Look closer. Do you see that bench in the park there, just by those 3 big trees, that green bench?" The prince replied that he saw it. "Do you like the position of it? Sometimes of a morning early, at 7 o'clock, when all the rest are still asleep, I come out and sit there alone. The prince muttered that the spot was a lovely one. "Now go away, I don't wish to have your arm any longer. Or perhaps, better, continue to give me your arm and walk along beside me, but don't speak a word to me. I wish to think by myself." The warning was certainly unnecessary, for the prince would not have said a word all the rest of the time, whether forbidden to speak or not. His heart beat loud and painfully when Aglaia spoke of the bench. Could she? But no. He banished the thought after an instant's deliberation. At Pavlovsk, on weekdays, the public is more select than it is on Sundays and Saturdays, when the townsfolk come down to walk about and enjoy the park. The ladies dress elegantly on these days, and it is the fashion to gather round the band, which is probably the best of our pleasure garden bands and plays the newest pieces. The behavior of the public is most correct and proper, and there is an appearance of friendly intimacy among the usual frequenters. Many come for nothing but to look at their acquaintances, but there are others who come for the sake of the music. It is very seldom that anything happens to break the harmony of the proceedings, though, of course, accidents will happen everywhere. On this particular evening, the weather was lovely, and there were a large number of people present. All the places anywhere near the orchestra were occupied. Our friends took chairs near the side exit. The crowd and the music cheered Mrs. Epension a little and amused the girls. They bowed and shook hands with some of their friends and nodded at a distance to others. They examined the ladies' dresses, noticed comicalities and eccentricities among the people, and laughed and talked among themselves. Evgeny Pavlovitch, too, found plenty of friends to bow to. Several people noticed Aglaia and the prince, who were still together. Before very long 2 or 3 young men had come up, and 1 or 2 remained to talk. All of these young men appeared to be on intimate terms with Evgeny Pavlovitch. Among them was a young officer, a remarkably handsome fellow, very good-natured and a great chatterbox. He tried to get up a conversation with Aglaia and did his best to secure her attention. Aglaia behaved very graciously to him and chatted and laughed merrily. Evgeny Pavlovitch begged the prince's leave to introduce their friend to him. The prince hardly realized what was wanted of him, but the introduction came off. The 2 men bowed and shook hands. Evgeny Pavlovitch's friend asked the prince some question, but the latter did not reply, or if he did, he muttered something so strangely indistinct that there was nothing to be made of it. The officer stared intently at him, then glanced at Evgeny, divined why the latter had introduced him, and gave his undivided attention to Aglaia again. Only Evgeny Pavlovitch observed that Aglaia flushed up for a moment at this. The prince did not notice that others were talking and making themselves agreeable to Aglaia. In fact, at moments, he almost forgot that he was sitting by her himself. At other moments, he felt a longing to go away somewhere and be alone with his thoughts, and to feel that no one knew where he was. Or if that were impossible, he would like to be alone at home, on the terrace, without either Lebedev or his children or anyone else about him, and to lie there and think, a day and night and another day again. He thought of the mountains, and especially of a certain spot which he used to frequent, whence he would look down upon the distant valleys and fields, and see the waterfall far off like a little silver thread, and the old ruined castle in the distance. Oh, how he longed to be there now, alone with his thoughts, to think of one thing all his life, one thing. 1,000 years would not be too much time, and let everyone here forget him utterly. How much better it would have been if they had never known him, if all this could but prove to be a dream. Perhaps it was a dream. Now and then he looked at Aglaia for 5 minutes at a time, without taking his eyes off her face. but his expression was very strange. He would gaze at her as though she were an object a couple of miles distant, or as though he were looking at her portrait and not at herself at all. "Why do you look at me like that, Prince?" she asked suddenly, breaking off her merry conversation and laughter with those about her. "I'm afraid of you. You look as though you were just going to put out your hand and touch my face to see if it's real. Doesn't he, Evgeny Pavlovitch, doesn't he look like that?" The prince seemed surprised that he should have been addressed at all. He reflected a moment, but did not seem to take in what had been said to him. At all events, he did not answer. But observing that she and the others had begun to laugh, he too opened his mouth and laughed with them. The laughter became general, and the young officer, who seemed a particularly lively sort of person, simply shook with mirth. Aglaia suddenly whispered angrily to herself the word, "Idiot! My goodness, surely she is not in love with surely she isn't mad," groaned Mrs. Epanchin under her breath. "It's all a joke, Mamma. It's just a joke like the poor knight, nothing more whatever, I assure you," Alexandra whispered in her ear. "She is chaffing him, making a fool of him after her own private fashion, that's all. But she carries it just a little too far. She is a regular little actress. How she frightened us just now, didn't she? And all for a lark. Well, it's lucky she has happened upon an idiot, then. That's all I can say," whispered Lizabetha Prokofyevna, who was somewhat comforted, however, by her daughter's remark. The prince had heard himself referred to as idiot, and had shuddered at the moment, but his shudder, it so happened, was not caused by the word applied to him. The fact was that in the crowd, not far from where he was sitting, a pale, familiar face with curly black hair and a well-known smile and expression had flashed across his vision for a moment and disappeared again. Very likely he had imagined it. There only remained to him the impression of a strange smile, 2 eyes, and a bright green tie. Whether the man had disappeared among the crowd, or whether he had turned towards the Vauxhall, the prince could not say. But a moment or two afterwards, he began to glance keenly about him. That first vision might only too likely be the forerunner of a second. It was almost certain to be so. Surely he had not forgotten the possibility of such a meeting when he came to the Vauxhall. True enough, he had not remarked where he was coming to when he set out with Aglaia. He had not been in a condition to remark anything at all. Had he been more careful to observe his companion, he would have seen that for the last quarter of an hour Aglaia had also been glancing around in apparent anxiety, as though she expected to see someone or something particular among the crowd of people. Now, at the moment when his own anxiety became so marked, her excitement also increased visibly, and when he looked about him, she did the same. The reason for their anxiety soon became apparent. From that very side entrance to the Vauxhall, near which the prince and all the Epanchin party were seated, there suddenly appeared quite a large knot of persons, at least a dozen. Heading this little band walked 3 ladies, 2 of whom were remarkably lovely, and there was nothing surprising in the fact that they should have had a large troop of admirers following in their wake. But there was something in the appearance of both the ladies and their admirers which was peculiar, quite different from that of the rest of the public assembled around the orchestra. Nearly everyone observed the little band advancing, and all pretended not to see or notice them, except a few young fellows who exchanged glances and smiled, saying something to one another in whispers. It was impossible to avoid noticing them, however, in reality, for they made their presence only too conspicuous by laughing and talking loudly. It was to be supposed that some of them were more than half drunk, although they were well enough dressed, some even particularly well. There were one or two, however, who were very strange-looking creatures, with flushed faces and extraordinary clothes. Some were military men. Not all were quite young. One or two were middle-aged gentlemen of decidedly disagreeable appearance, men who are avoided in society like the plague, decked out in large gold studs and rings, and magnificently got up. Generally, among our suburban resorts, there are some which enjoy a specially high reputation for respectability and fashion. But the most careful individual is not absolutely exempt from the danger of a tile falling suddenly upon his head from his neighbor's roof. Such a tile was about to descend upon the elegant and decorous public, now assembled to hear the music. In order to pass from the Vauxhall to the bandstand, the visitor has to descend 2 or 3 steps. Just at these steps the group paused, as though it feared to proceed further. But very quickly one of the 3 ladies, who formed its apex, stepped forward into the charmed circle, followed by 2 members of her suite. One of these was a middle-aged man of very respectable appearance, but with the stamp of parvenu upon him, a man whom nobody knew, and who evidently knew nobody. The other follower was younger and far less respectable-looking. No one else followed the eccentric lady, but as she descended the steps, she did not even look behind her, as though it were absolutely the same to her whether anyone were following or not. She laughed and talked loudly, however, just as before. She was dressed with great taste, but with rather more magnificence than was needed for the occasion, perhaps. She walked past the orchestra, to where an open carriage was waiting, near the road. The prince had not seen her for more than 3 months. All these days since his arrival from Petersburg, he had intended to pay her a visit, but some mysterious presentiment had restrained him. He could not picture to himself what impression this meeting with her would make upon him, though he had often tried to imagine it, with fear and trembling. One fact was quite certain, and that was that the meeting would be painful. Several times during the last 6 months, he had recalled the effect which the first sight of this face had had upon him, when he only saw its portrait. He recollected well that even the portrait face had left but too painful an impression. That month in the provinces, when he had seen this woman nearly every day, had affected him so deeply that he could not now look back upon it calmly. In the very look of this woman there was something which tortured him. In conversation with Rogojin he had attributed this sensation to pity, immeasurable pity, and this was the truth. The sight of the portrait face alone had filled his heart full of the agony of real sympathy, and this feeling of sympathy, nay, of actual suffering, for her, it had never left his heart since that hour, and was still in full force. Oh, yes, and more powerful than ever. But the prince was not satisfied with what he had said to Rogojin. Only at this moment, when she suddenly made her appearance before him, did he realize to the full the exact emotion which she called up in him, and which he had not described correctly to Rogojin. And indeed, there were no words in which he could have expressed his horror, yes, horror, for he was now fully convinced from his own private knowledge of her that the woman was mad. If loving a woman above everything in the world, or at least having a foretaste of the possibility of such love for her, one were suddenly to behold her on a chain, behind bars and under the lash of a keeper, one would feel something like what the poor prince now felt. "What's the matter?" asked Aglaia in a whisper, giving his sleeve a little tug. He turned his head towards her and glanced at her black and, for some reason, flashing eyes, tried to smile, and then, apparently forgetting her in an instant, turned to the right once more, and continued to watch the startling apparition before him. Nastasia Philippovna was at this moment passing the young ladies' chairs. Evgeny Pavlovitch continued some apparently extremely funny and interesting anecdote to Alexandra, speaking quickly and with much animation. The prince remembered that at this moment Aglaya remarked in a half-whisper, "What a—" She did not finish her indefinite sentence. She restrained herself in a moment, but it was enough. Nastasia Philippovna, who up to now had been walking along as though she had not noticed the Epinshin party, suddenly turned her head in their direction, as though she had just observed Evgeny Pavlovitch sitting there for the first time. "Why, I declare, here he is," she cried, stopping suddenly. "The man one can't find with all one's messengers sent about the place, sitting just under one's nose, exactly where one never thought of looking. I thought you were sure to be at your uncle's by this time." Evgeny Pavlovitch flushed up and looked angrily at Nastasia Philippovna, then turned his back on her. "What, don't you know about it yet? He doesn't know, imagine that. Why, he's shot himself. Your uncle shot himself this very morning. I was told it too this afternoon. Half the town must know it by now. They say there are 350,000 rubles, government money, missing, some say 500,000. And I was under the impression that he would leave you a fortune. He's whistled it all away. A most depraved old gentleman, really. Well, bon chance. Surely you intend to be off there, don't you? Ha ha, you've retired from the army in good time, I see. Plain clothes. Well done, sly rogue. Nonsense. I see, you knew it all before. I dare say you knew all about it yesterday." Although the impudence of this attack, this public proclamation of intimacy, as it were, was doubtless premeditated, and had its special object, yet Evgeny Pavlovitch at first seemed to intend to make no show of observing either his tormentor or her words. But Nastasia's communication struck him with the force of a thunderclap. On hearing of his uncle's death, he suddenly grew as white as a sheet and turned towards his informant. At this moment, Lizaveta Prokofievna rose swiftly from her seat, beckoned her companions, and left the place almost at a run. Only the prince stopped behind for a moment, as though in indecision, and Evgeny Pavlovitch lingered too, for he had not collected his scattered wits. But the Epenshins had not had time to get more than 20 paces away when a scandalous episode occurred. The young officer, Evgeny Pavlovitch's friend who had been conversing with Aglaya, said aloud in a great state of indignation, "She ought to be whipped. That's the only way to deal with creatures like that. She ought to be whipped." This gentleman was a confidant of Evgeny's, and had doubtless heard of the carriage episode. Nastasia turned to him. Her eyes flashed. She rushed up to a young man standing near, whom she did not know in the least, but who happened to have in his hand a thin cane. Seizing this from him, she brought it with all her force across the face of her insulter. All this occurred, of course, in one instant of time. The young officer, forgetting himself, sprang towards her. Nastasia's followers were not by her at the moment, the elderly gentleman having disappeared altogether, and the younger man simply standing aside and roaring with laughter. In another moment, of course, the police would have been on the spot, and it would have gone hard with Nastasia Philippovna had not unexpected aid appeared. Muishkin, who was but a couple of steps away, had time to spring forward and seize the officer's arms from behind. The officer, tearing himself from the prince's grasp, pushed him so violently backwards that he staggered a few steps and then subsided into a chair. But there were other defenders for Nastasia on the spot by this time. The gentleman known as the Boxer now confronted the enraged officer. "Keller is my name, sir, ex-lieutenant," he said, very loud. "If you will accept me as champion of the fair sex, I am at your disposal. English boxing has no secrets from me. I sympathize with you for the insult you have received, but I can't permit you to raise your hand against a woman in public. If you prefer to meet me, as would be more fitting to your rank, in some other manner, of course you understand me, Captain." The young officer had recovered himself and was no longer listening. At this moment Rogojin appeared, elbowing through the crowd. He took Nastasia's hand, drew it through his arm, and quickly led her away. He appeared to be terribly excited. He was trembling all over and was as pale as a corpse. As he carried Nastasia off, he turned and grinned horribly in the officer's face, and with low malice observed, "TFU, look what the fellow got. Look at the blood on his cheek. Ha ha." Recollecting himself, however, and seeing at a glance the sort of people he had to deal with, the officer turned his back on both his opponents, and courteously, but concealing his face with his handkerchief, approached the prince, who was now rising from the chair into which he had fallen. "Prince Myushkin, I believe, the gentleman to whom I had the honor of being introduced. She is mad, insane. I assure you she is mad," replied the prince in trembling tones, holding out both his hands mechanically towards the officer. "I cannot boast of any such knowledge, of course, but I wish to know your name." He bowed and retired without waiting for an answer. 5 seconds after the disappearance of the last actor in this scene, the police arrived. The whole episode had not lasted more than a couple of minutes. Some of the spectators had risen from their places and departed altogether. Some merely exchanged their seats for others a little further off. Some were delighted with the occurrence and talked and laughed over it for a long time. In a word, the incident closed as such incidents do, and the band began to play again. The prince walked away after the Epension party. Had he thought of looking round to the left after he had been pushed so unceremoniously into the chair, he would have observed Aglaia standing some 20 yards away. She had stayed to watch the scandalous scene in spite of her mother's and sister's anxious cries to her to come away. Prince S. ran up to her and persuaded her at last to come home with them. Lizaveta Prokofyevna saw that she returned in such a state of agitation that it was doubtful whether she had even heard their calls. But only a couple of minutes later, when they had reached the park, Aglaia suddenly remarked, in her usual calm, indifferent voice, "I wanted to see how the farce would end." Gel-3. The occurrence at the Vauxhall had filled both mother and daughters with something like horror. In their excitement, Lizaveta Prokofyevna and the girls were nearly running all the way home. In her opinion, there was so much disclosed and laid bare by the episode that, in spite of the chaotic condition of her mind, she was able to feel more or less decided on certain points which, up to now, had been in a cloudy condition. However, one and all of the party realized that something important had happened, and that, perhaps fortunately enough, something which had hitherto been enveloped in the obscurity of guesswork had now begun to come forth a little from the mists. In spite of Prince S.'s assurances and explanations, Evgeny Pavlovitch's real character and position were at last coming to light. He was publicly convicted of intimacy with that creature, so thought Lizaveta Prokofyevna and her 2 elder daughters. The real upshot of the business was that the number of riddles to be solved was augmented. The 2 girls, though rather irritated at their mother's exaggerated alarm and haste to depart from the scene, had been unwilling to worry her at first with questions. Besides, They could not help thinking that their sister Aglaia probably knew more about the whole matter than both they and their mother put together. Princess looked as black as night and was silent and moody. Mrs. Epension did not say a word to him all the way home, and he did not seem to observe the fact. Adelaida tried to pump him a little by asking, who was the uncle they were talking about and what was it that had happened in Petersburg? But he had merely muttered something disconnected about making inquiries, and that, of course, it was all nonsense. "Oh, of course," replied Adelaida, and asked no more questions. Aglaia, too, was very quiet, and the only remark she made on the way home was that they were walking much too fast to be pleasant. Once she turned and observed the prince hurrying after them. Noticing his anxiety to catch them up, she smiled ironically and then looked back no more. At length, just as they neared the house, General Epanchin came out and met them. He had only just arrived from town. His first word was to inquire after Evgeny Pavlovitch. But Lizabetha stalked past him, and neither looked at him nor answered his question. He immediately judged from the faces of his daughters and Prince S. that there was a thunderstorm brewing, and he himself already bore evidences of unusual perturbation of mind. He immediately buttonholed Prince S., and standing at the front door, engaged in a whispered conversation with him. By the troubled aspect of both of them, when they entered the house and approached Mrs. Epanchin, it was evident that they had been discussing very disturbing news. Little by little, the family gathered together upstairs in Lizabetha Prokofievna's apartments, and Prince Myushkin found himself alone on the veranda when he arrived. He settled himself in a corner and sat waiting, though he knew not what he expected. It never struck him that he had better go away, with all this disturbance in the house. He seemed to have forgotten all the world, and to be ready to sit on where he was for years on end. From upstairs, he caught sounds of excited conversation every now and then. He could not say how long he sat there. It grew late and became quite dark. Suddenly, Aglaia entered the veranda. She seemed to be quite calm, though a little pale. Observing the prince, whom she evidently did not expect to see there, alone in the corner, she smiled and approached him. "What are you doing there?" she asked. The prince muttered something, blushed, and jumped up. But Aglaia immediately sat down beside him, so he reseated himself. She looked suddenly, but attentively into his face, then at the window as though thinking of something else, and then again at him. "Perhaps she wants to laugh at me," thought the prince. But no, for if she did she certainly would do so. "Would you like some tea? I'll order some," she said, after a minute or two of silence. "No, thanks, I don't know." "Don't know? How can you not know? By the by, look here. If someone were to challenge you to a duel, what should you do? I wished to ask you this, some time ago." "Why? Nobody would ever challenge me to a duel." "But if they were to, would you be dreadfully frightened?" "I dare say I should be, much alarmed." "Seriously, then are you a coward?" No, I don't think so. A coward is a man who is afraid and runs away. The man who is frightened but does not run away is not quite a coward," said the prince with a smile, after a moment's thought. "And you wouldn't run away?" "No, I don't think I should run away," replied the prince, laughing outright at last at Aglaia's questions. "Though I am a woman, I should certainly not run away for anything," said Aglaia, in a slightly pained voice. "However, I see you are laughing at me and twisting your face up as usual in order to make yourself look more interesting. Now tell me, they generally shoot at 20 paces, don't they? At 10, sometimes. I suppose if at 10 they must be either wounded or killed, mustn't they? I don't think they often kill each other at duels." They killed Pushkin that way. That may have been an accident. Not a bit of it. It was a duel to the death, and he was killed. The bullet struck so low down that probably his antagonist would never have aimed at that part of him. People never do. He would have aimed at his chest or head, so that probably the bullet hit him accidentally. I have been told this by competent authorities. Well, a soldier once told me that they were always ordered to aim at the middle of the body. So you see, they don't aim at the chest or head. They aim lower on purpose. I asked some officer about this afterwards, and he said it was perfectly true. That is probably when they fire from a long distance. Can you shoot at all? No, I have never shot in my life. Can't you even load a pistol? No, that is, I understand how it's done, of course, but I have never done it. Then you don't know how, for it is a matter that needs practice. Now listen and learn. In the first place, buy good powder, not damp. They say it mustn't be at all damp, but very dry. Some fine kind it is. You must ask for pistol powder, not the stuff they load cannons with. They say one makes the bullets oneself, somehow or other. Have you got a pistol? No, and I don't want one, said the prince, laughing. Oh, what nonsense. You must buy one. French or English are the best, they say. Then take a little powder, about a thimbleful or perhaps two, and pour it into the barrel. Better put plenty. Then push in a bit of felt, it must be felt for some reason or other. You can easily get a bit off some old mattress or off a door. It's used to keep the cold out. Well, when you have pushed the felt down, put the bullet in. Do you hear now? The bullet last and the powder first, not the other way, or the pistol won't shoot. What are you laughing at? I wish you to buy a pistol and practice every day, and you must learn to hit a mark for certain. Will you? The prince only laughed. Aglaia stamped her foot with annoyance. Her serious air, however, during this conversation had surprised him considerably. He had a feeling that he ought to be asking her something, that there was something he wanted to find out far more important than how to load a pistol. But his thoughts had all scattered, and he was only aware that she was sitting by him and talking to him, and that he was looking at her. As to what she happened to be saying to him, that did not matter in the least. The general now appeared on the veranda, coming from upstairs. He was on his way out, with an expression of determination on his face, and of preoccupation and worry also. Ah, Lev Nikolaevich, it's you, is it? Where are you off to now? He asked, oblivious of the fact that the prince had not showed the least sign of moving. Come along with me, I want to say a word or two to you. Au revoir, then, said Aglaia, holding out her hand to the prince. It was quite dark now, and Myushkin could not see her face clearly, but a minute or two later, when he and the general had left the villa, he suddenly flushed up and squeezed his right hand tightly. It appeared that he and the general were going in the same direction. In spite of the lateness of the hour, the general was hurrying away to talk to someone upon some important subject. Meanwhile, he talked incessantly but disconnectedly to the prince, and continually brought in the name of Lizabetha Prokofievna. If the prince had been in a condition to pay more attention to what the general was saying, he would have discovered that the latter was desirous of drawing some information out of him, or indeed of asking him some question outright, but that he could not make up his mind to come to the point. Myushkin was so absent that from the very first he could not attend to a word the other was saying. And when the general suddenly stopped before him with some excited question, he was obliged to confess, ignominiously, that he did not know in the least what he had been talking about. The general shrugged his shoulders. How strange everyone, yourself included, has become of late, said he. I was telling you that I cannot in the least understand Lizabetha Prokofievna's ideas and agitations. She is in hysterics up there and moans and says that we have been shamed and disgraced. How? Why? When? By whom? I confess that I am very much to blame myself. I do not conceal the fact, but the conduct, the outrageous behavior of this woman must really be kept within limits, by the police if necessary. And I am just on my way now to talk the question over and make some arrangements. It can all be managed quietly and gently, even kindly, and without the slightest fuss or scandal. I foresee that the future is pregnant with events, and that there is much that needs explanation. There is intrigue in the wind, but if on one side nothing is known, on the other side nothing will be explained. If I have heard nothing about it, nor have you, nor he, nor she, who has heard about it, I should like to know. How can all this be explained, except by the fact that half of it is mirage or moonshine, or some hallucination of that sort? She is insane, muttered the prince, suddenly recollecting all that had passed, with a spasm of pain at his heart. I too had that idea, and I slept in peace. But now I see that their opinion is more correct. I do not believe in the theory of madness. The woman has no common sense, but she is not only not insane, she is artful to a degree. Her outburst of this evening about Evgenie's uncle proves that conclusively. It was villainous, simply Jesuitical, and it was all for some special purpose. What about Evgenie's uncle? My goodness, Lev Nikolaevich, why, you can't have heard a single word I said. Look at me, I'm still trembling all over with the dreadful shock. It is that kept me in town so late. Evgenie Pavlovich's uncle. Well, cried the prince, shot himself this morning at 7 o'clock. A respected, eminent old man of 70, and exactly point for point as she described it. A sum of money, a considerable sum of government money, missing. Why, how could she? What know of it? Ha, ha, ha. Why, there was a whole crowd round her the moment she appeared on the scenes here. You know what sort of people surround her nowadays and solicit the honor of her acquaintance. Of course she might easily have heard the news from someone coming from town. All Petersburg, if not all Pavlovsk, knows it by now. Look at the slyness of her observation about Evgenie's uniform. I mean, her remark that he had retired just in time. There's a venomous hint for you, if you like. No, there's no insanity there. Of course, I refuse to believe that Evgenie Pavlovich could have known beforehand of the catastrophe. That is, that at such and such a day at 7 o'clock and all that. But he might well have had a presentiment of the truth. And all of us, Prince S., and everybody believed that he was to inherit a large fortune from this uncle. It's dreadful, horrible. Mind, I don't suspect Evgenie of anything, be quite clear on that point. But the thing is a little suspicious, nevertheless. Prince S. can't get over it. Altogether, it is a very extraordinary combination of circumstances. What suspicion attaches to Evgenie Pavlovich? Oh, none at all. He has behaved very well indeed. I didn't mean to drop any sort of hint. His own fortune is intact, I believe. Lizabetha Prokofievna, of course, refuses to listen to anything. That's the worst of it all, these family catastrophes or quarrels, or whatever you like to call them. You know, Prince, you are a friend of the family, so I don't mind telling you. It now appears that Evgenie Pavlovich proposed to Aglaya a month ago and was refused. Impossible, cried the prince. Why, do you know anything about it? Look here, continued the general, more agitated than ever and trembling with excitement. Maybe I have been letting the cat out of the bag too freely with you. If so, it is because you are that sort of man, you know. Perhaps you have some special information. I know nothing about Evgenie Pavlovich, said the prince. Nor do I. They always try to bury me underground when there's anything going on. They don't seem to reflect that it is unpleasant to a man to be treated so. I won't stand it. We have just had a terrible scene. Mind, I speak to you as I would to my own son. Aglaia laughs at her mother. Her sisters guessed about Evgeny having proposed and been rejected and told Lizabetha. I tell you, my dear fellow, Aglaia is such an extraordinary, such a self-willed, fantastical little creature. You wouldn't believe it. Every high quality, every brilliant trait of heart and mind are to be found in her, and with it all, so much caprice and mockery, such wild fancies, indeed a little devil. She has just been laughing at her mother to her very face, and at her sisters, and at Princess, and everybody, and of course she always laughs at me. You know I love the child. I love her even when she laughs at me, and I believe the wild little creature has a special fondness for me for that very reason. She is fonder of me than any of the others. I dare swear she has had a good laugh at you before now. You were having a quiet talk just now, I observed, after all the thunder and lightning upstairs. She was sitting with you just as though there had been no row at all. The prince blushed painfully in the darkness, and closed his right hand tightly, but he said nothing. My dear good Prince Lev Nikolaevich, began the general again, suddenly, both I and Lizabetha Prokofievna, who has begun to respect you once more, and me through you, goodness knows why. We both love you very sincerely and esteem you in spite of any appearances to the contrary. But you'll admit what a riddle it must have been for us when that calm, cold little spitfire Aglaia, for she stood up to her mother and answered her questions with inexpressible contempt, and mine still more so, because, like a fool, I thought it my duty to assert myself as head of the family. When Aglaia stood up of a sudden and informed us that that madwoman, strangely enough, she used exactly the same expression as you did, has taken it into her head to marry me to Prince Lev Nikolaevich, and therefore is doing her best to choke Evgeny Pavlovich off and rid the house of him. That's what she said. She would not give the slightest explanation. She burst out laughing, banged the door, and went away. We all stood there with our mouths open. Well, I was told afterwards of your little passage with Aglaia this afternoon, and dear Prince, you are a good, sensible fellow, don't be angry if I speak out. She is laughing at you, my boy. She is enjoying herself like a child at your expense, and therefore, since she is a child, don't be angry with her, and don't think anything of it. I assure you, she is simply making a fool of you, just as she does with one and all of us out of pure lack of something better to do. Well, goodbye. You know our feelings, don't you? Our sincere feelings for yourself. They are unalterable, you know, dear boy, under all circumstances, but, well, here we part. I must go down to the right. Rarely have I sat so uncomfortably in my saddle, as they say, as I now sit, and people talk of the charms of a country holiday. Left to himself at the crossroads, the prince glanced around him, quickly crossed the road towards the lighted window of a neighboring house, and unfolded a tiny scrap of paper which he had held clasped in his right hand during the whole of his conversation with the general. He read the note in the uncertain rays that fell from the window. It was as follows: Tomorrow morning, I shall be at the green bench in the park at 7, and shall wait there for you. I have made up my mind to speak to you about a most important matter which closely concerns yourself. P.S. I trust that you will not show this note to anyone. Though I am ashamed of giving you such instructions, I feel that I must do so, considering what you are. I therefore write the words and blush for your simple character. P.P.S. It is the same green bench that I showed you before. There. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? I felt that it was necessary to repeat even that information. The note was written and folded anyhow, evidently in a great hurry, and probably just before Aglaia had come down to the veranda. In inexpressible agitation, amounting almost to fear, the prince slipped quickly away from the window, away from the light, like a frightened thief. But as he did so, he collided violently with some gentleman who seemed to spring from the earth at his feet. "I was watching for you, Prince," said the individual. "Is that you, Keller?" said the prince in surprise. "Yes, I've been looking for you. I waited for you at the Epenshins' house, but of course I could not come in. I dogged you from behind as you walked along with the general. Well, Prince, here is Keller, absolutely at your service, command him. Ready to sacrifice himself, even to die in case of need." "But why?" "Oh, why? Of course you'll be challenged. That was young Lieutenant Moloftsov. I know him, or rather of him. He won't pass an insult. He will take no notice of Rogojin and myself, and therefore you are the only one left to account for. You'll have to pay the piper, Prince. He has been asking about you, and undoubtedly his friend will call on you tomorrow. Perhaps he is at your house already. If you would do me the honor to have me for a second, Prince, I should be happy. That's why I have been looking for you now." "Duel? You've come to talk about a duel, too." The prince burst out laughing, to the great astonishment of Keller. He laughed unrestrainedly, and Keller, who had been on pins and needles, and in a fever of excitement to offer himself as second, was very near being offended. "You caught him by the arms. You know, Prince, no man of proper pride can stand that sort of treatment in public." "Yes, and he gave me a fearful dig in the chest," cried the prince, still laughing. "What are we to fight about? I shall beg his pardon, that's all. But if we must fight, we'll fight. Let him have a shot at me by all means. I should rather like it." "Ha, ha, ha. I know how to load a pistol now. Do you know how to load a pistol, Keller? First, you have to buy the powder, you know. It mustn't be wet, and it mustn't be that coarse stuff that they load cannons with. It must be pistol powder. Then you pour the powder in, and get hold of a bit of felt from some door, and then shove the bullet in. But don't shove the bullet in before the powder, because the thing wouldn't go off. Do you hear, Keller? The thing wouldn't go off. Ha, ha, ha. Isn't that a grand reason, Keller, my friend, eh? Do you know, my dear fellow, I really must kiss you and embrace you this very moment. Ha, ha. How was it you so suddenly popped up in front of me as you did? Come to my house as soon as you can, and we'll have some champagne. We'll all get drunk. Do you know I have a dozen of champagne in Lebedev's cellar? Lebedev sold them to me the day after I arrived. I took the lot. We'll invite everybody. Are you going to do any sleeping tonight?" "As much as usual, Prince. Why?" "Pleasant dreams, then. Ha, ha." The prince crossed the road and disappeared into the park, leaving the astonished Keller in a state of ludicrous wonder. He had never before seen the prince in such a strange condition of mind, and could not have imagined the possibility of it. "Fever, probably," he said to himself, "for the man is all nerves, and this business has been a little too much for him. He is not afraid, that's clear, that sort never funks. Champagne. That was an interesting item of news, at all events. 12 bottles, dear me, that's a very respectable little stock indeed. I bet anything Lebedev lent somebody money on deposit of this dozen of champagne. He's a nice fellow, is this prince. I like this sort of man. Well, I needn't be wasting time here, and if it's a case of champagne, why? There's no time like the present." That the prince was almost in a fever was no more than the truth. He wandered about the park for a long while, and at last came to himself in a lonely avenue. He was vaguely conscious that he had already paced this particular walk, from that large, dark tree to the bench at the other end, about 100 yards altogether, at least 30 times backwards and forwards. As to recollecting what he had been thinking of all that time, he could not. He caught himself, however, indulging in one thought which made him roar with laughter, though there was nothing really to laugh at in it. But he felt that he must laugh and go on laughing. It struck him that the idea of the duel might not have occurred to Keller alone, but that his lesson in the art of pistol loading might have been not altogether accidental. "Pooh, nonsense," he said to himself, struck by another thought of a sudden. Why, she was immensely surprised to find me there on the veranda and laughed and talked about tea. And yet she had this little note in her hand, therefore she must have known that I was sitting there. So why was she surprised? Ha, ha, ha. He pulled the note out and kissed it, then paused and reflected. How strange it all is, how strange, he muttered, melancholy enough now. In moments of great joy, he invariably felt a sensation of melancholy come over him. He could not tell why. He looked intently around him and wondered why he had come here. He was very tired, so he approached the bench and sat down on it. Around him was profound silence. The music in the Vauxhall was over. The park seemed quite empty, though it was not, in reality, later than 11:30. It was a quiet, warm, clear night, a real Petersburg night of early June, but in the dense avenue where he was sitting, it was almost pitch dark. If anyone had come up at this moment and told him that he was in love, passionately in love, he would have rejected the idea with astonishment and, perhaps, with irritation. And if anyone had added that Aglaya's note was a love letter, and that it contained an appointment to a lover's rendezvous, he would have blushed with shame for the speaker, and probably have challenged him to a duel. All this would have been perfectly sincere on his part. He had never for a moment entertained the idea of the possibility of this girl loving him, or even of such a thing as himself falling in love with her. The possibility of being loved himself, a man like me. As he put it, he ranked among ridiculous suppositions. It appeared to him that it was simply a joke on Aglaya's part if there really were anything in it at all, but that seemed to him quite natural. His preoccupation was caused by something different. As to the few words which the general had let slip about Aglaya laughing at everybody, and at himself most of all, he entirely believed them. He did not feel the slightest sensation of offense. On the contrary, he was quite certain that it was as it should be. His whole thoughts were now as to next morning early. He would see her. He would sit by her on that little green bench and listen to how pistols were loaded and look at her. He wanted nothing more. The question as to what she might have to say of special interest to himself occurred to him once or twice. He did not doubt, for a moment, that she really had some such subject of conversation in store, but so very little interested in the matter was he that it did not strike him to wonder what it could be. The crunch of gravel on the path suddenly caused him to raise his head. A man, whose face it was difficult to see in the gloom, approached the bench and sat down beside him. The prince peered into his face and recognized the livid features of Rogojin. "I knew you'd be wandering about somewhere here. I didn't have to look for you very long," muttered the latter between his teeth. It was the first time they had met since the encounter on the staircase at the hotel. Painfully surprised as he was at this sudden apparition of Rogojin, the prince, for some little while, was unable to collect his thoughts. Rogojin, evidently, saw and understood the impression he had made, and though he seemed more or less confused at first, yet he began talking with what looked like assumed ease and freedom. However, the prince soon changed his mind on this score, and thought that there was not only no affectation of indifference, but that Rogojin was not even particularly agitated. If there were a little apparent awkwardness, it was only in his words and gestures. The man could not change his heart. "How did you find me here?" asked the prince for the sake of saying something. "Keller told me. I found him at your place, that you were in the park. Of course he is," I thought. "Why so?" asked the prince uneasily. Rogojin smiled, but did not explain. "I received your letter, Lev Nikolaevich. What's the good of all that? It's no use, you know. I've come to you from her. She bade me tell you that she must see you. She has something to say to you. She told me to find you today. I'll come tomorrow. Now I'm going home. Are you coming to my house?" "Why should I? I've given you the message. Goodbye." "Won't you come?" asked the prince in a gentle voice. "What an extraordinary man you are. I wonder at you." Rogojin laughed sarcastically. "Why do you hate me so?" asked the prince sadly. "You know yourself that all you suspected is quite unfounded. I felt you were still angry with me, though. Do you know why? Because you tried to kill me. That's why you can't shake off your wrath against me. I tell you that I only remember the Parfin Rogojin with whom I exchanged crosses and vowed brotherhood. I wrote you this in yesterday's letter, in order that you might forget all that madness on your part, and that you might not feel called to talk about it when we met. Why do you avoid me? Why do you hold your hand back from me? I tell you again, I consider all that has passed a delirium, an insane dream. I can understand all you did and all you felt that day as if it were myself. What you were then imagining was not the case, and could never be the case. Why, then, should there be anger between us?" "You don't know what anger is," laughed Rogojin in reply to the prince's heated words. He had moved a pace or two away, and was hiding his hands behind him. "No, it is impossible for me to come to your house again," he added slowly. "Why? Do you hate me so much as all that?" "I don't love you, Lev Nikolaevich, and therefore, what would be the use of my coming to see you? You are just like a child. You want a plaything, and it must be taken out and given you, and then you don't know how to work it. You are simply repeating all you said in your letter, and what's the use? Of course I believe every word you say, and I know perfectly well that you neither did or ever can deceive me in any way, and yet I don't love you. You write that you've forgotten everything, and only remember your brother Parfin, with whom you exchanged crosses, and that you don't remember anything about the Rogojin who aimed a knife at your throat. What do you know about my feelings, eh?" Rogojin laughed disagreeably. "Here you are holding out your brotherly forgiveness to me for a thing that I have perhaps never repented of in the slightest degree. I did not think of it again all that evening. All my thoughts were centered on something else." "Not think of it again? Of course you didn't," cried the prince. "And I dare swear that you came straight away down here to Pavlovsk to listen to the music and dog her about in the crowd and stare at her, just as you did today. There's nothing surprising in that. If you hadn't been in that condition of mind that you could think of nothing but one subject, you would, probably, never have raised your knife against me. I had a presentiment of what you would do that day, ever since I saw you first in the morning. Do you know yourself what you looked like? I knew you would try to murder me even at the very moment when we exchanged crosses. What did you take me to your mother for? Did you think to stay your hand by doing so? Perhaps you did not put your thoughts into words, but you and I were thinking the same thing, or feeling the same thing looming over us at the same moment. What should you think of me now if you had not raised your knife to me, the knife which God averted from my throat? I would have been guilty of suspecting you all the same, and you would have intended the murder all the same. Therefore, we should have been mutually guilty in any case. Come, don't frown. You needn't laugh at me either. You say you haven't repented. Repented? You probably couldn't if you were to try. You dislike me too much for that. Why, if I were an angel of light and as innocent before you as a babe, you would still loathe me if you believed that she loved me, instead of loving yourself. That's jealousy. That is the real jealousy. But do you know what I have been thinking out during this last week, Parfin? I'll tell you. What if she loves you now better than anyone? And what if she torments you because she loves you, and in proportion to her love for you, so she torments you the more? She won't tell you this, of course. You must have eyes to see. Why do you suppose she consents to marry you? She must have a reason, and that reason she will tell you someday. Some women desire the kind of love you give her, and she is probably one of these. Your love and your wild nature impress her. Do you know that a woman is capable of driving a man crazy almost, with her cruelties and mockeries, and feels not one single pang of regret, because she looks at him and says to herself, there, I'll torment this man nearly into his grave, and then, oh, how I'll compensate him for it all with my love. Rogojin listened to the end, and then burst out laughing. Why, Prince, I declare you must have had a taste of this sort of thing yourself, haven't you? I have heard tell of something of the kind, you know. Is it true? What can you have heard? Said the prince, stammering. Rogojin continued to laugh loudly. He had listened to the prince's speech with curiosity and some satisfaction. The speaker's impulsive warmth had surprised and even comforted him. Why, I've not only heard of it, I see it for myself, he said. When have you ever spoken like that before? It wasn't like yourself, Prince. Why, if I hadn't heard this report about you, I should never have come all this way into the park. At midnight, too. I don't understand you in the least, Parfin. Oh, she told me all about it long ago, and tonight I saw for myself. I saw you at the music, you know, and whom you were sitting with. She swore to me yesterday and again today that you are madly in love with Aglaya Ivanovna. But that's all the same to me, Prince, and it's not my affair at all, for if you have ceased to love her, she has not ceased to love you. You know, of course, that she wants to marry you to that girl. She's sworn to it. Ha ha, she says to me. Until then, I won't marry you. When they go to church, we'll go too, and not before. What on earth does she mean by it? I don't know, and I never did. Either she loves you without limits, or... Yet, if she loves you, why does she wish to marry you to another girl? She says, I want to see him happy, which is to say, she loves you. I wrote, and I say to you once more, that she is not in her right mind, said the prince, who had listened with anguish to what Rogojin said. Goodness knows you may be wrong there. At all events, she named the day this evening as we left the gardens. In 3 weeks, says she, and perhaps sooner, we shall be married. She swore to it, took off her cross, and kissed it. So it all depends upon you now, Prince, you see. Ha ha. That's all madness. What you say about me, Parfin, never can and never will be. Tomorrow I shall come and see you. How can she be mad? Rogojin interrupted. When she is sane enough for other people and only mad for you. How can she write letters to her if she's mad? If she were insane, they would observe it in her letters. What letters? Said the prince, alarmed. She writes to her, and the girl reads the letters. Haven't you heard? You are sure to hear. She's sure to show you the letters herself. I won't believe this, cried the prince. Why, Prince, you've only gone a few steps along this road, I perceive. You are evidently a mere beginner. Wait a bit. Before long, you'll have your own detectives, you'll watch day and night, and you'll know every little thing that goes on there. That is, if... Drop that subject, Rogojin, and never mention it again. And listen. As I have sat here and talked and listened, it has suddenly struck me that tomorrow is my birthday. It must be about 12 o'clock now. Come home with me, do, and we'll see the day in. We'll have some wine, and you shall wish me. I don't know what, but you, especially you, must wish me a good wish, and I shall wish you full happiness in return. Otherwise, hand me my cross back again. You didn't return it to me next day. Haven't you got it on now? Yes, I have, said Rogojin. Come along, then. I don't wish to meet my new year without you. My new life, I should say, for a new life is beginning for me. Did you know, Parfin, that a new life had begun for me? I see for myself that it is so, and I shall tell her. But you are not quite yourself, Lev Nikolaevich. For. The prince observed with great surprise, as he approached his villa, accompanied by Rogojin, that a large number of people were assembled on his veranda, which was brilliantly lighted up. The company seemed merry and were noisily laughing and talking, even quarreling, to judge from the sounds. At all events, they were clearly enjoying themselves, and the prince observed further on closer investigation that all had been drinking champagne. To judge from the lively condition of some of the party, it was to be supposed that a considerable quantity of champagne had been consumed already. All the guests were known to the prince, but the curious part of the matter was that they had all arrived on the same evening, as though with one accord, although he had only himself recollected the fact that it was his birthday a few moments since. You must have told somebody you were going to trot out the champagne, and that's why they are all come, muttered Rogojin as the two entered the veranda. We know all about that. You've only to whistle and they come up in shoals. He continued, almost angrily. He was doubtless thinking of his own late experiences with his boon companions. All surrounded the prince with exclamations of welcome, and, on hearing that it was his birthday, with cries of congratulation and delight. Many of them were very noisy. The presence of certain of those in the room surprised the prince vastly, but the guest whose advent filled him with the greatest wonder, almost amounting to alarm, was Evgeny Pavlovitch. The prince could not believe his eyes when he beheld the latter, and could not help thinking that something was wrong. Lebedev ran up promptly to explain the arrival of all these gentlemen. He was himself somewhat intoxicated, but the prince gathered from his long-winded periods that the party had assembled quite naturally and accidentally. First of all, Hippolyte had arrived early in the evening and, feeling decidedly better, had determined to await the prince on the veranda. There Lebedev had joined him, and his household had followed, that is, his daughters and General Ivolgin. Burdovsky had brought Hippolyte and stayed on with him. Gania and Titsin had dropped in accidentally later on. Then came Keller, and he and Kolya insisted on having champagne. Evgeny Pavlovitch had only dropped in half an hour or so ago. Lebedev had served the champagne readily. My own, though, Prince, my own, mind, he said. And there'll be some supper later on. My daughter is getting it ready now. Come and sit down, Prince. We are all waiting for you. We want you with us. Fancy what we have been discussing. You know the question, to be or not to be, out of Hamlet, a contemporary theme, quite up to date. Mr. Hippolyte has been eloquent to a degree. He won't go to bed, but he has only drunk a little champagne, and that can't do him any harm. Come along, Prince, and settle the question. Everyone is waiting for you, sighing for the light of your luminous intelligence. The prince noticed the sweet, welcoming look on Vera Lebedev's face as she made her way towards him through the crowd. He held out his hand to her. She took it, blushing with delight, and wished him a happy life from that day forward. Then she ran off to the kitchen, where her presence was necessary to help in the preparations for supper. Before the prince's arrival, she had spent some time on the terrace, listening eagerly to the conversation, though the visitors, mostly under the influence of wine, were discussing abstract subjects far beyond her comprehension. In the next room, her younger sister lay on a wooden chest, sound asleep, with her mouth wide open. But the boy, Lebedev's son, had taken up his position close beside Kolya and Hippolyte. His face lit up with interest in the conversation of his father and the rest, to which he would willingly have listened for 10 hours at a stretch. "I have waited for you on purpose, and am very glad to see you arrive so happy," said Hippolyte, when the prince came forward to press his hand, immediately after greeting Vera. "And how do you know that I am so happy?" "I can see it by your face. Say how do you do to the others, and come and sit down here, quick. I've been waiting for you," he added, accentuating the fact that he had waited. On the prince's asking, "Will it not be injurious to you to sit out so late?" he replied that he could not believe that he had thought himself dying 3 days or so ago, for he never had felt better than this evening. Burdovsky next jumped up and explained that he had come in by accident, having escorted Hippolyte from town. He murmured that he was glad he had written nonsense in his letter, and then pressed the prince's hand warmly and sat down again. The prince approached Evgeny Pavlovitch last of all. The latter immediately took his arm. "I have a couple of words to say to you," he began, "and those on a very important matter. Let's go aside for a minute or two." "Just a couple of words," whispered another voice in the prince's other ear, and another hand took his other arm. Muishkin turned, and to his great surprise observed a red, flushed face and a droll-looking figure which he recognized at once as that of Ferdishenko. Goodness knows where he had turned up from. "Do you remember Ferdishenko?" he asked. "Where have you dropped from?" cried the prince. "He is sorry for his sins now, prince," cried Keller. "He did not want to let you know he was here. He was hidden over there in the corner. But he repents now. He feels his guilt." "Why, what has he done?" "I met him outside and brought him in. He's a gentleman who doesn't often allow his friends to see him, of late, but he's sorry now. Delighted, I'm sure. I'll come back directly, gentlemen. Sit down there with the others, please. Excuse me one moment," said the host, getting away with difficulty in order to follow Evgeny. "You are very gay here," began the latter, "and I have had quite a pleasant half-hour while I waited for you. Now then, my dear Lev Nikolaevich, this is what's the matter. I've arranged it all with Molovtsov and have just come in to relieve your mind on that score. You need be under no apprehensions. He was very sensible, as he should be, of course, for I think he was entirely to blame himself." "What Molovtsov?" "The young fellow whose arms you held. Don't you know? He was so wild with you that he was going to send a friend to you tomorrow morning." "What nonsense!" "Of course it is nonsense, and in nonsense it would have ended, doubtless. But you know these fellows, they— Excuse me, but I think you must have something else that you wish to speak about, Evgeny Pavlovitch." "Of course I have," said the other, laughing. "You see, my dear fellow, tomorrow, very early in the morning, I must be off to town about this unfortunate business. My uncle, you know. Just imagine, my dear sir, it is all true, word for word, and of course everybody knew it excepting myself. All this has been such a blow to me that I have not managed to call in at the Epenshins. Tomorrow I shall not see them either, because I shall be in town. I may not be here for 3 days or more. In a word, my affairs are a little out of gear. But though my town business is, of course, most pressing, still I determined not to go away until I had seen you, and had a clear understanding with you upon certain points, and that without loss of time. I will wait now, if you will allow me, until the company departs. I may just as well, for I have nowhere else to go to, and I shall certainly not do any sleeping tonight. I'm far too excited. And finally, I must confess that, though I know it is bad form to pursue a man in this way, I have come to beg your friendship, my dear prince. You are an unusual sort of a person. You don't lie at every step, as some men do. In fact, You don't lie at all, and there is a matter in which I need a true and sincere friend, for I really may claim to be among the number of bona fide unfortunates just now." He laughed again. "But the trouble is," said the prince after a slight pause for reflection, "that goodness only knows when this party will break up. Hadn't we better stroll into the park? I'll excuse myself. There's no danger of their going away." "No, no. I have my reasons for wishing them not to suspect us of being engaged in any specially important conversation. There are gentry present who are a little too much interested in us. You are not aware of that, perhaps, Prince. It will be a great deal better if they see that we are friendly just in an ordinary way. They'll all go in a couple of hours, and then I'll ask you to give me 20 minutes, half an hour at most. By all means, I assure you I am delighted. You need not have entered into all these explanations. As for your remarks about friendship with me, thanks, very much indeed. You must excuse my being a little absent this evening. Do you know, I cannot somehow be attentive to anything just now." I see, said Evgeny, smiling gently. His mirth seemed very near the surface this evening. "What do you see?" said the prince, startled. "I don't want you to suspect that I have simply come here to deceive you and pump information out of you," said Evgeny, still smiling, and without making any direct reply to the question. "Oh, but I haven't the slightest doubt that you did come to pump me," said the prince, laughing himself at last. "And I dare say you are quite prepared to deceive me too, so far as that goes. But what of that? I'm not afraid of you. Besides, you'll hardly believe it, I feel as though I really didn't care a scrap one way or the other just now. And as you are a capital fellow, I am convinced of that, I dare say we really shall end by being good friends. I like you very much, Evgeny Pavlovitch. I consider you a very good fellow indeed. Well, in any case, you are a most delightful man to have to deal with, be the business what it may," concluded Evgeny. "Come along now, I'll drink a glass to your health. I'm charmed to have entered into alliance with you. By the by," he added suddenly, "has this young Hippolyte come down to stay with you?" "Yes. He's not going to die at once, I should think, is he?" "Why?" "So, I don't know. I've been half an hour here with him, and Hippolyte had been waiting for the prince all this time, and had never ceased looking at him and Evgeny Pavlovitch as they conversed in the corner. He became much excited when they approached the table once more. He was disturbed in his mind, it seemed. Perspiration stood in large drops on his forehead. In his gleaming eyes it was easy to read impatience and agitation. His gaze wandered from face to face of those present, and from object to object in the room, apparently without aim. He had taken a part, and an animated one, in the noisy conversation of the company, but his animation was clearly the outcome of fever. His talk was almost incoherent. He would break off in the middle of a sentence which he had begun with great interest, and forget what he had been saying. The prince discovered to his dismay that Hippolyte had been allowed to drink 2 large glasses of champagne, the one now standing by him being the third. All this he found out afterwards. At the moment he did not notice anything, very particularly. "Do you know, I am specially glad that today is your birthday," cried Hippolyte. "Why?" "You'll soon see. Do you know, I had a feeling that there would be a lot of people here tonight. It's not the first time that my presentiments have been fulfilled. I wish I had known it was your birthday. I'd have brought you a present. Perhaps I have got a present for you. Who knows? Ha, ha, how long is it now before daylight?" "Not a couple of hours," said Titsyn, looking at his watch. "What's the good of daylight now? One can read all night in the open air without it," said someone. "The good of it? Well, I want just to see a ray of the sun," said Hippolyte. Can one drink to the sun's health, do you think, Prince? Oh, I dare say one can. But you had better be calm and lie down, Hippolyte. That's much more important. You are always preaching about resting. You are a regular nurse to me, Prince. As soon as the sun begins to resound in the sky, what poet said that? The sun resounded in the sky. It is beautiful, though there's no sense in it. Then we will go to bed. Lebedev, tell me, is the sun the source of life? What does the source or spring of life really mean in the apocalypse? You have heard of the star that is called wormwood, Prince. I have heard that Lebedev explains it as the railroads that cover Europe like a net. Everybody laughed, and Lebedev got up abruptly. No, allow me, that is not what we are discussing. He cried, waving his hand to impose silence. Allow me, with these gentlemen, all these gentlemen, he added, suddenly addressing the prince on certain points. That is. He thumped the table repeatedly, and the laughter increased. Lebedev was in his usual evening condition and had just ended a long and scientific argument which had left him excited and irritable. On such occasions, he was apt to evince a supreme contempt for his opponents. It is not right. Half an hour ago, Prince, it was agreed among us that no one should interrupt, no one should laugh, that each person was to express his thoughts freely. And then at the end, when everyone had spoken, objections might be made, even by the atheists. We chose the general as president. Now, without some such rule and order, anyone might be shouted down, even in the loftiest and most profound thought. Go on, nobody is going to interrupt you, cried several voices. Speak, but keep to the point. What is this star? Asked another. I have no idea, replied General Ivolgin, who presided with much gravity. I love these arguments, Prince, said Keller, also more than half intoxicated, moving restlessly in his chair. Scientific and political. Then, turning suddenly towards Evgeny Pavlovitch, who was seated near him. Do you know, I simply adore reading the accounts of the debates in the English Parliament. Not that the discussions themselves interest me. I am not a politician, you know. But it delights me to see how they address each other, the noble lord who agrees with me, my honorable opponent who astonished Europe with his proposal, the noble viscount sitting opposite. All these expressions, all this parliamentarism of a free people, has an enormous attraction for me. It fascinates me, Prince. I have always been an artist in the depths of my soul, I assure you, Evgeny Pavlovitch. Do you mean to say, cried Gania from the other corner, do you mean to say that railways are accursed inventions, that they are a source of ruin to humanity, a poison poured upon the earth to corrupt the springs of life? Gavrila Ardalionovitch was in high spirits that evening, and it seemed to the prince that his gaiety was mingled with triumph. Of course, he was only joking with Lebedev, meaning to egg him on, but he grew excited himself at the same time. Not the railways, oh dear, no, replied Lebedev, with a mixture of violent anger and extreme enjoyment. Considered alone, the railways will not pollute the springs of life, but as a whole they are accursed. The whole tendency of our latest centuries, in its scientific and materialistic aspect, is most probably accursed. Is it certainly accursed? Or do you only mean it might be? That is an important point, said Evgeny Pavlovitch. It is accursed, certainly accursed, replied the clerk vehemently. Don't go so fast, Lebedev. You are much milder in the morning, said Titsin, smiling, but on the other hand more frank in the evening. In the evening sincere and frank, repeated Lebedev earnestly. More candid, more exact, more honest, more honorable, and, although I may show you my weak side, I challenge you all, you atheists, for instance. How are you going to save the world? How find a straight road of progress, you men of science, of industry, of cooperation, of trades unions, and all the rest? How are you going to save it, I say? By what? By credit. What is credit? To what will credit lead you? You are too inquisitive, remarked Evgeny Pavlovitch. Well, anyone who does not interest himself in questions such as this is, in my opinion, a mere fashionable dummy. But it will lead at least to solidarity and balance of interests, said Titson. You will reach that with nothing to help you but credit, without recourse to any moral principle, having for your foundation only individual selfishness and the satisfaction of material desires, universal peace and the happiness of mankind as a whole being the result. Is it really so that I may understand you, sir? But the universal necessity of living, of drinking, of eating, in short, the whole scientific conviction that this necessity can only be satisfied by universal cooperation and the solidarity of interests, is, it seems to me, a strong enough idea to serve as a basis, so to speak, and a spring of life for humanity in future centuries, said Gavrila Ardalionovitch, now thoroughly roused. The necessity of eating and drinking, that is to say, solely the instinct of self-preservation. Is not that enough? The instinct of self-preservation is the normal law of humanity. Who told you that? Broke in Evgeny Pavlovitch. It is a law, doubtless, but a law neither more nor less normal than that of destruction, even self-destruction. Is it possible that the whole normal law of humanity is contained in this sentiment of self-preservation? Ah, cried Hippolyte, turning towards Evgeny Pavlovitch and looking at him with a queer sort of curiosity. Then seeing that Radomski was laughing, he began to laugh himself, nudged Kolya, who was sitting beside him with his elbow, and again asked what time it was. He even pulled Kolya's silver watch out of his hand and looked at it eagerly. Then, as if he had forgotten everything, he stretched himself out on the sofa, put his hands behind his head, and looked up at the sky. After a minute or two he got up and came back to the table to listen to Lebedev's outpourings, as the latter passionately commentated on Evgeny Pavlovitch's paradox. That is an artful and traitorous idea. A smart notion, vociferated the clerk, thrown out as an apple of discord. But it is just. You are a scoffer, a man of the world, a cavalry officer, and though not without brains, you do not realize how profound is your thought, nor how true. Yes, the laws of self-preservation and of self-destruction are equally powerful in this world. The devil will hold his empire over humanity until a limit of time which is still unknown. You laugh. You do not believe in the devil. Skepticism as to the devil is a French idea, and it is also a frivolous idea. You know who the devil is. Do you know his name? Although you don't know his name, you make a mockery of his form, following the example of Voltaire. You sneer at his hoofs, at his tail, at his horns, all of them the produce of your imagination. In reality, the devil is a great and terrible spirit, with neither hoofs, nor tail, nor horns. It is you who have endowed him with these attributes. But he is not the question just now. How do you know he is not the question now? Cried Hippolyte, laughing hysterically. Another excellent idea and worth considering, replied Lebedev. But again, that is not the question. The question at this moment is whether we have not weakened the springs of life by the extension. Of railways, put in Kolya eagerly. Not railways, properly speaking, presumptuous youth, but the general tendency of which railways may be considered as the outward expression and symbol. We hurry and push and hustle for the good of humanity. The world is becoming too noisy, too commercial. Grown some solitary thinker. Undoubtedly it is, but the noise of wagons bearing bread to starving humanity is of more value than tranquility of soul," replies another triumphantly, and passes on with an air of pride. "As for me, I don't believe in these wagons bringing bread to humanity. For, founded on no moral principle, these may well, even in the act of carrying bread to humanity, coldly exclude a considerable portion of humanity from enjoying it. That has been seen more than once." "What these wagons may coldly exclude," repeated someone. "That has been seen already," continued Lebedev, not deigning to notice the interruption. "Malthus was a friend of humanity, but with ill-founded moral principles, the friend of humanity is the devourer of humanity, without mentioning his pride. For touch the vanity of one of these numberless philanthropists, and to avenge his self-esteem, he will be ready at once to set fire to the whole globe. And to tell the truth, we are all more or less like that. I, perhaps, might be the first to set a light to the fuel, and then run away. But again, I must repeat, that is not the question. What is it then, for goodness sake? He is boring us. The question is connected with the following anecdote of past times, for I am obliged to relate a story. In our times, and in our country, which I hope you love as much as I do, for as far as I am concerned, I am ready to shed the last drop of my blood. Go on, go on. In our dear country, as indeed in the whole of Europe, a famine visits humanity about 4 times a century, as far as I can remember, once in every 25 years. I won't swear to this being the exact figure, but anyhow they have become comparatively rare. Comparatively to what? To the 12th century, and those immediately preceding and following it. We are told by historians that widespread famines occurred in those days every 2 or 3 years, and such was the condition of things that men actually had recourse to cannibalism, in secret, of course. One of these cannibals, who had reached a good age, declared of his own free will that during the course of his long and miserable life he had personally killed and eaten, in the most profound secrecy, 60 monks, not to mention several children. The number of the latter, he thought, was about 6, an insignificant total when compared with the enormous mass of ecclesiastics consumed by him. As to adults, laymen, that is to say, he had never touched them. The president joined in the general outcry. "That's impossible," said he in an aggrieved tone. "I am often discussing subjects of this nature with him, gentlemen, but for the most part he talks nonsense enough to make one deaf. This story has no pretense of being true. General, remember the siege of Kars. And you, gentlemen, I assure you my anecdote is the naked truth. I may remark that reality, although it is governed by invariable law, has at times a resemblance to falsehood. In fact, the truer a thing is the less true it sounds. But could anyone possibly eat 60 monks? Objected the scoffing listeners. It is quite clear that he did not eat them all at once, but in a space of 15 or 20 years. From that point of view, the thing is comprehensible and natural. Natural. And natural, repeated Lebedev with pedantic obstinacy. Besides, a Catholic monk is by nature excessively curious. It would be quite easy, therefore, to entice him into a wood or some secret place on false pretenses, and there to deal with him as said. But I do not dispute in the least that the number of persons consumed appears to denote a spice of greediness. It is perhaps true, gentlemen, said the prince quietly. He had been listening in silence up to that moment without taking part in the conversation, but laughing heartily with the others from time to time. Evidently he was delighted to see that everybody was amused, that everybody was talking at once, and even that everybody was drinking. It seemed as if he were not intending to speak at all, when suddenly he intervened in such a serious voice that everyone looked at him with interest. It is true that there were frequent famines at that time, gentlemen. I have often heard of them, though I do not know much history. But it seems to me that it must have been so. When I was in Switzerland, I used to look with astonishment at the many ruins of feudal castles perched on the top of steep and rocky heights, half a mile at least above sea level, so that to reach them one had to climb many miles of stony tracks. A castle, as you know, is a kind of mountain of stones, a dreadful, almost an impossible labor. Doubtless the builders were all poor men, vassals, and had to pay heavy taxes and to keep up the priesthood. How, then, could they provide for themselves, and when had they time to plow and sow their fields? The greater number must, literally, have died of starvation. I have sometimes asked myself how it was that these communities were not utterly swept off the face of the earth, and how they could possibly survive. Lebedev is not mistaken, in my opinion, when he says that there were cannibals in those days, perhaps in considerable numbers. But I do not understand why he should have dragged in the monks, nor what he means by that. It is undoubtedly because, in the 12th century, monks were the only people one could eat. They were the fat, among many lean, said Gavrila Ardalionovitch. A brilliant idea, and most true, cried Lebedev, for he never even touched the laity. 60 monks and not a single layman. It is a terrible idea, but it is historic, it is statistic. It is indeed one of those facts which enables an intelligent historian to reconstruct the physiognomy of a special epoch, for it brings out this further point with mathematical accuracy, that the clergy were in those days 60 times richer and more flourishing than the rest of humanity, and perhaps 60 times fatter also. You are exaggerating, Lebedev, cried his hearers amid laughter. I admit that it is an historic thought, but what is your conclusion? Asked the prince. He spoke so seriously in addressing Lebedev that his tone contrasted quite comically with that of the others. They were very nearly laughing at him, too, but he did not notice it. Don't you see he is a lunatic, Prince? Whispered Evgeny Pavlovitch in his ear. Someone told me just now that he is a bit touched on the subject of lawyers, that he has a mania for making speeches and intends to pass the examinations. I am expecting a splendid burlesque now. My conclusion is vast, replied Lebedev, in a voice like thunder. Let us examine first the psychological and legal position of the criminal. We see that in spite of the difficulty of finding other food, the accused, or, as we may say, my client, has often during his peculiar life exhibited signs of repentance and of wishing to give up this clerical diet. Incontrovertible facts prove this assertion. He has eaten 5 or 6 children, a relatively insignificant number, no doubt, but remarkable enough from another point of view. It is manifest that, pricked by remorse, for my client is religious in his way and has a conscience, as I shall prove later, and desiring to extenuate his sin as far as possible, he has tried 6 times at least to substitute lay nourishment for clerical. That this was merely an experiment we can hardly doubt, for if it had been only a question of gastronomic variety, 6 would have been too few. Why only 6? Why not 30? But if we regard it as an experiment, inspired by the fear of committing new sacrilege, then this number 6 becomes intelligible. 6 attempts to calm his remorse, and the pricking of his conscience would amply suffice, for these attempts could scarcely have been happy ones. In my humble opinion, a child is too small, I should say, not sufficient. which would result in 4 or 5 times more lay children than monks being required in a given time. The sin, lessened on the one hand, would therefore be increased on the other, in quantity, not in quality. Please understand, gentlemen, that in reasoning thus, I am taking the point of view which might have been taken by a criminal of the Middle Ages. As for myself, a man of the late 19th century, I, of course, should reason differently. I say so plainly, and therefore you need not jeer at me nor mock me, gentlemen. As for you, General, it is still more unbecoming on your part. In the second place, and giving my own personal opinion, a child's flesh is not a satisfying diet. It is too insipid, too sweet, and the criminal, in making these experiments, could have satisfied neither his conscience nor his appetite. I am about to conclude, gentlemen, and my conclusion contains a reply to one of the most important questions of that day and of our own. This criminal ended at last by denouncing himself to the clergy and giving himself up to justice. We cannot but ask, remembering the penal system of that day and the tortures that awaited him, the wheel, the stake, the fire. We cannot but ask, I repeat, what induced him to accuse himself of this crime? Why did he not simply stop short at the number 60 and keep his secret until his last breath? Why could he not simply leave the monks alone and go into the desert to repent? Or why not become a monk himself? That is where the puzzle comes in. There must have been something stronger than the stake or the fire, or even than the habits of 20 years. There must have been an idea more powerful than all the calamities and sorrows of this world, famine or torture, leprosy or plague. An idea which entered into the heart, directed and enlarged the springs of life, and made even that hell supportable to humanity. Show me a force, a power like that, in this our century of vices and railways. I might say, perhaps, in our century of steamboats and railways, but I repeat in our century of vices and railways, because I am drunk but truthful. Show me a single idea which unites men nowadays with half the strength that it had in those centuries, and dare to maintain that the springs of life have not been polluted and weakened beneath this star, beneath this network in which men are entangled. Don't talk to me about your prosperity, your riches, the rarity of famine, the rapidity of the means of transport. There is more of riches, but less of force. The idea uniting heart and soul to heart and soul exists no more. All is loose, soft, limp. We are all of us limp. Enough, gentlemen. I have done. That is not the question. No, the question is now, Excellency, I believe, to sit down to the banquet you are about to provide for us. Lebedev had roused great indignation in some of his auditors. It should be remarked that the bottles were constantly uncorked during his speech. But this unexpected conclusion calmed even the most turbulent spirits. That's how a clever barrister makes a good point, said he, when speaking of his peroration later on. The visitors began to laugh and chatter once again. The committee left their seats and stretched their legs on the terrace. Keller alone was still disgusted with Lebedev and his speech. He turned from one to another, saying in a loud voice, "He attacks education. He boasts of the fanaticism of the 12th century. He makes absurd grimaces, and added to that he is by no means the innocent he makes himself out to be. How did he get the money to buy this house? Allow me to ask." In another corner was the general, holding forth to a group of hearers, among them Titsyn, whom he had buttonholed. "I have known," said he, "a real interpreter of the apocalypse, the late Gregory Semyonovitch Burmistrov, and he pierced the heart like a fiery flash. He began by putting on his spectacles, then he opened a large black book, his white beard and his 2 medals on his breast, recalling acts of charity, all added to his impressiveness. He began in a stern voice, and before him generals, hard men of the world, bowed down and ladies fell to the ground fainting. But this one here, He ends by announcing a banquet. That is not the real thing. Titsyn listened and smiled, then turned as if to get his hat, but if he had intended to leave, he changed his mind. Before the others had risen from the table, Gania had suddenly left off drinking and pushed away his glass. A dark shadow seemed to come over his face. When they all rose, he went and sat down by Rogojin. It might have been believed that quite friendly relations existed between them. Rogojin, who had also seemed on the point of going away, now sat motionless, his head bent, seeming to have forgotten his intention. He had drunk no wine and appeared absorbed in reflection. From time to time he raised his eyes and examined everyone present. One might have imagined that he was expecting something very important to himself, and that he had decided to wait for it. The prince had taken 2 or 3 glasses of champagne and seemed cheerful. As he rose, he noticed Evgeny Pavlovitch, and remembering the appointment he had made with him, smiled pleasantly. Evgeny Pavlovitch made a sign with his head towards Hippolyte, whom he was attentively watching. The invalid was fast asleep, stretched out on the sofa. "Tell me, Prince, why on earth did this boy intrude himself upon you?" he asked, with such annoyance and irritation in his voice that the prince was quite surprised. "I wouldn't mind laying odds that he is up to some mischief. I have observed," said the prince, "that he seems to be an object of very singular interest to you, Evgeny Pavlovitch. Why is it? You may add that I have surely enough to think of, on my own account, without him, and therefore it is all the more surprising that I cannot tear my eyes and thoughts away from his detestable physiognomy. Oh, come, he has a handsome face. Why, look at him now." The prince glanced again at Evgeny Pavlovitch with considerable surprise. "Get Elevera 5. Hippolyte, who had fallen asleep during Lebedev's discourse, now suddenly woke up, just as though someone had jogged him in the side. He shuddered, raised himself on his arm, gazed around, and grew very pale. A look almost of terror crossed his face as he recollected. What, are they all off? Is it all over? Is the sun up? He trembled and caught at the prince's hand. "What time is it? Tell me quick, for goodness' sake. How long have I slept?" he added, almost in despair, just as though he had overslept something upon which his whole fate depended. "You have slept 7 or perhaps 8 minutes, said Evgeny Pavlovitch. Hippolyte gazed eagerly at the latter, and mused for a few moments. "Oh, is that all?" he said at last. "Then He drew a long, deep breath of relief, as it seemed. He realized that all was not over as yet, that the sun had not risen, and that the guests had merely gone to supper. He smiled, and 2 hectic spots appeared on his cheeks. "So you counted the minutes while I slept, did you, Evgeny Pavlovitch?" he said ironically. "You have not taken your eyes off me all the evening. I have noticed that much, you see. Ah, Rogojin, I've just been dreaming about him, Prince," he added, frowning. "Yes, by the by, starting up, where's the orator? Where's Lebedev? Has he finished? What did he talk about? Is it true, Prince, that you once declared that beauty would save the world? Great heaven, the prince says that beauty saves the world. And I declare that he only has such playful ideas because he's in love. Gentlemen, the prince is in love. I guessed it the moment he came in. Don't blush, Prince, you make me sorry for you. What beauty saves the world? Kolya told me that you are a zealous Christian, is it so? Kolya says you call yourself a Christian." The prince regarded him attentively, but said nothing. "You don't answer me. Perhaps you think I am very fond of you," added Hippolyte, as though the words had been drawn from him. "No, I don't think that. I know you don't love me." "What, after yesterday? Wasn't I honest with you?" I knew yesterday that you didn't love me. Why so, why so? Because I envy you, eh? You always think that, I know. But do you know why I am saying all this? Look here, I must have some more champagne. Pour me out some, Keller, will you? No, you're not to drink any more, Hippolyte. I won't let you. The prince moved the glass away. Well, perhaps you're right, said Hippolyte, musing. They might say, yet devil take them. What does it matter? Prince, what can it matter what people will say of us then, eh? I believe I'm half asleep. I've had such a dreadful dream, I've only just remembered it. Prince, I don't wish you such dreams as that, though sure enough, perhaps I don't love you. Why wish a man evil, though you do not love him, eh? Give me your hand. Let me press it sincerely. There, you've given me your hand. You must feel that I do press it sincerely, don't you? I don't think I shall drink any more. What time is it? Never mind, I know the time. The time has come at all events. What, they are laying supper over there, are they? Then this table is free. Capital, gentlemen. These gentlemen are not listening. Prince, I will just read over an article I have here. Supper is more interesting, of course, but... Here Hippolyte suddenly, and most unexpectedly, pulled out of his breast pocket a large sealed paper. This imposing-looking document he placed upon the table before him. The effect of this sudden action upon the company was instantaneous. Evgeny Pavlovitch almost bounded off his chair in excitement. Rogojin drew nearer to the table with a look on his face as if he knew what was coming. Gania came nearer too, so did Lebedev and the others. The paper seemed to be an object of great interest to the company in general. "What have you got there?" asked the prince with some anxiety. "At the first glimpse of the rising sun, Prince, I will go to bed. I told you I would, word of honor, you shall see," cried Hippolyte. "You think I'm not capable of opening this packet, do you?" He glared defiantly round at the audience in general. The prince observed that he was trembling all over. "None of us ever thought such a thing," Muishkin replied for all. "Why should you suppose it of us? And what are you going to read, Hippolyte? What is it?" "Yes, what is it?" asked others. The packet sealed with red wax seemed to attract everyone, as though it were a magnet. "I wrote this yesterday myself, just after I saw you, Prince, and told you I would come down here. I wrote all day and all night and finished it this morning early. Afterwards I had a dream. Hadn't we better hear it tomorrow?" asked the prince timidly. "Tomorrow there will be no more time," laughed Hippolyte hysterically. "You needn't be afraid, I shall get through the whole thing in 40 minutes, at most an hour. Look how interested everybody is. Everybody has drawn near. Look at them all staring at my sealed packet. If I hadn't sealed it up, it wouldn't have been half so effective. Ha ha, that's mystery, that is. Now then, gentlemen, shall I break the seal or not? Say the word, it's a mystery, I tell you, a secret. Prince, you know who said there would be no more time. It was the great and powerful angel in the Apocalypse. Better not read it now," said the prince, putting his hand on the packet. "No, don't read it," cried Evgeny suddenly. He appeared so strangely disturbed that many of those present could not help wondering. "Reading, none of your reading now," said somebody. "It's supper time. What sort of an article is it? For a paper? Probably it's very dull," said another. But the prince's timid gesture had impressed even Hippolyte. "Then I'm not to read it," he whispered nervously. "Am I not to read it?" he repeated, gazing around at each face in turn. "What are you afraid of, Prince?" He turned and asked the latter suddenly. "What should I be afraid of? Has anyone a coin about them? Give me a 20-kopeck piece, somebody." And Hippolyte leapt from his chair. "Here you are," said Lebedev, handing him one. He thought the boy had gone mad. Vera Lukianovna, said Hippolyte, toss it, will you? Heads I read, tails I don't. Vera Lebedev tossed the coin into the air and let it fall on the table. It was heads. Then I read it, said Hippolyte, in the tone of one bowing to the fiat of destiny. He could not have grown paler if a verdict of death had suddenly been presented to him. But after all, what is it? Is it possible that I should have just risked my fate by tossing up? He went on, shuddering, and looked round him again. His eyes had a curious expression of sincerity. That is an astonishing psychological fact, he cried, suddenly addressing the prince in a tone of the most intense surprise. It is something quite inconceivable, Prince, he repeated with growing animation, like a man regaining consciousness. Take note of it, Prince. Remember it, you collect, I am told, facts concerning capital punishment. They told me so. Ha ha. My God, how absurd. He sat down on the sofa, put his elbows on the table, and laid his head on his hands. It is shameful, though what does it matter to me if it is shameful? Gentlemen, I am about to break the seal, he continued, with determination. Of course, I don't insist upon anyone listening if they do not wish to. With trembling fingers, he broke the seal and drew out several sheets of paper, smoothed them out before him, and began sorting them. What on earth does all this mean? What's he going to read? Muttered several voices. Others said nothing, but one and all sat down and watched with curiosity. They began to think something strange might really be about to happen. Vera stood and trembled behind her father's chair, almost in tears with fright. Kolya was nearly as much alarmed as she was. Lebedev jumped up and put a couple of candles nearer to Hippolyte so that he might see better. Gentlemen, you'll soon see what this is, began Hippolyte and suddenly commenced his reading. It's headed, A Necessary Explanation, with the motto, Après moi le déluge. Oh, deuce take it all. Surely I can never have seriously written such a silly motto as that. Look here, gentlemen, I beg to give notice that all this is very likely terrible nonsense. It is only a few ideas of mine. If you think that there is anything mysterious coming, or in a word, better read on without any more beating about the bush, said Gania. Affectation, remarked someone else. Too much talk, said Rogojin, breaking the silence for the first time. Hippolyte glanced at him suddenly, and when their eyes met, Rogojin showed his teeth in a disagreeable smile and said the following strange words. That's not the way to settle this business, my friend. That's not the way at all. Of course, nobody knew what Rogojin meant by this, but his words made a deep impression upon all. Everyone seemed to see in a flash the same idea. As for Hippolyte, their effect upon him was astounding. He trembled so that the prince was obliged to support him, and would certainly have cried out, but that his voice seemed to have entirely left him for the moment. For a minute or two he could not speak at all, but panted and stared at Rogojin. At last he managed to ejaculate, "Then it was you who came. You. Came where? What do you mean?" asked Rogojin, amazed. But Hippolyte, panting and choking with excitement, interrupted him violently. "You came to me last week, in the night, at 2:00, the day I was with you in the morning. Confess it was you. Last week, in the night. Have you gone cracked, my good friend?" Hippolyte paused and considered a moment. Then a smile of cunning, almost triumph, crossed his lips. "It was you," he murmured, almost in a whisper but with absolute conviction. "Yes, it was you who came to my room and sat silently on a chair at my window for a whole hour, more. It was between 1 and 2 at night. You rose and went out at about 3. It was you, why you should have frightened me so, why you should have wished to torment me like that, I cannot tell. But you it was. There was absolute hatred in his eyes as he said this, but his look of fear and his trembling had not left him. You shall hear all this directly, gentlemen. I listen. He seized his paper in a desperate hurry. He fidgeted with it and tried to sort it, but for a long while his trembling hands could not collect the sheets together. He's either mad or delirious, murmured Rogojin. At last he began. For the first 5 minutes the reader's voice continued to tremble, and he read disconnectedly and unevenly, but gradually his voice strengthened. Occasionally a violent fit of coughing stopped him, but his animation grew with the progress of the reading, as did also the disagreeable impression which it made upon his audience, until it reached the highest pitch of excitement. Here is the article. My necessary explanation. Après-moi le déluge. Yesterday morning the prince came to see me. Among other things, he asked me to come down to his villa. I knew he would come and persuade me to this step, and that he would adduce the argument that it would be easier for me to die among people and green trees, as he expressed it. But today he did not say die, he said live. It is pretty much the same to me, in my position, which he says. When I asked him why he made such a point of his green trees, he told me, to my astonishment, that he had heard that last time I was in Pavlovsk, I had said that I had come to have a last look at the trees. When I observed that it was all the same whether one died among trees or in front of a blank brick wall, as here, and that it was not worth making any fuss over a fortnight, he agreed at once. But he insisted that the good air at Pavlovsk and the greenness would certainly cause a physical change for the better, and that my excitement and my dreams would be perhaps relieved. I remarked to him, with a smile, that he spoke like a materialist, and he answered that he had always been one. As he never tells a lie, there must be something in his words. His smile is a pleasant one. I have had a good look at him. I don't know whether I like him or not, and I have no time to waste over the question. The hatred which I felt for him for 5 months has become considerably modified, I may say, during the last month. Who knows, perhaps I am going to Pavlovsk on purpose to see him. But why do I leave my chamber? Those who are sentenced to death should not leave their cells. If I had not formed a final resolve, but had decided to wait until the last minute, I should not leave my room, or accept his invitation to come and die at Pavlovsk. I must be quick and finish this explanation before tomorrow. I shall have no time to read it over and correct it, for I must read it tomorrow to the prince and 2 or 3 witnesses whom I shall probably find there. As it will be absolutely true, without a touch of falsehood, I am curious to see what impression it will make upon me myself at the moment when I read it out. This is my last and solemn, but why need I call it that? There is no question about the truth of it, for it is not worthwhile lying for a fortnight. A fortnight of life is not itself worth having, which is a proof that I write nothing here but pure truth. N.B. Let me remember to consider, am I mad at this moment or not? Or rather at these moments? I have been told that consumptives sometimes do go out of their minds for a while in the last stages of the malady. I can prove this tomorrow when I read it out, by the impression it makes upon the audience. I must settle this question once and for all, otherwise I can't go on with anything. I believe I have just written dreadful nonsense, but there's no time for correcting, as I said before. Besides that, I have made myself a promise not to alter a single word of what I write in this paper, even though I find that I am contradicting myself every 5 lines. I wish to verify the working of the natural logic of my ideas tomorrow during the reading. whether I am capable of detecting logical errors, and whether all that I have meditated over during the last 6 months be true, or nothing but delirium. If 2 months since I had been called upon to leave my room and the view of Mayer's wall opposite, I verily believe I should have been sorry. But now I have no such feeling, and yet I am leaving this room and Mayer's brick wall forever. So that my conclusion, that it is not worth while indulging in grief, or any other emotion for a fortnight, has proved stronger than my very nature, and has taken over the direction of my feelings. But is it so? Is it the case that my nature is conquered entirely? If I were to be put on the rack now, I should certainly cry out. I should not say that it is not worth while to yell and feel pain because I have but a fortnight to live. But is it true that I have but a fortnight of life left to me? I know I told some of my friends that Dr. B. had informed me that this was the case, but I now confess that I lied. B. has not even seen me. However, a week ago I called in a medical student, Kislorodov, who is a nationalist, an atheist, and a nihilist by conviction, and that is why I had him. I needed a man who would tell me the bare truth without any humbug or ceremony. And so he did, indeed, almost with pleasure, which I thought was going a little too far. Well, he plumped out that I had about a month left me. It might be a little more, he said, under favorable circumstances, but it might also be considerably less. According to his opinion, I might die quite suddenly. Tomorrow, for instance. There had been such cases. Only a day or two since a young lady at Kolomna who suffered from consumption, and was about on a par with myself in the march of the disease, was going out to market to buy provisions, when she suddenly felt faint, lay down on the sofa, gasped once, and died. Kislorodov told me all this with a sort of exaggerated devil-may-care negligence, and as though he did me great honor by talking to me so, because it showed that he considered me the same sort of exalted nihilistic being as himself, to whom death was a matter of no consequence whatever, either way. At all events, the fact remained, a month of life and no more. That he is right in his estimation, I am absolutely persuaded. It puzzles me much to think how on earth the prince guessed yesterday that I have had bad dreams. He said to me, "Your excitement and dreams will find relief at Pavlovsk." Why did he say dreams? Either he is a doctor, or else he is a man of exceptional intelligence and wonderful powers of observation. But that he is an idiot, at bottom there can be no doubt whatever. It so happened that just before he arrived, I had a delightful little dream, one of a kind that I have hundreds of just now. I had fallen asleep about an hour before he came in, and dreamed that I was in some room, not my own. It was a large room, well furnished, with a cupboard, chest of drawers, sofa, and my bed, a fine wide bed covered with a silken counterpane. But I observed in the room a dreadful-looking creature, a sort of monster. It was a little like a scorpion, but was not a scorpion, but far more horrible, and especially so because there are no creatures anything like it in nature, and because it had appeared to me for a purpose, and bore some mysterious signification. I looked at the beast well. It was brown in color and had a shell. It was a crawling kind of reptile, about 8 inches long, and narrowed down from the head, which was about a couple of fingers in width, to the end of the tail, which came to a fine point. Out of its trunk, about a couple of inches below its head, came 2 legs at an angle of 45 degrees, each about 3 inches long, so that the beast looked like a trident from above. It had 8 hard, needle-like whiskers coming out from different parts of its body. It went along like a snake, bending its body about in spite of the shell it wore, and its motion was very quick and very horrible to look at. I was dreadfully afraid it would sting me. Somebody had told me, I thought, that it was venomous. But what tormented me most of all was the wondering and wondering as to who had sent it into my room, and what was the mystery which I felt it contained. It hid itself under the cupboard and under the chest of drawers, and crawled into the corners. I sat on a chair and kept my legs tucked under me. Then the beast crawled quietly across the room and disappeared somewhere near my chair. I looked about for it in terror, but I still hoped that as my feet were safely tucked away, it would not be able to touch me. Suddenly I heard behind me, and about on a level with my head, a sort of rattling sound. I turned sharp round and saw that the brute had crawled up the wall as high as the level of my face, and that its horrible tail, which was moving incredibly fast from side to side, was actually touching my hair. I jumped up, and it disappeared. I did not dare lie down on my bed for fear it should creep under my pillow. My mother came into the room, and some friends of hers. They began to hunt for the reptile and were more composed than I was. They did not seem to be afraid of it, but they did not understand as I did. Suddenly, the monster reappeared. It crawled slowly across the room and made for the door, as though with some fixed intention, and with a slow movement that was more horrible than ever. Then my mother opened the door and called my dog, Norma. Norma was a great Newfoundland and died 5 years ago. She sprang forward and stood still in front of the reptile as if she had been turned to stone. The beast stopped too, but its tail and claws still moved about. I believe animals are incapable of feeling supernatural fright, if I have been rightly informed. But at this moment, there appeared to me to be something more than ordinary about Norma's terror, as though it must be supernatural, and as though she felt, just as I did myself, that this reptile was connected with some mysterious secret, some fatal omen. Norma backed slowly and carefully away from the brute, which followed her, creeping deliberately after her as though it intended to make a sudden dart and sting her. In spite of Norma's terror, she looked furious, though she trembled in all her limbs. At length she slowly bared her terrible teeth, opened her great red jaws, hesitated, took courage, and seized the beast in her mouth. It seemed to try to dart out of her jaws twice, but Norma caught at it and half swallowed it as it was escaping. The shell cracked in her teeth, and the tail and legs stuck out of her mouth and shook about in a horrible manner. Suddenly, Norma gave a piteous whine. The reptile had bitten her tongue. She opened her mouth wide with the pain, and I saw the beast lying across her tongue, and out of its body, which was almost bitten in two, came a hideous white-looking substance, oozing out into Norma's mouth. It was of the consistency of a crushed black beetle. Just then I awoke and the prince entered the room. "Gentlemen," said Hippolyte, breaking off here, "I have not done yet, but it seems to me that I have written down a great deal here that is unnecessary. This dream." "You have indeed," said Gania. "There is too much about myself, I know, but—" As Hippolyte said this, his face wore a tired, pained look, and he wiped the sweat off his brow. "Yes," said Lebedev, "you certainly think a great deal too much about yourself." "Well, gentlemen, I do not force anyone to listen. If any of you are unwilling to sit it out, please go away by all means. He turns people out of a house that isn't his own," muttered Rogojin. "Suppose we all go away," said Ferdishenko suddenly. Hippolyte clutched his manuscript, and gazing at the last speaker with glittering eyes, said, "You don't like me at all." A few laughed at this, but not all. "Hippolyte," said the prince, "give me the papers and go to bed like a sensible fellow. We'll have a good talk tomorrow, but you really mustn't go on with this reading. It is not good for you." How can I?" cried Hippolyte, looking at him in amazement. "Gentlemen, I was a fool. I won't break off again. Listen, everyone who wants to. He gulped down some water out of a glass standing near, bent over the table, in order to hide his face from the audience, and recommenced. The idea that it is not worth while living for a few weeks took possession of me a month ago, when I was told that I had 4 weeks to live, but only partially so at that time. The idea quite overmastered me 3 days since, that evening at Pavlovsk. The first time that I felt really impressed with this thought was on the terrace at the Prince's, at the very moment when I had taken it into my head to make a last trial of life. I wanted to see people and trees. I believe I said so myself. I got excited. I maintained Burdovsky's rights, my neighbor. I dreamt that one and all would open their arms and embrace me, that there would be an indescribable exchange of forgiveness between us all. In a word, I behaved like a fool, and then, at that very same instant, I felt my last conviction. I ask myself now how I could have waited 6 months for that conviction. I knew that I had a disease that spares no one, and I really had no illusions. But the more I realized my condition, the more I clung to life. I wanted to live at any price. I confess I might well have resented that blind, deaf fate, which, with no apparent reason, seemed to have decided to crush me like a fly. But why did I not stop at resentment? Why did I begin to live, knowing that it was not worthwhile to begin? Why did I attempt to do what I knew to be an impossibility? And yet I could not even read a book to the end. I had given up reading. What is the good of reading? What is the good of learning anything for just 6 months? That thought has made me throw aside a book more than once. Yes, that wall of Mayer's could tell a tale if it liked. There was no spot on its dirty surface that I did not know by heart. A cursed wall, and yet it is dearer to me than all the Pavlovsk trees. That is, it would be dearer if it were not all the same to me now. I remember now with what hungry interest I began to watch the lives of other people, interest that I had never felt before. I used to wait for Kolya's arrival impatiently, for I was so ill myself then that I could not leave the house. I so threw myself into every little detail of news and took so much interest in every report and rumor that I believe I became a regular gossip. I could not understand, among other things, how all these people, with so much life in and before them, do not become rich, and I don't understand it now. I remember being told of a poor wretch I once knew, who had died of hunger. I was almost beside myself with rage. I believe if I could have resuscitated him, I would have done so for the sole purpose of murdering him. Occasionally, I was so much better that I could go out, but the streets used to put me in such a rage that I would lock myself up for days rather than go out, even if I were well enough to do so. I could not bear to see all those preoccupied, anxious-looking creatures continuously surging along the streets past me. Why are they always anxious? What is the meaning of their eternal care and worry? It is their wickedness, their perpetual detestable malice. That's what it is. They are all full of malice. Whose fault is it that they are all miserable, that they don't know how to live, though they have 50 or 60 years of life before them? Why did that fool allow himself to die of hunger with 60 years of unlived life before him? And every one of them shows his rags, his toil-worn hands, and yells in his wrath. Here are we, working like cattle all our lives, and always as hungry as dogs, and there are others who do not work and are fat and rich. The eternal refrain. And side by side with them trots along some wretched fellow who has known better days, doing light porter's work from morn to night for a living, always blubbering, and saying that his wife died because he had no money to buy medicine with, and his children dying of cold and hunger, and his eldest daughter gone to the bad, and so on. Oh, I have no pity and no patience for these fools of people. Why can't they be Rothschilds? Whose fault is it that a man has not got millions of money like Rothschild? If he has life, all this must be in his power. Whose fault is it that he does not know how to live his life? Oh, it's all the same to me now. But at that time I would soak my pillow at night with tears of mortification, and tear at my blanket in my rage and fury. Oh, how I longed at that time to be turned out, me, 18 years old, poor, half-clothed, turned out into the street, quite alone, without lodging, without work, without a crust of bread, without relations, without a single acquaintance in some large town. Hungry, beaten, if you like, but in good health, and then I would show them. What would I show them? Oh, don't think that I have no sense of my own humiliation. I have suffered already in reading so far. Which of you all does not think me a fool at this moment? A young fool who knows nothing of life, forgetting that to live as I have lived these last 6 months is to live longer than gray-haired old men. Well, let them laugh, and say it is all nonsense if they please. They may say it is all fairy tales if they like, and I have spent whole nights telling myself fairy tales. I remember them all, but how can I tell fairy tales now? The time for them is over. They amused me when I found that there was not even time for me to learn the Greek grammar, as I wanted to do. I shall die before I get to the syntax, I thought at the first page, and threw the book under the table. It is there still, for I forbade anyone to pick it up. If this explanation gets into anybody's hands, and they have patience to read it through, they may consider me a madman, or a schoolboy, or more likely, a man condemned to die, who thought it only natural to conclude that all men, excepting himself, esteem life far too lightly, live it far too carelessly and lazily, and are therefore one and all unworthy of it. Well, I affirm that my reader is wrong again, for my convictions have nothing to do with my sentence of death. Ask them. Ask any one of them, or all of them, what they mean by happiness. Oh, you may be perfectly sure that if Columbus was happy, it was not after he had discovered America, but when he was discovering it. You may be quite sure that he reached the culminating point of his happiness 3 days before he saw the New World with his actual eyes, when his mutinous sailors wanted to tack about and return to Europe. What did the New World matter after all? Columbus had hardly seen it when he died, and in reality, he was entirely ignorant of what he had discovered. The important thing is life, and nothing else. What is any discovery whatever compared with the incessant, eternal discovery of life? But what is the use of talking? I'm afraid all this is so commonplace that my confession will be taken for a schoolboy exercise, the work of some ambitious lad writing in the hope of his work seeing the light. Or perhaps my readers will say that I had perhaps something to say, but did not know how to express it. Let me add to this that in every idea emanating from genius, or even in every serious human idea, born in the human brain, there always remains something, some sediment, which cannot be expressed to others, though one wrote volumes and lectured upon it for 35 years. There is always a something, a remnant which will never come out from your brain, but will remain there with you, and you alone, for ever and ever, and you will die, perhaps, without having imparted what may be the very essence of your idea to a single living soul. So that if I cannot now impart all that has tormented me for the last 6 months, at all events you will understand that, having reached my last convictions, I must have paid a very dear price for them. That is what I wished, for reasons of my own, to make a point of in this my explanation. But let me resume. I will not deceive you. Reality got me so entrapped in its meshes now and again during the past 6 months that I forgot my sentence, or perhaps I did not wish to think of it, and actually busied myself with affairs. A word as to my circumstances. When 8 months since I became very ill, I threw up all my old connections and dropped all my old companions. As I was always a gloomy, morose sort of individual, my friends easily forgot me. Of course, they would have forgotten me all the same, without that excuse. My position at home was solitary enough. 5 months ago, I separated myself entirely from the family, and no one dared enter my room except at stated times, to clean and tidy it, and so on, and to bring me my meals. My mother dared not disobey me. She kept the children quiet, for my sake, and beat them if they dared to make any noise and disturb me. I so often complained of them that I should think they must be very fond indeed of me by this time. I think I must have tormented my faithful Kolya, as I called him, a good deal too. He tormented me of late. I could see that he always bore my tempers as though he had determined to spare the poor invalid. This annoyed me, naturally. He seemed to have taken it into his head to imitate the prince in Christian meekness. Surikov, who lived above us, annoyed me too. He was so miserably poor, and I used to prove to him that he had no one to blame but himself for his poverty. I used to be so angry that I think I frightened him eventually, for he stopped coming to see me. He was a most meek and humble fellow, was Surikov. N.B. They say that meekness is a great power. I must ask the prince about this, for the expression is his. But I remember one day in March, when I went up to his lodgings to see whether it was true that one of his children had been starved and frozen to death. I began to hold forth to him about his poverty being his own fault, and in the course of my remarks, I accidentally smiled at the corpse of his child. Well, the poor wretch's lips began to tremble, and he caught me by the shoulder and pushed me to the door. "Go out," he said, in a whisper. I went out, of course, and I declare I liked it. I liked it at the very moment when I was turned out. But his words filled me with a strange sort of feeling of disdainful pity for him whenever I thought of them, a feeling which I did not in the least desire to entertain. At the very moment of the insult, for I admit that I did insult him, though I did not mean to, this man could not lose his temper. His lips had trembled, but I swear it was not with rage. He had taken me by the arm and said, "Go out," without the least anger. There was dignity, a great deal of dignity about him, and it was so inconsistent with the look of him that, I assure you, it was quite comical. But there was no anger. Perhaps he merely began to despise me at that moment. Since that time he has always taken off his hat to me on the stairs, whenever I met him, which is a thing he never did before. But he always gets away from me as quickly as he can, as though he felt confused. If he did despise me, he despised me meekly, after his own fashion. I dare say he only took his hat off out of fear, as it were, to the son of his creditor, for he always owed my mother money. I thought of having an explanation with him, but I knew that if I did, he would begin to apologize in a minute or two, so I decided to let him alone. Just about that time, that is, the middle of March, I suddenly felt very much better. This continued for a couple of weeks. I used to go out at dusk. I like the dusk, especially in March, when the night frost begins to harden the day's puddles and the gas is burning. Well, one night in the Shestalavichная, a man passed me with a paper parcel under his arm. I did not take stock of him very carefully, but he seemed to be dressed in some shabby summer dust coat, much too light for the season. When he was opposite the lamp post, some 10 yards away, I observed something fall out of his pocket. I hurried forward to pick it up, just in time, for an old wretch in a long caftan rushed up too. He did not dispute the matter, but glanced at what was in my hand and disappeared. It was a large, old-fashioned pocket-book, stuffed full, but I guessed at a glance that it had anything in the world inside it except money. The owner was now some 40 yards ahead of me and was very soon lost in the crowd. I ran after him and began calling out, but as I knew nothing to say excepting hey, he did not turn round. Suddenly he turned into the gate of a house to the left, and when I darted in after him, the gateway was so dark that I could see nothing whatever. It was one of those large houses built in small tenements, of which there must have been at least 100. When I entered the yard, I thought I saw a man going along on the far side of it, but it was so dark I could not make out his figure. I crossed to that corner and found a dirty, dark staircase. I heard a man mounting up above me, some way higher than I was, and thinking I should catch him before his door would be open to him, I rushed after him. I heard a door open and shut on the 5th story as I panted along. The stairs were narrow, and the steps innumerable, but at last I reached the door I thought the right one. Some moments passed before I found the bell and got it to ring. An old peasant woman opened the door. She was busy lighting the samovar in a tiny kitchen. She listened silently to my questions, did not understand a word, of course, and opened another door leading into a little bit of a room, low and scarcely furnished at all, but with a large, wide bed in it, hung with curtains. On this bed lay one Terentich, as the woman called him, drunk, it appeared to me. On the table was an end of candle in an iron candlestick, and a half bottle of vodka, nearly finished. Terentich muttered something to me and signed towards the next room. The old woman had disappeared, so there was nothing for me to do but to open the door indicated. I did so and entered the next room. This was still smaller than the other, so cramped that I could scarcely turn round. A narrow single bed at one side took up nearly all the room. Besides the bed, there were only 3 common chairs, and a wretched old kitchen table standing before a small sofa. One could hardly squeeze through between the table and the bed. On the table, as in the other room, burned a tallow candle end in an iron candlestick, and on the bed there whined a baby of scarcely 3 weeks old. A pale-looking woman was dressing the child, probably the mother. She looked as though she had not as yet got over the trouble of childbirth. She seemed so weak and was so carelessly dressed. Another child, a little girl of about 3 years old, lay on the sofa, covered over with what looked like a man's old dress coat. At the table stood a man in his shirt sleeves. He had thrown off his coat. It lay upon the bed, and he was unfolding a blue paper parcel in which were a couple of pounds of bread and some little sausages. On the table along with these things were a few old bits of black bread and some tea in a pot. From under the bed there protruded an open portmanteau full of bundles of rags. In a word, the confusion and untidiness of the room were indescribable. It appeared to me, at the first glance, that both the man and the woman were respectable people, but brought to that pitch of poverty where untidiness seems to get the better of every effort to cope with it, till at last they take a sort of bitter satisfaction in it. When I entered the room, the man, who had entered but a moment before me, and was still unpacking his parcels, was saying something to his wife in an excited manner. The news was apparently bad, as usual, for the woman began whimpering. The man's face seemed to me to be refined and even pleasant. He was dark-complexioned and about 28 years of age. He wore black whiskers and his lip and chin were shaved. He looked morose, but with a sort of pride of expression. A curious scene followed. There are people who find satisfaction in their own touchy feelings, especially when they have just taken the deepest offense. At such moments, they feel that they would rather be offended than not. These easily ignited natures, if they are wise, are always full of remorse afterwards, when they reflect that they have been 10 times as angry as they need have been. The gentleman before me gazed at me for some seconds in amazement, and his wife in terror, as though there was something alarmingly extraordinary in the fact that anyone could come to see them. But suddenly he fell upon me almost with fury. I had had no time to mutter more than a couple of words, but he had doubtless observed that I was decently dressed, and therefore took deep offense because I had dared enter his den so unceremoniously and spy out the squalor and untidiness of it. Of course, he was delighted to get hold of someone upon whom to vent his rage against things in general. For a moment, I thought he would assault me. He grew so pale that he looked like a woman about to have hysterics. His wife was dreadfully alarmed. "How dare you come in so? Be off!" he shouted, trembling all over with rage and scarcely able to articulate the words. Suddenly, however, he observed his pocketbook in my hand. "I think you dropped this," I remarked, as quietly and dryly as I could. I thought it best to treat him so. For some while he stood before me in downright terror and seemed unable to understand. He then suddenly grabbed at his side pocket, opened his mouth in alarm, and beat his forehead with his hand. "My God," he cried, "where did you find it? How?" I explained in as few words as I could, and as dryly as possible, how I had seen it and picked it up, how I had run after him and called out to him, and how I had followed him upstairs and groped my way to his door. "Gracious heaven," he cried, "all our papers are in it. My dear sir, you little know what you have done for us. I should have been lost. I had taken hold of the door handle meanwhile, intending to leave the room without reply. But I was panting with my run upstairs, and my exhaustion came to a climax in a violent fit of coughing, so bad that I could hardly stand. I saw how the man dashed about the room to find me an empty chair, how he kicked the rags off a chair which was covered up by them, brought it to me, and helped me to sit down. But my cough went on for another 3 minutes or so. When I came to myself, he was sitting by me on another chair, which he had also cleared of the rubbish by throwing it all over the floor, and was watching me intently. "I'm afraid you are ill," he remarked, in the tone which doctors use when they address a patient. I am myself a medical man, he did not say doctor, with which words he waved his hands towards the room and its contents as though in protest at his present condition. "I see that you. I'm in consumption," I said laconically, rising from my seat. He jumped up too. "Perhaps you are exaggerating. If you were to take proper measures, perhaps." He was terribly confused and did not seem able to collect his scattered senses. The pocketbook was still in his left hand. "Oh, don't mind me," I said. "Dr. B. saw me last week. I lugged him in again, and my hash is quite settled. Pardon me." I took hold of the door handle again. I was on the point of opening the door and leaving my grateful but confused medical friend to himself and his shame, when my damnable cough got hold of me again. My doctor insisted on my sitting down again to get my breath. He now said something to his wife who, without leaving her place, addressed a few words of gratitude and courtesy to me. She seemed very shy over it, and her sickly face flushed up with confusion. I remained, but with the air of a man who knows he is intruding and is anxious to get away. The doctor's remorse at last seemed to need a vent, I could see. He began, breaking off abruptly every other moment and starting another sentence. I am so very grateful to you, and I am so much to blame in your eyes, I feel sure. You see. He pointed to the room again. At this moment, I am in such a position. Oh, I said, there's nothing to see. It's quite a clear case. You've lost your post and have come up to make explanations and get another, if you can. How do you know that? He asked in amazement. Oh, it was evident at the first glance. I said ironically, but not intentionally so. There are lots of people who come up from the provinces full of hope and run about town and have to live as best they can. He began to talk at once excitedly and with trembling lips. He began complaining and telling me his story. He interested me, I confess. I sat there nearly an hour. His story was a very ordinary one. He had been a provincial doctor. He had a civil appointment and had no sooner taken it up than intrigues began. Even his wife was dragged into these. He was proud and flew into a passion. There was a change of local government which acted in favor of his opponents. His position was undermined. Complaints were made against him. He lost his post and came up to Petersburg with his last remaining money in order to appeal to higher authorities. Of course, nobody would listen to him for a long time. He would come and tell his story one day and be refused promptly. Another day he would be fed on false promises. Again, he would be treated harshly. Then he would be told to sign some documents. Then he would sign the paper and hand it in, and they would refuse to receive it and tell him to file a formal petition. In a word, he had been driven about from office to office for 5 months and had spent every farthing he had. His wife's last rags had just been pawned. And meanwhile, a child had been born to them, and today I have a final refusal to my petition, and I have hardly a crumb of bread left. I have nothing left. My wife has had a baby lately, and I. He sprang up from his chair and turned away. His wife was crying in the corner. The child had begun to moan again. I pulled out my notebook and began writing in it. When I had finished and rose from my chair, he was standing before me with an expression of alarmed curiosity. I have jotted down your name, I told him, and all the rest of it. The place you served at, the district, the date, and all. I have a friend, Bakhmatov, whose uncle is a counselor of state and has to do with these matters, one Peter Matveyevich Bakhmatov. Peter Matveyevich Bakhmatov, he cried, trembling all over with excitement. Why, nearly everything depends on that very man. It is very curious, this story of the medical man and my visit and the happy termination to which I contributed by accident. Everything fitted in, as in a novel. I told the poor people not to put much hope in me, because I was but a poor schoolboy myself. I am not really, but I humiliated myself as much as possible in order to make them less hopeful. But that I would go at once to the Vasily Ostrov and see my friend, and that as I knew for certain that his uncle adored him, and was absolutely devoted to him as the last hope and branch of the family, perhaps the old man might do something to oblige his nephew. If only they would allow me to explain all to His Excellency. If I could but be permitted to tell my tale to him. He cried, trembling with feverish agitation, and his eyes flashing with excitement. I repeated once more that I could not hold out much hope, that it would probably end in smoke, and if I did not turn up next morning, they must make up their minds that there was no more to be done in the matter. They showed me out with bows and every kind of respect. They seemed quite beside themselves. I shall never forget the expression of their faces. I took a droshky and drove over to the Vasily Ostrov at once. For some years I had been at enmity with this young Bakhmatov at school. We considered him an aristocrat. At all events, I called him one. He used to dress smartly and always drove to school in a private trap. He was a good companion, and was always merry and jolly, sometimes even witty, though he was not very intellectual, in spite of the fact that he was always top of the class. I myself was never top in anything. All his companions were very fond of him, excepting myself. He had several times during those years come up to me and tried to make friends, but I had always turned sulkily away and refused to have anything to do with him. I had not seen him for a whole year now. He was at the university. When at 9 o'clock or so this evening, I arrived and was shown up to him with great ceremony, he first received me with astonishment, and not too affably, but he soon cheered up, and suddenly gazed intently at me and burst out laughing. "Why, what on earth can have possessed you to come and see me, Terentief?" he cried with his usual pleasant, sometimes audacious, but never offensive familiarity, which I liked in reality, but for which I also detested him. "Why, what's the matter?" he cried in alarm. "Are you ill?" That confounded cough of mine had come on again. I fell into a chair, and with difficulty recovered my breath. "It's all right. It's only consumption," I said. "I have come to you with a petition." He sat down in amazement, and I lost no time in telling him the medical man's history, and explained that he, with the influence which he possessed over his uncle, might do some good to the poor fellow. I'll do it, of course," he said. "I shall attack my uncle about it tomorrow morning, and I'm very glad you told me the story. But how was it that you thought of coming to me about it, Terentief?" "So much depends upon your uncle," I said. "And besides, we have always been enemies, Bakhmatov. And as you are a generous sort of fellow, I thought you would not refuse my request because I was your enemy." I added with irony, "Like Napoleon going to England, eh?" cried he, laughing. "I'll do it though, of course, and at once if I can," he added, seeing that I rose seriously from my chair at this point. And sure enough, the matter ended as satisfactorily as possible. A month or so later, my medical friend was appointed to another post. He got his traveling expenses paid, and something to help him to start life with once more. I think Bakhmatov must have persuaded the doctor to accept a loan from himself. I saw Bakhmatov 2 or 3 times about this period, the third time being when he gave a farewell dinner to the doctor and his wife before their departure, a champagne dinner. Bakhmatov saw me home after the dinner, and we crossed the Nikolai Bridge. We were both a little drunk. He told me of his joy, the joyful feeling of having done a good action. He said that it was all thanks to myself that he could feel this satisfaction, and held forth about the foolishness of the theory that individual charity is useless. I, too, was burning to have my say. In Moscow, I said, there was an old state councillor, a civil general, who, all his life, had been in the habit of visiting the prisons and speaking to criminals. Every party of convicts on its way to Siberia knew beforehand that on the Vorobyev hills the old general would pay them a visit. He did all he undertook seriously and devotedly. He would walk down the rows of the unfortunate prisoners, stop before each individual and ask after his needs. He never sermonized them. He spoke kindly to them. He gave them money. He brought them all sorts of necessaries for the journey and gave them devotional books, choosing those who could read, under the firm conviction that they would read to those who could not, as they went along. He scarcely ever talked about the particular crimes of any of them, but listened if any volunteered information on that point. All the convicts were equal for him, and he made no distinction. He spoke to all as to brothers, and every one of them looked upon him as a father. When he observed among the exiles some poor woman with a child, he would always come forward and fondle the little one, and make it laugh. He continued these acts of mercy up to his very death, and by that time, all the criminals, all over Russia and Siberia, knew him. A man I knew who had been to Siberia and returned told me that he himself had been a witness of how the very most hardened criminals remembered the old general, though, in point of fact, he could never, of course, have distributed more than a few pence to each member of a party. Their recollection of him was not sentimental or particularly devoted. Some wretch, for instance, who had been a murderer, cutting the throat of a dozen fellow creatures, for instance, or stabbing 6 little children for his own amusement, there have been such men, would perhaps, without rhyme or reason, suddenly give a sigh and say, "I wonder whether that old general is alive still," although perhaps he had not thought of mentioning him for a dozen years before. How can one say what seed of good may have been dropped into his soul, never to die? I continued in that strain for a long while, pointing out to Bakhmetov how impossible it is to follow up the effects of any isolated good deed one may do, in all its influences and subtle workings upon the heart and after-actions of others. "And to think that you are to be cut off from life," remarked Bakhmetov in a tone of reproach, as though he would like to find someone to pitch into on my account. We were leaning over the balustrade of the bridge, looking into the Neva at this moment. "Do you know what has suddenly come into my head?" said I, suddenly, leaning further and further over the rail. "Surely not to throw yourself into the river," cried Bakhmetov in alarm. Perhaps he read my thought in my face. "No, not yet. At present nothing but the following consideration. You see, I have some 2 or 3 months left me to live, perhaps 4. Well, supposing that when I have but a month or 2 more, I take a fancy for some good deed that needs both trouble and time, like this business of our doctor friend, for instance. Why, I shall have to give up the idea of it and take to something else. Some little good deed, more within my means, eh? Isn't that an amusing idea?" Poor Bakhmetov was much impressed, painfully so. He took me all the way home, not attempting to console me, but behaving with the greatest delicacy. On taking leave, he pressed my hand warmly and asked permission to come and see me. I replied that if he came to me as a comforter, so to speak, for he would be in that capacity whether he spoke to me in a soothing manner or only kept silence, as I pointed out to him, he would but remind me each time of my approaching death. He shrugged his shoulders, but quite agreed with me, and we parted better friends than I had expected. But that evening and that night were sown the first seeds of my last conviction. I seized greedily on my new idea. I thirstily drank in all its different aspects. I did not sleep a wink that night. And the deeper I went into it, the more my being seemed to merge itself in it, and the more alarmed I became. A dreadful terror came over me at last, and did not leave me all next day. Sometimes, thinking over this, I became quite numb with the terror of it, and I might well have deduced from this fact that my last conviction was eating into my being too fast and too seriously, and would undoubtedly come to its climax before long. And for the climax, I needed greater determination than I yet possessed. However, within 3 weeks my determination was taken, owing to a very strange circumstance. Here on my paper, I make a note of all the figures and dates that come into my explanation. Of course, it is all the same to me, but just now, and perhaps only at this moment, I desire that all those who are to judge of my action should see clearly out of how logical a sequence of deductions has at length preceded my last conviction. I have said above that the determination needed by me for the accomplishment of my final resolve came to hand not through any sequence of causes, but thanks to a certain strange circumstance which had perhaps no connection whatever with the matter at issue. 10 days ago, Rogojin called upon me about certain business of his own with which I have nothing to do at present. I had never seen Rogojin before, but had often heard about him. I gave him all the information he needed, and he very soon took his departure. So that, since he only came for the purpose of gaining the information, the matter might have been expected to end there. But he interested me too much, and all that day I was under the influence of strange thoughts connected with him, and I determined to return his visit the next day. Rogojin was evidently by no means pleased to see me, and hinted, delicately, that he saw no reason why our acquaintance should continue. For all that, however, I spent a very interesting hour, and so, I dare say, did he. There was so great a contrast between us that I am sure we must both have felt it. Anyhow, I felt it acutely. Here was I, with my days numbered, and he, a man in the full vigor of life, living in the present, without the slightest thought for final convictions, or numbers, or days, or, in fact, for anything but that which he was mad about, if you will excuse me the expression, as a feeble author who cannot express his ideas properly. In spite of his lack of amiability, I could not help seeing, in Rogojin, a man of intellect and sense, and although, perhaps, there was little in the outside world which was of interest to him, still he was clearly a man with eyes to see. I hinted nothing to him about my final conviction, but it appeared to me that he had guessed it from my words. He remained silent. He is a terribly silent man. I remarked to him, as I rose to depart, that, in spite of the contrast and the wide differences between us two, less extremites see touchant extremes meet, as I explained to him in Russian. So that maybe he was not so far from my final conviction as appeared. His only reply to this was a sour grimace. He rose and looked for my cap and placed it in my hand and led me out of the house, that dreadful gloomy house of his, to all appearances, of course, as though I were leaving of my own accord, and he were simply seeing me to the door out of politeness. His house impressed me much. It is like a burial ground. He seems to like it, which is, however, quite natural. Such a full life as he leads is so overflowing with absorbing interests that he has little need of assistance from his surroundings. The visit to Rogojin exhausted me terribly. Besides, I had felt ill since the morning, and by evening I was so weak that I took to my bed and was in high fever at intervals and even delirious. Kolya sat with me until 11 o'clock. Yet I remember all he talked about, and every word we said, though whenever my eyes closed for a moment I could picture nothing but the image of Surikov just in the act of finding 1,000,000 rubles. He could not make up his mind what to do with the money, and tore his hair over it. He trembled with fear that somebody would rob him, and at last he decided to bury it in the ground. I persuaded him that, instead of putting it all away uselessly underground, he had better melt it down and make a golden coffin out of it for his starved child, and then dig up the little one and put her into the golden coffin. Surikov accepted this suggestion, I thought, with tears of gratitude, and immediately commenced to carry out my design. I thought I spat on the ground and left him in disgust. Kolya told me, when I quite recovered my senses, that I had not been asleep for a moment, but that I had spoken to him about Surikov the whole while. At moments I was in a state of dreadful weakness and misery, so that Kolya was greatly disturbed when he left me. When I arose to lock the door after him, I suddenly called to mind a picture I had noticed at Rogojin's in one of his gloomiest rooms, over the door. He had pointed it out to me himself as we walked past it, and I believe I must have stood a good 5 minutes in front of it. There was nothing artistic about it, but the picture made me feel strangely uncomfortable. It represented Christ just taken down from the cross. It seems to me that painters, as a rule, represent the Savior, both on the cross and taken down from it, with great beauty still upon his face. This marvelous beauty they strive to preserve even in his moments of deepest agony and passion. But there was no such beauty in Rogatgin's picture. This was the presentment of a poor, mangled body which had evidently suffered unbearable anguish even before its crucifixion, full of wounds and bruises, marks of the violence of soldiers and people, and of the bitterness of the moment when he had fallen with the cross, all this combined with the anguish of the actual crucifixion. The face was depicted as though still suffering, as though the body, only just dead, was still almost quivering with agony. The picture was one of pure nature, for the face was not beautified by the artist, but was left as it would naturally be, whosoever the sufferer, after such anguish. I know that the earliest Christian faith taught that the Savior suffered actually, and not figuratively, and that nature was allowed her own way even while his body was on the cross. It is strange to look on this dreadful picture of the mangled corpse of the Savior, and to put this question to oneself. Supposing that the disciples, the future apostles, the women who had followed him and stood by the cross, all of whom believed in and worshipped him, supposing that they saw this tortured body, this face so mangled and bleeding and bruised, and they must have so seen it, how could they have gazed upon the dreadful sight and yet have believed that he would rise again? The thought steps in, whether one likes it or no, that death is so terrible and so powerful that even he who conquered it in his miracles during life was unable to triumph over it at the last. He who called to Lazarus, "Lazarus, come forth," and the dead man lived, he was now himself a prey to nature and death. Nature appears to one, looking at this picture, as some huge, implacable, dumb monster, or still better, a stranger simile, some enormous mechanical engine of modern days which has seized and crushed and swallowed up a great and invaluable being, a being worth nature and all her laws, worth the whole earth, which was perhaps created merely for the sake of the advent of that being. This blind, dumb, implacable, eternal, unreasoning force is well shown in the picture, and the absolute subordination of all men and things to it is so well expressed that the idea unconsciously arises in the mind of anyone who looks at it. All those faithful people who were gazing at the cross and its mutilated occupant must have suffered agony of mind that evening, for they must have felt that all their hopes and almost all their faith had been shattered at a blow. They must have separated in terror and dread that night, though each perhaps carried away with him one great thought which was never eradicated from his mind forever afterwards. If this great teacher of theirs could have seen himself after the crucifixion, how could he have consented to mount the cross and to die as he did? This thought also comes into the mind of the man who gazes at this picture. I thought of all this by snatches, probably between my attacks of delirium, for an hour and a half or so before Kolya's departure. Can there be an appearance of that which has no form? And yet it seemed to me, at certain moments, that I beheld in some strange and impossible form that dark, dumb, irresistibly powerful, eternal force. I thought someone led me by the hand and showed me, by the light of a candle, a huge, loathsome insect, which he assured me was that very force, that very almighty, dumb, irresistible power, and laughed at the indignation with which I received this information. In my room they always light the little lamp before my icon for the night. It gives a feeble flicker of light, but it is strong enough to see by dimly, and if you sit just under it, you can even read by it. I think it was about 12 or a little past that night. I had not slept a wink and was lying with my eyes wide open when suddenly the door opened and in came Rogojin. He entered and shut the door behind him. Then he silently gazed at me and went quickly to the corner of the room where the lamp was burning and sat down underneath it. I was much surprised and looked at him expectantly. Rogojin only leaned his elbow on the table and silently stared at me. So passed 2 or 3 minutes, and I recollect that his silence hurt and offended me very much. Why did he not speak? That his arrival at this time of night struck me as more or less strange may possibly be the case, but I remember I was by no means amazed at it. On the contrary, though I had not actually told him my thought in the morning, yet I know he understood it, and this thought was of such a character that it would not be anything very remarkable if one were to come for further talk about it at any hour of night, however late. I thought he must have come for this purpose. In the morning, we had parted not the best of friends. I remember he looked at me with disagreeable sarcasm once or twice, and this same look I observed in his eyes now, which was the cause of the annoyance I felt. I did not for a moment suspect that I was delirious, and that this Rogojin was but the result of fever and excitement. I had not the slightest idea of such a theory at first. Meanwhile, he continued to sit and stare jeeringly at me. I angrily turned round in bed and made up my mind that I would not say a word unless he did. So I rested silently on my pillow, determined to remain dumb, if it were to last till morning. I felt resolved that he should speak first. Probably 20 minutes or so passed in this way. Suddenly the idea struck me. What if this is an apparition and not Rogojin himself? Neither during my illness nor at any previous time had I ever seen an apparition. But I had always thought, both when I was a little boy and even now, that if I were to see one I should die on the spot, though I don't believe in ghosts. And yet now, when the idea struck me that this was a ghost and not Rogojin at all, I was not in the least alarmed. Nay, the thought actually irritated me. Strangely enough, the decision of the question as to whether this were a ghost or Rogojin did not, for some reason or other, interest me nearly so much as it ought to have done. I think I began to muse about something altogether different. For instance, I began to wonder why Rogojin, who had been in dressing gown and slippers when I saw him at home, had now put on a dress coat and white waistcoat and tie. I also thought to myself, I remember, if this is a ghost, and I am not afraid of it, why don't I approach it and verify my suspicions? Perhaps I am afraid, and no sooner did this last idea enter my head than an icy blast blew over me. I felt a chill down my backbone and my knees shook. At this very moment, as though divining my thoughts, Rogojin raised his head from his arm and began to part his lips as though he were going to laugh. But he continued to stare at me as persistently as before. I felt so furious with him at this moment that I longed to rush at him. But as I had sworn that he should speak first, I continued to lie still, and the more willingly, as I was still by no means satisfied as to whether it really was Rogojin or not. I cannot remember how long this lasted. I cannot recollect either whether consciousness forsook me at intervals or not. But at last Rogojin rose, staring at me as intently as ever, but not smiling any longer, and walking very softly, almost on tiptoes, to the door. He opened it, went out, and shut it behind him. I did not rise from my bed, and I don't know how long I lay with my eyes open, thinking. I don't know what I thought about, nor how I fell asleep or became insensible, but I awoke next morning after 9 o'clock when they knocked at my door. My general orders are that if I don't open the door and call, by 9 o'clock, Matryona is to come and bring my tea. When I now opened the door to her, the thought suddenly struck me. How could he have come in, since the door was locked? I made inquiries and found that Rogojin himself could not possibly have come in, because all our doors were locked for the night. Well, this strange circumstance, which I have described with so much detail, was the ultimate cause which led me to taking my final determination, so that no logic or logical deductions had anything to do with my resolve. It was simply a matter of disgust. It was impossible for me to go on living when life was full of such detestable, strange, tormenting formas. This ghost had humiliated me. Nor could I bear to be subordinate to that dark, horrible force which was embodied in the form of the loathsome insect. It was only towards evening, when I had quite made up my mind on this point, that I began to feel easier.